Trying to get that thing upstairs, downstairs, back into the hab? Shout out to Bad News Baron if you're watching. No, those were the days. Now, since that time, the Precision Universe has grown. It's expanded. 3.0 arrived, and it had a whole bunch of new planets and moons and stuff like this. We've got Microtech, we've got Hurston, we've got Area 18.
Okay,
and what's the last one? We got Lorville.
But I'm kicking it over right now.
If you live with the developers, they still call them Stanton 1, Stanton 2, Stanton 3, so it's hard getting the two realities. Gentlemen, to tell you how they're going to do it, how you're going to do it, and how amazing it's all going to be. So please welcome to the stage Design Director for Star Citizen and Squadron 42, one of my dear friends, one of my DMs. Hey, when are we playing again? That's not a good look. All right, please welcome to the stage Design Director Rick Porter.
Okay, music's off.
Thank you.
Oh, you guys moved again?
Thank you, Jared. And thank you, CitizenCon. It is an honor to be here. Yesterday, we presented the verse that we're creating for you. We shared new tech, locations, creatures, giant worm, social features, things we're doing with orgs. We even played the first chapter of Squadron 42 live. How great was that? Yeah? A few minor glitches, but nothing we can't sort out. So today, we got something just as exciting to talk about. But instead of focusing on what we're creating for you, we want to show you the world that you can build.
Yes.
With crafting, we're going to give you the tools to create your own loot, to build your own home. Crafting will fundamentally change not only how you play the game, but why you play the game. So, what is crafting? Why does it matter? Why should you be as excited as I am about this? Well, first off, crafting is a profession. It requires its own set of tools, the knowledge of how to use them. Crafting offers progression. You become a better crafter by learning new blueprints and upgrading them. Crafting builds on the existing gathering professions. When you would go out and you collect your materials for crafting, we are adding new depth and meaning to those activities. Crafting provides customization. There isn't just one way to craft something. Like I said, we have upgrades. How you make and upgrade the things you craft is sometimes just as important as what you're crafting. In addition, you can earn cosmetic upgrades, craft unique items, even subscriber flair. Nowhere is this versatility more obvious than base building. We're going to have nearly limitless options for how you construct your home, how to customize your base to meet your own goals. Most importantly, crafting gives you a lot of new choices. The choices will impact your goals in the game, your interactions with other players, and eventually how you see the game itself. So where do we get started with crafting? Well, you can't craft without materials. Luckily, we've got a lot of ways to gather resources in the game. And crafting is designed to complement and expand on all of these existing gathering professions, as well as future additions. Let's take a closer look at mining as an example. We've got hand mining and vehicle mining and ship mining. That's a lot of mining. But with crafting, we're going to introduce a lot of materials. So there's not just more to mine, but we're also going to specialize. So for instance, each type of mining will have its own unique materials to gather. Gathering specific materials efficiently will require you to use the right gathering profession. Let's talk about refining. Currently, only mining resources can be refined. but doing so allows you to turn them into more valuable processed resources. With crafting, we're going to expand refining to include options for all raw materials. In addition to expanding the variety of materials you can gather, refining lets you create processed materials that you're going to need to craft your upgraded blueprints. So now that you've gathered all these materials, what do you do with them? Currently, your only options in the game really are to sell them to a shop or maybe complete a contract. Adding crafting to the game radically changes your options. You can still mine, refine, and sell your resources, but now you have the option to make valuable and unique items, weapons, armor, even vehicles and ships. Right? And by valuable, I mean that the crafted gear that you create has the potential to be better than anything you can buy in a shop. But crafting just doesn't end with shiny new gear. Think much bigger. Crafting enables you to build your own home among the stars. You choose to make a farm, a hunting lodge, an industrial complex, your own trading hub, a military outpost, even a sprawling town with your friends and org mates. Got a lot here, but it's all optional. You can choose to focus on gathering resources and sell them to crafters that need them. You can skip gathering and refining and just focus on being the best crafter you can be. Or you can leave all that gathering and crafting nonsense to other people and just focus on trade and make some money. But that brings me to my last point. Player choice matters. When a player makes a choice, they assign value. Players' choices about crafting and base building will drive player trade. The community's choices will determine the value of the materials and the crafted goods you can all make. The game will still have its own shops and economy alongside players, but now you'll have more options about where you invest and how you prosper. Now, I've given you a nice overview of what we're working on here, and we have a lot more planned for the future. But now that you're familiar with the big picture, I want to introduce some of my fellow developers to come up on stage. I've got exciting details to share with you about the specifics of
this looks like
new
a
crafting
3-year plan
systems,
on the
important gameplay
on
improvements,
CIG's
and most
Windows
exciting,
PC.
I think anyway, an update to base building. To start things off, please welcome Jacob Taylor to the stage.
Thank you, Rick. And hello, CitizenCon. Hi, I'm Jacob, Senior Gameplay Programmer on crafting. Rick has showed us how crafting will link into a lot of existing and new gameplay, but I think it's time we get into some of the details. I'm going to tell you about the new game mechanics we're introducing, starting with blueprints. Before you can craft anything, you'll need a blueprint. Blueprints provide the recipe to perform all kinds of crafting processes, including refining. You can acquire blueprints through various activities. Some you can buy, some you can find, and some can be unlocked or earned in other ways. You can also upgrade your blueprints through research. We'll go into more detail about what this means a bit later. So, blueprints are the recipe, and Rick already told us the materials you gather and refine will be the ingredients. But there's a bit more to it than that. We have a new concept for materials, material quality. Quality is a property we're adding to all resources you can gather. That's an abstract measurement of how good it is at being whatever it is. You can think of this as the purity of a metal, or the ripeness of a fruit, or something along those lines. This quality will be carried forward from raw resources through the refining process to influence what that batch of materials is best used for in crafting. High quality is more desirable overall, but is more rare, and there are still important uses for low quality materials. More on that later. All raw materials you find in the verse will have a quality rating that's generated based on some rules, the same kind of rules you heard about from the Planet Tech team yesterday. You'll find the same material in many places, but with varying qualities, so you might want to explore to find the best. Some materials that are already rare will be even more valuable if you can find them with high quality. But what's quality for? It's for item stats. Alongside quality, we're introducing a new item stat system to the game. This will allow relevant properties of craftable items to be affected by the quality of materials used to craft them. For resources, just a single quality rating is sufficient to provide variation, but craftable items have such diverse purposes that we need a more detailed system to provide both progression and customization options. We aim to have meaningful item stats for all craftable items, but some examples would be the damage and fire rate of a gun, the wear resistance of a ship component, or even the satiation provided by eating a hot dog. So, as I said, the quality of materials will directly affect the item stats, such that higher quality results in better stats. Most items require multiple different materials to make, which may each influence different stats. And in many cases, you'll have a choice of materials to use, which lets you decide which stats to focus on to tailor your items to your playstyle. Here we see I'm making a gun with high-quality aluminium, giving me a nice bonus to integrity and weight. But someone sold me low-quality copper, so I don't get as much fire rate bonus as I could have. To go even further, researching your fabrication blueprints allows you to build higher tiers of an item with improved base stats. So a higher tier item will be better than a lower tier item that was made with materials of the same quality. Making high-tier items requires more advanced materials, but is also how you access greater choice as to which stats to improve. This means that your high-tier items can not only be better overall, but also more specialized in the areas that are important to you. Most items will have tiers 1 to 3, with tier 1 being the most basic version of the item, and tier 3 being a highly advanced version made with appropriately impressive materials. But you can also craft vehicles. And vehicles are so important that they will go up to tier 5, providing a way for you to really invest in making your favorite vehicles excel. Of course, many of you have already bought your favorite vehicles, so you don't really need to make them from scratch, right? Or maybe you've pirated, salvaged, or otherwise commandeered a vehicle. Not to worry, you can still benefit from crafting by using an upgrade blueprint to increase the tier of an existing vehicle, including the usual stat improvements and customization. Upgrading a vehicle can save a lot of time over crafting it from scratch, so it's a convenient way for established vehicle owners to bring the benefits of item stats to their fleet. Let's take a look in-game at the difference it makes to have high-tier equipment made from high-quality materials. See how the recoil is reduced on our high-tier gun. The spooling is faster on a high-tier quantum drive. And a high-tier scraper beam is much more effective. So, that's an overview of crafting's key game mechanics. I'll now hand over to Torsten to walk you through the full crafting process. Thank you, and have a good day.
Thank you, Jacob. Hi, I'm Torsten, lead system designer of the CGP system design team. We now saw all elements of crafting looked at individually. Let's bring them in order how you, as the player, will experience the crafting profession. You will start with acquiring the correct blueprints as the first step in the crafting process. As Jacob already mentioned, blueprints can be acquired in multiple ways. Let me give you some examples here. You can purchase commonly available blueprints, earn them from reputation and mission rewards, or even find them in loot crates. All content in our game could reward you with a blueprint. Some blueprints will be challenging to find, so players working together may find them easier to acquire. While you may find a blueprint on a datapad or other portable device, the blueprint itself is not a physical item. You don't collect them in a box or stack them on a bookshelf. Blueprints are digital. Once you claim one, it is permanently added to your personal library. This library is persistent to your character, and every blueprint you claim is yours forever. They cannot be stolen or traded once claimed. But it does not just end with acquiring blueprints. Those tiers of quality that Jacob mentioned are unlocked through blueprint research. Research requires a research data bank which can upgrade your blueprints. Upgrading here means that you unlock a blueprint that allows you to create a better, higher tier version of the same item using more advanced materials. Note, you will still have access to the lower tier versions if you want to craft the cheaper version. In order to upgrade a blueprint, you may need to perform certain actions. In this example, we need to craft 100-volt pistols and have one with a higher fire rate. Other examples would be collect resources, complete missions, or acquire research data from the Science Guild. Research is time-intensive, in addition to the action requirements. It will take time for the research data bank to process your research data and unlock the upgrade. You are also limited in how many research projects you can pursue at once. Now that you have your blueprint and you decided what to craft, you also know what resources to look for. Every blueprint you find will have unique requirements in their resource needs. It will not just be you need iron. We want to make use of the professions we have to meaningfully involve them in the crafting process. Especially for the more advanced blueprints, you can expect that it will require materials from multiple sources. And, as already mentioned by Jacob, pay attention to the quality. If you want to have the perfect item, you also need the best quality. Here, the best way to find the best resources is to get out and explore the world. If you want to find the best hidden materials, then you get yourself a top quality radar. Once you collected the raw materials, the next step is refining them. Refining, like crafting, requires blueprints. Refining blueprints take primary, secondary, and catalyst materials and produce refined materials. The rule is very simple. The quality of the primary raw material defines the quality of the refined material. The secondary material you put in has an impact on the quantity and the time the refining process will take. An optional catalyst can speed up the process further. Let me give you a simple example. If you want high-quality steel, you need to put in the best iron you have in the primary slot. You can put any quality coal in the secondary slot without affecting the quality of the steel. But the quality of the coal will influence how much of it you need to produce steel. As an example, if you put in low-quality coal, you might require 4 SCU of coal versus high-quality coal that only requires 2 SCU. This is one of the important use cases for low-quality materials that Jacob mentioned. You can use refining stations in the world as they will be converted to this new process. You can build your own refineries for yourself, you can get your org to help you out, or you can simply trade for the materials that you need on the open market. Now, we are reaching the final step. You got the blueprints, you gathered resources, and refined materials. Now you can create the item you want. And this item can be anything. You will be able to craft anything from FPS equipment to vehicle components, even entire vehicles and buildings. You just need access to the relevant crafting machine. Talking about crafting machines. We will have a variety for you that differ in what process they can support, like a refinery or a dedicated vehicle crafting machine. We will also find them in various places. There will be communal ones like the station refineries you already know, player-owned that can be in your personal hangar, a vehicle, or your base. As all that we have talked about just now, these crafting machines also come in tiers. Here, the tiers will affect how well those machines do their job. You will not only progress in the products you produce, but also in the infrastructure to produce your wares. Just to give you an idea what you will encounter, here are some examples of the crafting machines. There is the nutrition fabricator, the chemical fabricator, an item fabricator, and even fabricators of a much larger scale we will talk about later. Talking about scale, I would like to talk about the future of crafting and the scale it will have in the game that you all know, and how it will change the game moving forward.
See you guys tomorrow.
As you all know, we have a lot of items in the game, and they all require their own unique blueprints. That means our aim is to have more than 1,000 blueprints that include the creation and the refining blueprints. And each of those can be researched to unlock tier upgrades up to tier 3 or tier 5. That's a lot of blueprints. And it will surely take a lot of time to unlock everything. So I, personally, recommend that you, as the crafter you are, focus on a specific field first and extend your knowledge from there. Collaborate and coordinate with your friends and fellow players. If you are part of a group, we invite you to share responsibilities with your org mates. Maybe you will be the FPS crafter while your friend is a ship crafter, but they know a ship component crafter specialist. There's a lot of content, and it will continue to grow over time. You are free to be a generalist crafter, a specialist, or something in between. Pick the blueprints you care about and be the best. Have an exotic shield generator that no one else has the blueprint for but you. Help others and earn credits while doing so. It is a real profession in the game that will benefit from your dedication and attention. As you can tell, crafting will have a huge impact on everything in the game. Even if you do not want to get actively involved, at some point you will stumble over a weapon that got crafted by someone else and you will be using it. People will start selling their crafting goods or the refined materials or even the raw materials for the sole purpose of fulfilling the demand created by crafting. Players like you can become well-known specialists that are sought out to get certain things crafted from. With the ever-expanding game we all love, we will continuously expand our crafting to offer you long-term progression that involves the entirety of our game. And you might have guessed it already, but there's one more thing that crafting is the foundation of, and that is base building. I will now hand over to Luke. Enjoy the second part of this presentation. Thank you very much.
Good morning, citizens. Who's excited to start talking about this next topic? Let's get into it. My name is Luc Gijsbertse. I'm the lead environment artist on base building structures. Now that we have an understanding of the fundamentals of crafting, thanks to Jacob and Thorsten, we can explore how crafting is the foundation of base building. Up until now, everything in the game we made for you. From here on, we will give you the tools to build your own stories, your own homes, and truly make the universe yours. Join me on a journey on building our own habitable home on Pyro. Keep in mind that the following footage is work in progress, including its UI, design, and visuals. And we're super excited to share this with you. We found a beautiful location by a lake. This is where we'll build ourselves a home. To do so, we need some resources and the construction graph card. The construction graph card allows us to survey the land, claim the land in a lawful system, and it allows us to build structures. As we've already found the location and don't need to claim land in lawless Pyro, we can straight dive into building our base. Keep in mind, the following UI is work in progress. A survey drone that deploys from the top of the card gives us a controllable augmented view of the land. In the new structure mode, we'll pick a small basic structure and hit construct. For this demo, the construction will be instantaneous, but in the final product, this will take you quite some time. We've done it. We've built our first structure. Let's have a look on the inside. As we walk into the small basic structure, we see an empty interior that is dimly lit. It's up to us to define what we will use this space for. In our case, we will want to make it into a home. We can see that the lights are still off, and that is a problem, because no lights means no atmosphere, no breathable atmosphere. So it's not ideal to live in. So how do we solve this issue? We can improve this by providing the building with power. Let's see if we can build something that helps us out. But before we dive into more building, let's take a quick moment to enjoy the freedom that the survey drone provides us with and admire the aesthetics of our first structure. And I wonder what Declan was up doing there. Keep in mind that base building is still work in progress, but what you're seeing right now has been recorded directly in the client and works seamlessly between first person and the building mode. Okay, enough. Back to base building. In the list of new structures, we see a small fuel generator. That is something that could solve our problem, I think. Power providing structures need to be hooked up to other buildings inside construction ER mode, but we'll explain this later. The fuel generator is one of several structures that provides power, each with their own benefit and drawbacks. Fuel power is quick and easy to build, but it requires a constant supply of fuel besides its regular maintenance. If a structure is not maintained, it will halt its activity. Players will need to maintain fuses to keep the building operational. The better crafted fuse, the longer it lasts. This is where the fuse goes on this building. Next up, we have a terminal that gives us access to the status of our building. And, more importantly, we get to activate it here. That should do it. Let's see if we got power in the building now. As you notice, some of the crates in the background have disappeared, as their content has been consumed during the construction process of the buildings. And it looks like Declan is now hooking up the power to the building. I wonder what he was up to earlier, though. Wow, Declan has been busy decorating the place. As we can see, the lights are now properly working. We got atmosphere, and we can start to use the item fabricator now that there is power. Always handy in case we need a fuse. Let's have a quick look at what we've done so far. We've decorated the place. We made it our own little home. We hooked it up with power. I would say we have a place that we can live in. It might not be much, but I think it's just enough to call it a home. Thank you. Now that we have a rough understanding of how base building works, let's dive into some of the specifics of what we just saw. The construction graph card is one of 4 devices used for base building. The graph card is a mobile device that lets you construct a variety of small structures and has been designed specifically to fit into the smallest ships, like the Drake cutter. The graph card allows us to survey the land, to find a good location, to claim the land with credits when we're in a lawful system like Stanton, and, most importantly, it lets us build structures. To use the graph card, we will first need to deploy it. Once deployed, we see 2 small construction drones inside the card, and the interactive screen gets revealed to us. From here, we can deploy the survey drone from the extended top part of the card. This survey drone gives us a bird's-eye view of the surrounding area using augmented reality mode, ER mode for short. Let's have a look at some UI concepts of how this augmented reality mode will look like. Here's a concept of construction ER. From here, we get a more detailed view of the land. Where can and can't I settle? For example, inside a nature reserve, construction will be prohibited. Are nearby areas flat enough to place my structures on? Are there any underground extraction deposits nearby? And if so, what are their quality and quantity? Let's say we found a good place to start building our base. Then next up, we need to find a good place for our first structure. On the left-hand side, we can see that we're now in structure creation mode. Underneath that, there is a list of structures that we can build. Once you have chosen a structure, you'll drag it onto the terrain that will be shown then as a physicalized hologram. From here, you can move and rotate to find the perfect position for your structure. Now that we have chosen a position for our structure, we will need to supply it with crafting materials. Just like the crafting interface that we saw earlier, this is where you choose the materials, and the better materials you choose will result in a better structure. Once you're ready, we'll hit the craft button on the right bottom to send the construction drones printing to the buildings. The automated construction drones will take off from the construction graph card and fly to nearby resources to fill their internal storage and then fly over to the construction site to print the building until their internal storage has been depleted. The construction drone then repeats the loop by filling its internal storage again by nearby resources. Printing buildings will take some time. Keep the construction supplied so that you don't delay the process any further. Let's say our building did just finish printing, then what? Then we need power. We need to power the building. All structures will have an unpowered and a powered state that we can manage inside the resource manager. To provide structures with power, we can easily link generators to structures that need power in the resource management menu within Construction ER. We can also link multiple buildings together. And we can assess the power consumption and shortage of, inside this resource management screen. Keep in mind that operational structures, like power generators, require maintenance of their fuses and sometimes need supplies coming in and going out to be managed. Now that we have a structure and power, what can we do next? Then we can actually upgrade our structure. Structures can be upgraded from tier 1 till tier 3. The better material you provide, the better the improvement will be. Just like Jacob and Thorsten explained in the crafting presentation. Tier upgrades can, for example, improve the structural integrity of the building or make its resource consumption more efficient. To really make your base feel like home, you will want to decorate your base with a wide variety of furniture pieces that can be bought, crafted, and found in the universe. It's up to you to define what you want this space to be. Do you want to decorate it as a hospital? Do you want to make it into a workshop? Do you want to make it into a luxurious bedroom? It's up to you. Furniture can easily be placed and moved using decorative ER mode as a hologram. This is so your furniture can easily fit through doors. This feature is accessible through nearby construction devices, allowing you to place down furniture pieces or even crafting machines that otherwise wouldn't fit through the door. And you get to place them directly from your local inventory. The less trusted among you, or anyone settling in Pyro for that matter, may want to mag-lock their furniture into place, so that only you and your friends get to rearrange your decorations. And, best of all, decorative ER is not exclusive to base building, and can also be used for personal hangers and ships. To recap, what are the essentials for any base? 1. Come prepared, bring the right resources and a construction device with you. 2. Use the resource manager, power generators to make your base habitable and functional. And maintain your base with resources and by replacing out worn fuses. And 3. Personalize your base, personal hanger and ship with decorative ER. And there we have it, our home in Pyro. Now that we have an understanding of the basics of base building, we'll explore how you can go and make more than just a home. But before I hand you over to Declan, the designer behind base building, I'd like to say a quick thank you for those who made this presentation possible. So a quick thank you to Eddie, Brandon, Jack, Dan, Mark, Xiao, Stefan C, Dom, Stefan T, Carl, Joel, and Rob for your efforts and dedication. Now give me a warm welcome for Declan.
Nice one, cheers. All right, thank you, Luke. Good morning, everyone. Morning. My name is Deck. I am the system designer behind crafting and base building, and we've just seen a nice little base, right? That's good for cabin in the woods. Maybe you want to place it down next to big redwoods, go and explore, or a place to stash some loot you perhaps shouldn't have. But, do you want to see a big base? Yeah. Good, because we're going to industrialize. So we're going to set ourselves a goal before we do a video, and we're going to create a base that's capable of crafting something that's bigger than the item fabricator can handle. There's been a bit of a spoiler already as to what it's going to be. So to kick us off, called in the help of a friend who has a specialized, not yet revealed base building vehicle, and he's built as this. It is the construction hub. This has 4 automated drones compared to the GravCart's 2. They can build small, medium, and large buildings. So far, we've only seen small. Automated drones are capable of building 1 structure each simultaneously, so 4 is quite a big advantage. We'll pop into our construction AR and we'll get down a generator, we'll connect some buildings together just so we have a place to call home before we begin. All right, there we go. So we've settled on one of the brand new underground resource deposits and we're about to exploit it using this. It is our extractors. This particular one is a large, solid extractor. We'll also have liquid and gas, depending on which type of deposit that you've settled on. We have our output grid here, where we're getting all the brand new resources up out of the ground. And it is important to note that once these things are set up, it's not a case of just free resources forever. On key structures like this, there are fuses which will occasionally need replaced, as well as environmental wear which can be fixed using crafting materials. Now we want to turn those raw resources into the more valuable refined materials we saw the process talked about earlier with Thorsten. Of course we want this, it is our refinery. Once again there are multiple types here. This one is the large solid matter refinery. We have liquid and gas again, as well as biological, depending on the type of materials that you're using and want to produce. Refinery has input and output grids. For input, as you might expect, it's for the resources which you're going to consume, and then the output is for the resulting refined goods. This is determined where you'd select which blueprint you want to use, and therefore which type of refining method you want. A lot of crates here with our extractor and our refinery, so we're going to put down our elevator storage. Base is really starting to build up now, but it's worth me mentioning again here that whilst we're putting these buildings down instantly in this video, large structures like this, they will take some time with the automated construction drones, but the smaller scale base we saw in the previous video, that can be done in a single play session. We'll just keep on putting down more extractors because we want as much as that valuable resource out of the ground as quick as possible. And with base building, we're introducing the concept of a freight elevator network. What this will allow you to do is it will allow you to link multiple freight elevators together, and in turn they will share the same storage. So as we're doing here, we'll deposit an item on freight elevator A, and then we're retrieving it on freight elevator B. There is a distance limit, but you can daisy chain the elevators together to extend that, and it has to all be contained within the same base. Now, as we expand, we might want to invite more people to join us. This is easy to do. There will be permissions that we can set up, granting people access to our base, and they can even build their own structures if they wish. We can also give them access to existing structures, which is how you can form your org storage using those freight elevators. Now, we always want a safe place to store our ships, so the trusty hangar will do. See, it has this large, we call it a foundation tile. It's quite special in it can actually deform the terrain around it, making it easy to place such a huge structure like this. You can also place other buildings on it, so it's easy for making large, sprawling bases. However, there is one final piece of the puzzle that we need to achieve our goal, and it is this, our very own fabrication hangar. Does anyone want to guess what we're going to build in a fabrication hangar? An Idris, maybe not an Idris, if I'm honest. We'll have a drive around, we'll go to the entrance and we'll see what's in store for us. Looks like whatever it is, it's just about finished crafting. Of course, we were going to build ourselves a ship. So, quick recaps of the gains from industrializing. We've tapped into the brand new resources and we've made use of them by turning into the more valuable refined materials. We've introduced freight elevator networks, which are great for logistics and hauling. And then we've created our fabrication hangar, which allows us to craft big valuable items such as ships. Now, ships are valuable because you can fly them, you can play content with them, but because they are a crafted item, they can also be sold to other players. So, with base building, you're going to be able to set up your own shops, and there's two main ways you can do this. The first is using a dedicated trading terminal. You can link these to your freight elevators, and in turn, any items within can be listed for sale at a price you deem reasonable. This includes resources, refined materials, and so on. Using the terminal, visiting players can browse what's on offer, purchase, and then collect from that same freight elevator. The second method is to set up a physical shop in the world. By using the decorator AR we saw earlier with Luke, you can maglock items and then list them for sale. Once again, browsing players, they can see the price of the maglocked item, purchase it, which then removes the maglock. Of course, the nice thing with physical shops is you can genuinely make it feel like a store. You can put items on shelving. You can even go as far as to make your own ship showroom. You can advertise your wares on a Mobigla pass for UEC. However, it is important to note that the point of purchase will always occur at the base itself. Now that we know how to set up shop, I just want to take a moment to talk about why it's so impactful for crafting and base building the game as a whole. Understandably, throughout this presentation, we've been telling you why you want to craft all these things or why you want to build this big base. But maybe you don't have the time to build a big base and maintain it. Maybe you want to spend your time doing the missions, you want to do your beacons, that's how you want to make your credits instead. Shops mean that you can benefit from the players who do want to spend the time making those bases or crafting those specialist items, and then you can purchase them from them, which is very important because crafted items using high quality materials will be the most powerful in the game. On the flip side, if you do specialize, maybe you end up cornering the markets for a particular item or resource, and your shop will then turn into a hotspot of activity, making you loads of credits. Some of you will become infamous because of it. But bear in mind, a successful shop also depends on location. Do you want your customers on edge in Pyro, which tends to have the higher quality materials? Or do you want to spend time hauling them all the way over to safer systems where your customers can be more at peace? We've talked about selling items. Let's sell the look of your base. We have foundation tiles, which can help you divide up the foundation decals, which help you divide up the foundation tile. You can place them freely wherever you want, and they just help you mark up areas like, I want to use this place for cargo, I want this for housing, vehicles, and so on. You'll be able to earn paint in-game and apply them to buildings. As well as add your own custom text, so if you're part of an org, the blue buildings that have your name are definitely yours. We have some forms of base building which are either still in the design phase or early white box, but we want to share some details. First up, we have farming and ranching. Farming, it comes in two general types. We have our low-tech farming and then high-tech. Low-tech consists of you acquiring the seeds, planting them in the appropriate environment. If you remember back to yesterday, the Brave New Worlds, we had soil types and such now. That will play a part. As well as supplying them with nutrients and then just harvesting them when they're grown. High-tech, it's a bit more involved because you've got to make the hydroponic buildings we see here, but in return, you'll be able to grow exclusive strains of plants. Ranching will allow you to keep herds of animals. You'll have to provide them with feed, water, and shelter, but in return, they will provide you with produce. Not every animal can be ranched. I don't really see a sandworm ranch anytime soon, but the quasi-grazer will, of course, will. Not yet. Maybe. No. We have a few more additional archetypes. We have landing pads, garages, roads, fencing, as well as new variants of structures which you've seen today. For instance, the power generator, there'll be solar power, fusion, geothermal, as well as the XL structure class. If you remember, everything we've seen today, the biggest we've seen today, rather, is large. XL is larger than large. And then you have your defense. So, in lawful areas, you have varying levels of security provided for you. With max security, you are protected by planetary shield tech. However, in lawless, Pyro and the likes, you'll have to provide your own defenses. These come in the form of perimeter walls, shielding, which prevents aerial bombardments, and then a range of automated turrets, such as PDT to shoot down missiles, anti-air, anti-vehicle, and anti-personnel. To round up, whilst we spent this entire time talking about how you can expand a single base, you can, of course, have multiple. These can be across a single planet, moons, across multiple systems. There are advantages and disadvantages of locations and base types. For example, in lawful areas, you'll need to buy your land for UEC, pay a tax to be able to build, and then you'll gain protection in return. In lawless, no cost, high chance of better quality materials, but no security to fall back on. A small cabin in the woods can be great to set up in a single play session with short build times. However, the large base we just saw will take days, weeks, or even months, depending on how big you want to go. You might want to embark on this endeavor as a team or an org. You can set up a base as an org and own it as the org. For this, there will be permissions available, and you can assign roles and tasks. Ultimately, base building can be your main gameplay loop or a supplementary one, depending on what it is that you value. On that final note, I would like to say thank you on behalf of the crafting and base building teams. We've been very excited to share with you some of the work so far and the vision we have for these systems. But before we go, we have one final video. Thank you. I'd just like to say thank you especially to Kian and Zheng Shui. They worked very hard on this, and you might see that base again later today. So stick around. Thank you.
Hello, CitizenCon. I'm Kirsten, your core tech producer, and I'm here off the back of that amazing presentation with Thorsten. How are you feeling, Thorsten?
Much better now.
That was an incredible view to what players could expect next from crafting and base building. Do you want to tell us a bit more about the crafting system and what players could expect to come next?
So I think we talked a lot about that already in the presentation, but it's a really dramatic change, or an exciting change, I would say, to the game, because we give the resources a meaning apart from just a monetary value. Now, even with the quality system that we now implement, there will be also a meaning to scout for like the perfect material. And of course, you need a bigger variety of the materials to be able to craft the items you need. And especially now with the tiered system that we will introduce, we also give a meaning for you as the crafter or the player you are to invest the time to be the best or the specialist. Because something that is very important to us is that we treat it as a real profession, and we have it as in parallel to all the other professions that we already have.
So it's not just about making the universe more dense, it's also about making it more interactive and making everything in it more valuable.
And more meaningful, yeah. So something that is also important for us is that everything that we do for this new feature is that we meaningfully integrate it into the game, so it all makes sense, right? So also with like the recent changes we did to the itemization in 324.2, we also, like, this is the starting point of all the changes we will be doing for all items, and that the reason why we did those changes were just because of crafting.
So what impact will the crafting system have on orgs?
Well, as also mentioned in the presentation, like, we want to see orgs building an empire of crafting or of manufacturing items and being like the get-to point for players to like go to their base and buy in their particular shops the items that they heard that they have the best, for example, FPS weapon for.
And I'm guessing that'll tie in quite well to the biomes we saw yesterday as part of the core engine presentation, right?
The biomes will also heavily affect what we do for crafting, because it also will give us a good opportunity to spread around resources in more interesting places, like the giant forests you saw, right? For example, if you have a prospector as a miner, it might not be efficient, or you might not even be able at all to go down into the trees to mine anything that is below it. So you need to grab your ROC or your FPS mining gear to actually grab the resources that you can only find in those particular areas. So yeah, we will benefit a lot from this.
Super excited. Well, on that note, how has this CitizenCon compared to previous years? You were at LA last year. How is it to be back here in Manchester?
It looks a bit smaller, but I got told it's actually bigger. So yeah, so I really like the location, like the theme it has. I like the community area with the cargo crates. So I think it's really nice. Yeah.
Is there any specific highlights so far for your CitizenCon today and yesterday?
So it's a very subjective take on it, but I really liked our presentation about the orgs and the social stuff, because I'm part of an org myself. So I really looking forward to better tools to organize our trainings, our works, our events.
Do you want to give a little shout out to your org whilst you're here on camera?
Yeah, so shout outs to Aras.
Nice one. All right, well, on that note, we're going to throw to Dan.
Okay, he's live. Back to the community booth section here at CitizenCon 2954. We are here back, and we are with some old friends. We are here with Test Squadron. And I want to give a quick apology to my good friend O Lefty. Sorry for calling you D Lefty last year. I promise it's not because D is the first letter of my name and I'm a narcissist. That's probably why. So apologies for that. But awesome. Chrome Ninja, tell us about Test Squadron and why you guys are back here at CitizenCon. What's Test Squadron all about?
Yeah, so Test Squadron, we're the largest gaming org in Star Citizen. We've only got 3,000 people. I think we just checked it the other day. We're just hitting over 23,100. But we're a casual gaming org, and we're here giving away free stuff. We've got all this stuff on the table.
Awesome. There's some cool swag here. We got coasters, we got pins, we got pens. Tons of awesome stuff here at Test Squadron. If you guys are looking to join a sort of friendly way to join Star Citizen, Test Squadron is the place to do it. We're going to move on. Thank you so much, Chrome Ninja. We're going to move right along to my good friend Tom Beckhauser. Tom, how's it going?
Hi, Dan. So I'm Tom Beckhauser. I'm a real-life racing driver and Star Citizen Twitch streamer. And for this year, Locust69, Pretty Vanilla, and I decided to make a 1:200 scale Banu Merchantman made out of resin. Total of 26 individual pieces that we assembled, primed, sanded, and painted.
Tom, this thing looks amazing. I mean, in addition to being a badass race car driver, you're also a badass model maker. This guy, there's nothing he can't do. I see you're giving away some Banu Merchantman little minis. We also have the little, the BMM pins, and we have the Defender mini. Sorry, I got those mixed up.
Handing out the Defender miniatures and pixel art.
Yes, you gave me one the other day. This is awesome. Tom, people can find you at twitch.tv/Tom Beckhauser. If you guys are interested in checking out more of Tom's awesome stuff, go check him out. Tom, thank you so much for being here. Look at that. To take a look one last time at the BMM before we move on. So freaking cool. Thank you, Tom, for coming over. We're going to shoot now over to Sam, who is here at Atlas. Sam, take it away.
Oh, hi, guys. I'm here with ADI, and they have something really cool this year. Welcome to the ADI ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Again, did I sound like me, or could you give us a quick intro to what you guys are doing here?
Yeah, this is the Area 18 ASOP terminal and freight elevator terminal. We have, a fully interactive experience here, and we tied this in with our giveaways for this year. So we have Freight Manager as well, and this is where you can take, what's this? A hacking card. We have Tiger's Claws that we've been giving out. You have to search for them. You put in, and you go through the hack experience. Unfortunately, ADI is an anti-piracy org, and this is a mongrel hacking chip, so we don't want it.
Boo, I'll go take it back to Mongrel then. Come on, let's go take it back to those guys. Come on, guys. Crime never pays.
Piracy is not a real thing. We only grief and kill for fun.
Amazing. So, right, thank you. So, what are you guys showing off at your booth today?
Well, we are showing off Mongrel Squad to begin with, but also our sister orgs, as you can see, where we have the auxiliaries, the pack rats, and the cartel, which run the prison, but also ourselves, the premier pirate org in entirety of Star Citizen.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, we're going to have to move right on to the next guys. Thank you for showing off your booth, and hopefully we'll get to some folks to visit you throughout the day today. So, I have bumped into this guy again.
I'm back.
Hi.
Awesome. Well, I'll take it from here. Thank you, Sam. And finally, for our last little bit of the community booth for this segment, we still have a little bit more to go over today. We have Atmo. Now, you guys all know Atmo at this point, creators of the Daymar Rally and a ton of other amazing events. They also have an event here in Manchester after the show. If you guys haven't gotten tickets for that, please go get them right now. They're going to be over at Aviva Studios after the show. Be sure to check them out. We love Atmo. They had an official place here last year. And as you can see, they also have planned out for the 2955 Daymar Rally these awesome trophies that they're going to be mailing to the winner. These things are hefty. These things actually weigh a ton. I will absolutely be trying maybe to go into the Daymar Rally just so I can try them out, although we all saw my playing earlier today. so maybe not. But you guys do some awesome work. Thank you guys for all you guys do at Atmo. We're excited to see your guys' event later tonight. Be sure to check out Enter Atmosphere at Aviva Studios later tonight if you're here in Manchester, or check it out on the stream. Well, I think that's it for us for right now. We'll be checking out the rest of the community booths later. Sam, anything else to add?
Nope, just straight over back to you guys.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
All right. Guys. Crafting and base building. Fundamentally change all life in the persistent universe. Just a little bit, right? There's more of that coming later today, by the way. Before I get to my deep honor to introduce two of my favorite people, I do want to call out these lovely little note cards here. You've seen many of our presenters and our hosts carrying them here. I have not been carrying mine, and I probably should have. This one just says, "Don't run." This one says, "Thank Kat and Mandy, but also Tyler and Leah." Guys, can we get a round of applause for Tyler and Leah, please? Now, Tyler, you probably know, is our Director of Community. Tyler is what we call internally as a product owner. He is the product owner for CitizenCon. So everything that you see here at this event this year is touched in one way, shape, or form by Tyler Wicken. So please give a round of applause for Tyler Wicken. And because Tyler Wicken can't do anything by himself, Leah is the one who does most of the hard work. So Leah, who will never be on camera and who hates to be embarrassed, please give a round of applause for Leah, please. This one just says, "Learn to stretch." This one says, "Don't let the intrusive thoughts out." I almost lost it with that rabbit weasel thing yesterday. This one says, "Hi, Dad." Hi, Dad. And this one says, "Don't run," crossed out, "Don't roll on the stage, dummy." All right. So that's enough for me. Guys, our next presentation is our annual ships presentation, this year titled Captains of Industry, being presented to you by two people who almost certainly need no introduction, but I'm going to do it anyway. Ben Curtis was born in Manchester. No, I'm just. Vehicle art director Ben Curtis, and gosh. Oh, I was going to do something really embarrassing. All right. John Crew, you're saved. Come on out, John Crew. You're lucky they didn't wait. You're lucky they didn't wait.
Cheers, man. Hi, everybody. It's good to see you all again. Love you too. Excited to be here. In case you don't know me and you weren't listening to Jared there, which I do quite a lot, my name's John Crew. I'm the vehicle director. My name's Ben Curtis. I'm the vehicle art director. And the clicker is not working. Oh. So if you've got technical difficulties, you have to do a dance, John. There we go. There we go. Good. Right. So, today we're going to be talking about the vehicles to build your universe. And for those of you that watched the previous presentation, which is awesome, about base building and crafting, you should be familiar with the construction grav cart. And you've seen how this works. You might be wondering, well, if I've got this, why do I need some vehicles to do things? I know there's going to be some of you that will be perfectly prepared to go push this thing hundreds of kilometers out of the garages at New Babbage. But realistically, you're going to need a ship to put it in. It can't carry supplies by itself, so you're going to need to put supplies on the ship, move them. And it has small drones. And that's the key aspect there. It has 2 small drones on board. And drones will have sizes. Okay, so, yeah, basically everything you're going to be building in Star Citizen
has its size class. A lot of you are familiar with how we class our ships and a lot of other things in our game. So we ranges from small all the way up to large and extra large. And our drones kind of fall into those classes as well. But what does it really mean, the difference between what's a small drone, what's a large drone, what's a larger than large and extra large, and so on. And basically, a medium drone, for example, can build any structure up to a medium size. So it can build smalls, mediums, and it will be able to build small structures faster than what a small drone would. So the size makes a difference depending on how big you want to go. But the drones also scale in numbers, in the, one drone can only make one structure at a time. So the grav cart's got 2 drones on it, so they'll be able to create 2 small structures. But a medium, or if you've got a vehicle that carries multiple drones, you can craft a lot more structures, a lot bigger sizes. And that's kind of really the key to kind of like the upgrade path through the kind of drone sizes. So we've had a look at the small. So what's next? What do you want to build? A medium. So I know some of you have already seen it, but this is the CSV from Argo.
So launching today is the very first ground vehicle from Argo, the Construction Support Vehicle, CSV. So this specialized chassis is developed to take on all the conditions on all our planets. It's a little rugged beast that really does just go everywhere. And if you're constructing a new settlement, there's 2 things you need. You need drones to build it, you need supplies to supply the drones to build it. And that's why the CSV comes in 2 variants. So we have the CSV FM, which stands for Fabrication Module. So this has 2 medium drones on board, and we built it to fit in as many vehicles as we could practically get it to fit in. So it fits in vehicles from a Cutlass Black upwards. It's approximately, and everyone always asks me, what ship fits in what, and I lose track of it all the time. It's about the size of a Tumbril Cyclone. So if you can put a Cyclone in a vehicle, you could put one of these in it. Obviously, 2 medium drones on board, and then it has an internal storage tank for resources. So it has a very small version of a freight elevator built into the back of it. So you feed it 1 SCU crates, it absorbs them into the holding tank on board, and then the drones will come back to the vehicle to refill. And it also has a size 0 serial generator on board for a bit of added protection. What happens when you run out of resources? This is where the CSV SM for supply model comes in. So the second CSV-based vehicle in the game, and this has a traditional 4 SCU cargo grid on the back. So 4 1 SCU boxes, 2 2 SCU boxes, 1 4 SCU box. Depending on what you buy, you can use this to bring it and move it around. So this is the perfect companion vehicle to the CSV FM. Said that. Shield generator as well. Moves about 28 meters a second. My brain is fried. I can't remember what that is in miles per hour or kilometers per hour. And it is available right now to drive in SC Alpha 324.2. Available at playerc.csv. So now, let's take a little closer look at the vehicle, and Ben's going to go through it.
Okay, so what we're seeing here is the in-game version of the CSV. It's complete with its 4 SCU of cargo up on the rear. And I think the CSV kind of really builds on what Argo is known for as a manufacturer. It's got those kind of like really kind of hard industrial looks, and I think it helps it kind of feel at home on any build site. All of its components are easily accessible. And I think the exterior is like real dominating factor is those kind of large all-terrain wheels. And then that's kind of backed up by just simple, smooth, sleek lines. We've got the front-loaded cab that puts all the controls kind of right in the kind of where the player needs them. And I think that's one of the keys to the ship as a whole, or the vehicle as a whole, sorry, is it's simple, it's purposeful, it's functional. And I think that just kind of just helps it to kind of feel part of that Argo family. But what if you want to go bigger?
Bigger?
Bigger. Okay. So, introducing the Starlancer family. So, yeah, the Starlancer is basically a whole new family of vehicles, you know, from MISC, and these are covering a range of different roles. Today, we're going to be talking about the first three, which are the build, which kind of makes sense, and that basically is for all your large structural construction needs. We have the TAC, which is going to be for people that want a little bit more defensive or offensive excursions in our universe. And then we have the Max, which is a dedicated hauler, but it can still pack a bit of a punch. So we're going to take a bit of a closer look at all of them today. We're going to start off with the build.
So this is the Starlancer build from the outside. The key thing to take away here is you'll see it has the drone bays on each side, and then it has the drone resupply arms for allowing the drones to come back and resupply. Inside that room, you have the drone control center. So you have a single station inside, and this is where you control all your drones from, much like Luke showed you in the previous presentation. So there are 2 large drones held on each side of the room, so 4 large drones in total. And then there are 2 filler stations right at the front here, and these each hold 16 SEU of capacity, which can then go and load the internal resource tank to feed the drones. Drones that will then be deployed out of their little secret garages, and they go off and do what you've asked them to do. When they need to resupply, they'll come back, sit on these arms, suck up their resources that they need, carry on their day. And it's the really important thing here is that all these base building vehicles have enough storage on board to supply your drones. Obviously, if you're going to build 1 million things on your base, you're going to run out. But we want you to be able to have these vehicles and have knowledge that you're not going to be doing endless cargo runs initially to build your foundation, your base. You'll be able to build your base and have storage on that eventually, but these all get you going in the short term. So let's have a quick go over the stats. It holds 4 large construction drones. It's 83 meters long, 52 meters wide, 15 tall. Saw lots of rumors and chatters that people thought this was Freelancer size. It is not. It is significantly larger than the Constellation and Corsair. It's almost 600i in size, so it is a big ship. 2 S4 guns for the pilots, 16 missiles, remote turrets, and then 128 SEU of cargo capacity in the build specifically. But what if you don't want to build stuff? What if, like me, you just want to burn stuff and destroy stuff?
So introducing the Starlancer attack. So, like I say, this is designed to be a bit more aggression into the verse. So I think the first thing you're going to notice is the kind of the dual man size 5 turrets. Now these give much better kind of broadside coverage from any of the other variants. And then on top, we also have like a dedicated hangar that has been specifically designed to fit a Mirai Fury inside. And I'm sure we will see plenty of other ships try to be fitted inside.
Successful
yeah,
or not.
Yeah, we'll see. And I think John's going to run you through the interior now.
So yeah, let's have a look over the TAC from outside to in. So this is the TAC in its default paint, so sort of military drab grey. Then internally, obviously Ben talked about the size 5 turrets. Then we have some drop seats behind, and these are on a deployable ramp, so you can do some ground assault. They will drop out, down. If you're doing a bit of ground assault, chances are someone's probably going to get injured, so there is an onboard medical facility directly behind there with 2 Tier 3 medical beds. Upstairs, obviously, there is the Fury hangar. Behind that is engineering. And then forward of the hangar is the refactored habitation and mess hall area, which is specific to the TAC, just because there's so much other stuff crammed in there. We had to redo the upstairs of it, basically, to fit that in. And we'll go over the more normal layout shortly.
Okay, so yeah, to sum up, I think the TAC's obviously going to bring a lot more firepower from the other variants. Its shield's been boosted up to two size 3 shield generators. It's got the med bay with the Tier 3 med beds, drop seats, it's got a hangar, and it's still able to carry up to 96 SEU of cargo. And you can secure yours today by going to play.se/Starlancer attack. Okay, so I think you kind of hopefully agree that was a pretty great kind of trailer for the Starlancer Max. And as you can kind of see, we're just putting the finishing touches on that now. So yeah, we're just getting it all done, all ready for its launch at IAE. We will take a little bit of a closer look at it now. I think the Starlancer kind of really fully encapsulates Misk's kind of ability to create beautiful ships. It's got this bulbous design that really helps to kind of convey its underlying structure and its underlying strength. I think when the engineers were trying to kind of put this together, they were thinking about what's useful, what's great, and one of the things that we thought about was this deployable cargo grid that just brings the cargo down to the ground, makes it much easier for loading and unloading. And they also wanted to put the crew, they wanted to put what was important for them. So they've added a lot of windows out so the crew can see out into the verse, and it's one of the things that we know people like, is being able to have these kind of little windows out into space. And then above the kind of main habitation area, we've got these big skylights, and they just allow kind of like more natural light to cast down into the cruise area. For a bit more protection, you've got 8 size 3 missiles up front, and then a further 8 on top. And these are backed up by a set of size 4 remote turrets, both front and rear, that give good topside coverage. And then finally, when we get to the front, you'll see we have a further set of size 4 gimbal weapons. And again, these just kind of help to fill in those blind spots. I think as a whole, the engineers or Misk have done an exceptional job in creating a vehicle that kind of fully encapsulates the functionality needed, while still ensuring that the crew's kind of well-being and livelihood is protected. It's all in a package that kind of really dominates the sky, and I think it really shows off Misk's ability to deliver kind of quite beautiful ships.
Right, so don't worry, this is not an Origin 404 moment happening here. So let's have a look inside the Starlancer Max now. So, love it or hate it, we love it. The Misk traditional letterbox view is back. At the front of the ship, you have the pilot, co-pilot seat with 2 support stations at the rear. These are the ones that control the remote turrets by default. Then behind that, we have the escape pod room. 4 escape pods, 4 crew. And then behind that, we have the traversal. It's sort of a traversal room. It has a lift, goes between the 2 floors of this ship and goes to the exterior of the ship. And then a ladder for emergency backup. Behind that is the mess hall area, so nice shared communal space for you to relax with your crew. And then we move into the 4 individual crew rooms, each with double beds, so very luxurious for a spaceship, en suites for all. At the rear of this section, we have a further 2 lifts. These are just internal to go between the 2 decks of the ship. Then at the rear, we have the main engineering. So there are some components dotted around throughout the rest of the ship, but the bulk of your components and the engineering terminal are here at the rear of the ship. So that's upstairs. Let's go downstairs a little bit. We have the main vehicle entrance and cargo entrance for the rear section. This can be used as a garage, but it is also a cargo hold. Can fit vehicles up to a Ursa rover in size in here. And then on the Max, we have, as you saw in the trailer, it's sort of 1 cargo lift that drops down, but it retains a walkway throughout the center of the ship. So regardless of whether your cargo is up, down, being loaded, you still have traversal front to back of the ship. Then we have the downstairs of the traversal room, which also features the airlock onto the ship. And then lastly, we have the armory at the front of the ship. So if you're coming on board, leaving via EVA, leaving via that front entrance to the ground, you can stop off here, suit up, get your weapons, do the reverse coming back. And that is the Starlancer Max. So we'll quickly recap the stats. 224 SU of cargo, 128 on that ventral drop platform, 96 in the rear cargo area. It has 6 extra VTOL thrusters for all that extra mass that it's hauling. And it is available to pre-order now and will be flyable this IE at play.se Silencer Max. And if you pre-order now, before IE, you will get this exclusive sapphire paint, which is in the Citizen colors and looks super cool in my opinion. So, we have talked small drones, medium drones, large drones. What about bigger things? So, who can guess what that is? So, I talked to you all quite some time ago about this in Germany, and this is obviously the original concept for the Pioneer. Now, some time has passed, and whilst the core concepts of base building have remained the same at a high level, how you physically build your bases has changed slightly. So, back then, you were building everything on board the ship here. You would fly your Pioneer, this is the area I want to build in, I'm going to build my base on board the ship, and I'm going to drop it down. As you've seen, bases are a lot more expansive now. This doesn't work anymore. So we need to do a little bit of some reconcepting.
Okay, so one of the first things we really wanted to kind of solve was the arm. We know a lot more about how we're going to be constructing these structures now, and kind of the arm didn't really make a lot of sense anymore. All it really did was it made the space you need to land the ship almost twice as big as what it's kind of needed. And we're not real spaceship engineers. We don't make real spaceships. But what we do try and do a lot of the time is we try and take as much reference from kind of real life manufacturing as we possibly can. And I think that's really it's really key to what I think Star Citizen is as a whole across like all the different departments, in that we're trying to make a believable universe. And if you think about the arm, and whilst I can't deny it's a cool idea, I think really from a manufacturing point of view, all it really does is it adds a lot of complication and a lot of manufacturing costs onto what is already a very advanced, very large, very costly ship to make. So that was kind of like one of the kind of real first things we wanted to do. The second thing we wanted to look at was kind of have a little bit of a shift around of kind of like the egress points on the ship. The cargo position has moved, so we needed to kind of update that. We wanted to make sure that the landing pad made sense and had space to kind of come into the ship. And then we also needed a way of getting things out of the ship that we will be crafting. On top of that, we had a few other goals. Like I say, it needs to support all the updated kind of building mechanics. It needs to support all our current metrics, and I don't mean just character metrics, I mean all metrics, because we're going to be creating a lot of things inside this ship. We wanted it to kind of become a true self-sustained mobile base. We wanted it to kind of be kind of like the cornerstone of your crafting and construction ventures. And to do that, we needed to add a few extra kind of onboard facilities. So, a med bay, like I say, the crafting area, the ability to refine or extract and refine materials.
So let's have a quick look over the updated interior of the Pioneer. So at the back of the ship, we have the classic bridge, looks out over the expanse of the ship. And then top and bottom of that in this image, we have the escape pod rooms. And then leading off those is the access to the manned turrets that remain. Then going downstairs, we have the cargo area at the top. Doesn't look like a lot. That's 1,000 SEU of cargo now in that space. Next to that is the fabrication control room. This is where you'll be fabricating larger vehicles and ships, as well as smaller fabrication machines next door for. You don't want to use this to build a small FPS weapon. It's a bit overkill, so we have that on board as well. In the center of the ship, we have a small fabrication hangar with roof and ramp egress. So if you're building a small ship on board, so things like a Nomad, you can build on board here. You'll be able to fly out the roof of the fabrication hangar. And then we have the existing small landing pad that transitions from outside the ship to inside the ship. So cargo you can load via new entrance that Ben's going to talk about in a second, but you can still retain the ability to land a ship on top of this ship, move it inside your ship, all those things. Engineering at the rear, this is now capital components all the way around. It was a weird mix of size 3s before, it's now just all capital everything. Then we have the habitation, mess hall, medical area between the hangar and engineering. And then at the front, we have 4 extra large drones in the drone room. But we don't just have some pictures like this to show you. Ben's going to go through this in a bit more detail now.
Okay, yeah, so we're going to have a little look at kind of like the concept and where it's at on the interior. We start out on the interior bridge. It's very spacious, or command deck bridge, whatever you want to call it. It gives kind of really nice views out over the front of the ship. And right up front, you've got all the consoles required that you need to kind of control the ship, as well as the kind of additional remote turret access consoles. And then at the rear, we have the main kind of navigation components and some small engineering consoles. And kind of flanking either side, we've got these 2 corridors, and they lead out to the manned turrets that kind of sit above the bridge. And they also have all the escape pods needed for all the bridge crew. Like I say, we want this to kind of be a home away from home, so we have a very large, comfortable habitation area. Each of the crew members, they get their own individual crew pod. And one of the nice things about this is these actually open up, and they allow kind of each crew member to kind of decide like how much privacy they actually want. This is the crafting area. We've got the 4 kind of crafting machines. And these are right next to the cargo bay, the internal cargo bay. And as John says, this holds up to 1,000 SEU of cargo, so it's pretty sizable. To make it a little bit easier, it's got its own dedicated cargo lift at the back. That again, just simplifies that kind of getting cargo in and out of the vehicle. Down at the front, we have the drone room. Now these will be 4 extra large drones, so they'll be able to craft our largest structures in game. They exit the ship out through the roof, and they're all controlled by the construction console in this area. And finally, we're just going to take a quick look at the crafting area on the ship. So you can see here we've got these blast shields down that kind of protect the crew in this area from what's going on inside. And then as these open up, we just finished making a stall. And as we see, there's a ramp that leads out, so you can drive any ground vehicle straight out the front. Between all the landing gear, you get this really nice kind of like sense of scale as you're driving underneath out the front of the ship. And we've also got the top exit for any flight vehicles. And then finally, we have the landing pad, and this just allows us for any ships that land up on deck, we can just bring them down into the belly of the ship.
So, that's the Pioneer. It's had quite the glow up over the years. Holds 4 extra large drones. And if you're interested in finding out what extra large drones can build, I highly recommend sticking around for the next presentation. It's about 20% bigger. I know the jokes, we always make ships bigger, but to fit all that in, it needed it. It can craft small ships and vehicles. And one thing we didn't show in that video is the landing gear actually have integrated ground resource extractors in. So when you find your plot, you land your ship and you can start extracting the resources from it. Capital components all around, and now it has 1,000 SEU cargo capacity. Now the bad news. When base building comes out, this will not be there day 1 of it. But we are starting this in the next week or 2, so it is in production very soon. So, To finish up, we'll do the classic one last thing. CitizenCon is usually about looking forwards, but we'll do some housekeeping and look at the now and a bit before. So, oh, sorry, this is Ben.
Yeah, so you remember last year we teased these 10 vehicle silhouettes. Now, these are vehicles that we were planning on working on this year, and we've not quite delivered all of them yet this year. But we did come quite close. So far we've delivered 6. We've delivered the Pulse, the X1, the Medvac, the Argo and PUV 1T, the RSI Zeus, and the rework on the Retaliator. Oh, but what about the rest? Sorry.
So, all but one of these will be released before the end of the year. So the Legionnaire is the one that's going to miss out. And that's because we want to align it with hacking gameplay. But the rest will be here before the end of the year. So, Crusader Intrepid, Mirai Guardian, and the Polaris. So, we have a few patches between where I am today standing on stage and the end of the year. But let's start with some things that you're going to see at IE.
Okay. So on top of those ships we've talked about, we also worked on a number of other ships this year. So we're just going to quickly go through them before we get on to what we're doing next. So we delivered the Sulen, the Storm, the Cutter Rambler, the F7A and F7C Mark IIs. So I always get tongue twisted with these. And the F7A Mark Is.
They also did the Santok EI, the Sabre Firebird, the Peregrine, and then most recently, the Argo Atlas. So, like last year, where we did a little tease, can't just leave without teasing a little bit more. So, let's have a quick look at just some, emphasis on some, of the vehicles that we're working on in the next 12 months. So, I just want to say a big thank you to all of you, and a big thank you to all the vehicle team in all the studios around the globe. They give us all this really cool stuff that we can get to stand on stage and talk to you guys about. Some of them are probably hiding at the back, but I just want to say a big thank you to you all, especially for all the hard work on these recent ships.
Yeah. Massive, massive thank you to everyone involved in putting these vehicles together.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was awesome, you guys. I swear some of those silhouettes looked a little familiar. Let's give it up one more time for the vehicle team. Let's hear it for the vehicle team, everybody. Woo! Call and response. We'll work on it for next year. Speaking of awesome ships, we are here at the Planet Ring booth here on the show floor at CitizenCon. These guys have some amazing models that are in prototype right now. We're going to check them out right now. Let's check out some of these awesome prototype models we have right here. Let's check those out. We're going to give our cameraman just a quick moment to check them out. I am here with Ray of Planet Ring. We're going to be asking him a couple questions about these prototypes in just a second, but I want to make sure that the camera has time to check out the details on these awesome models that we're hoping to get out in the near future. Oh, look at that. That is some sexy detail work. All right, so Ray, what inspired you to make models of Star Citizen ships?
Well, actually, we have been Star Citizen bankers for many years. Myself, I joined the Wars in 2015, and my colleagues joined it in 2014, which is 10 years ago. It's a long way for us. And we've been specialized in sci-fi models. We have been collaborating with other famous IPs like the films, especially the sci-fi films and animations and games. So we are excited to be here as a partner of CIG to bring the citizens in the world with a beautiful ship in affordable price. Yeah.
Amazing. So how long does each model take for you guys to make?
Well, we've been working for 7 months for now, but our prototype now is still early stage of what we are going to do in the future. So it's roughly like 5-6 months for now. That's what we have been building for everything you see here in this booth.
Yeah, and they are amazing. So I have to ask, which model is the hardest to make, but also which one's your favorite?
Yeah, it's a good question, but I would say the Star Citizen ships are very in detail, so each one of them are very hard to make actually. But my personal favorite should be the F8. You can see the F8 has a very beautiful panel lines. It's very beautiful in details, and it has a brutal weapon system that's crazy. And also, I want to make sure that everyone knows that our final products come into two versions, assembly version and the finished version. So for assembly version, we have injection pieces, so you can cut it yourself and build it yourself, paint yourself, and it's glue-free, it's snap-fit, it's easy for everyone to build in 3 hours. And the finished version, we have it printed for you, we have it assembled for you, and we have some extra layers, painting, welding effects, and some electric decals. It's amazing, fine quality.
Amazing. And so we're actually going to show these really quick. And as we show these details over, we're going to actually throw it over to Sam. Let's give a quick detail on this. Thank you again, Planet Ring. We're really happy to have you guys here. Let's throw it over to Sam back at the community booth. Thank you, Ray, again for having us here. We'll see you guys at the community booth.
Hi guys, I'm back at the community booths and I'm over here with Ultima. Could you give us a brief intro for the guys watching at home to what you guys do?
Absolutely. I'm Sigelian from Ultima Energy. We're the leading provider of fuel products and services here in the Verse. We do a lot of Starfarer operations. You can find us on our website at ultima.energy, and we have Discord as well, so hit us up there.
Amazing. Thanks so much, guys. Let's move right on over to Medrunner. So, Jared talked a little bit about you guys earlier today. So how have you found the convention so far? What's been your favorite bit?
Oh man, it's been amazing. Squadron 42 looked so good. I mean, I'm an Idris owner myself, so I'm super hyped to seeing Squadron 42 in 2026. Just the love from the community has been amazing. It's been so much fun here.
Thank you so much for being here. And if you guys haven't already, do come check out their booth because it is really amazing. Okay. And I am here right on the end of our amazing community booth area with our Avantgarde guys. So, Avantgarde, would you mind introducing yourselves and what you guys do?
Yeah, absolutely. We are a PMC organization. We do PvP both in the sky and on the ground. We also a trading division where we trade rare guns, rare armors, and everything. Our goal is to have at least 100 members, but because we value people below quantity. We want to create a legacy altogether. When I create this organization, I don't consider myself the commander of everything. I just planted a seed for a tree. Maybe I will never see the fruits, but I want to create a legacy. People need to have fun, maybe win sometimes also, but especially win. Be a healthy community and having fun altogether.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Right, let's move on over to the other side, where I am joined by my partner in crime, Dan.
I don't know which camera I'm looking at. That one. That one? 2? 1? Hi. Hi, guys. We're back here at the community section with my friends at Imperium. They have, again, awesome ship model we saw a moment ago. Look at that awesome ship model they have here. It's even better than the one they had in LA last year. Guys, quick elevator pitch. What do you guys here at for Imperium have here at CitizenCon this year?
Well, at CitizenCon this year, we brought another one of our 1 to 500 scale Bengals. This one is actually in Imperium colors. It's the ISS Sovereign, which was picked as the name for our flagship by our members. And then also over here we have 1 to 2,500 scale Bengal Kugeri Battle Group that was made by one of our members that we're going to be donating to Cloud Imperium and to Chris Roberts.
That is amazing. You guys have made some awesome stuff here. We're really happy to have you. As always, Imperium creates some awesome showcase stuff here at CitizenCon. We're going to move on. Thank you guys at Imperium so much, and we're going to move right along. Thanks, guys. Next up, we have Black Star Initiative. If you guys are interested in a private military force with weekly events, Black Star is the place to check out. Guys, again, quick elevator pitch. What is Black Star all about, and what do you guys have here at CitizenCon for us?
So, Black Star is all about helping other people in the org, getting to PvP battles, and also doing security and protection. Over here we have got, at our booth, we have a med gun made by someone in our community. We have got our challenge coin, which we provide to other leaders within organizations that we meet out in the verse. Coasters and patches. So if you ever need anyone to do protection for your bases that are coming soon, look to us. No one's better.
Yes, and if you want to get good at PvP, we have daily trainings that we can provide to you. We have a lot of stuff to do. We have a civilian division if you're not that much into combat, but even they get trained, combat ready, so you know how to defend yourself.
Awesome. Thank you guys at Black Star. We are always happy to have you. We're going to move right along to one more final community booth. This is our last one of the show. We have here, guys, CitizenCon is sometimes a crazy show with lots of cuts, lots of cameras, and no one knows that better than HubNet. HubNet is an awesome news roleplay group, but I think you guys can say it better. Tell us all about HubNet.
All right, so HubNet is our attempt at making content for the citizens in the verse in 2954. So not for you players, but for the players' characters. So we make a full feature-length movie like Overclocked. We make animated series like Jack of Spades, and our news report, Hubwire, is meant to report on events that are going on in the verse. And Joel can tell you a little bit more about what we do.
Yeah, so if you're looking to create a project or get involved in a project, you can join our Discord, sign up as a role. You can be a voice actor, a filmmaker, whatever your talent is, we can use you. We're effectively Netflix in the verse, so come check us out at HubNet.
Awesome. Thank you guys at HubNet. Guys, this is it for me and Sam here at CitizenCon. It has been great being your guys' interstitial hosts. And Sam, do you have any final words?
Yep. No, just amazing job, guys. Everything in this community booth, all of the developers that have worked so hard to make CitizenCon happen, you guys are amazing. So hope you have an amazing rest of your CitizenCon.
From Dan and Sam here on the show floor, thank you guys, and it's back to you, Jared, on the stage.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Okay. It's time, everybody. It's time. And before we get this started, we're doing a lot of thanks here. I want to do some personal thanks to myself. Okay? So, first, I want to thank all the developers who took their time to build their presentations and showcase for you their amazing work that they've been doing over the last year for Star Citizen and Squadron 42. So please, a round of applause for the developers. It is not easy to stand on this stage in front of 4,000 people, in front of tens of thousands of people at home, and the hundreds of thousands who will clip this and replay it and cut it into other content videos for years and years to come. So thank you so much. I want to do a couple individual call-outs, though, because it's important to me, and I'm on stage right now, and you're a captive audience. I want to call out Nick Pierce. Nick Pierce from the Characters and Creatures presentation. 10 days ago, we lost our main presenter. He didn't die or anything, he just couldn't make the trip. Nick stepped in with only 10 days to prepare that amazing armor specialization presentation that you saw. So Nick, you're a champion. Thank you so much stepping in at the last minute. Benoit and Ian. Benoit and Ian took the reins and delivered multiple presentations this year. You may only see them talking in this presentation or this presentation. You're going to see Ian in this one here, like this. But their work behind the scenes, getting all of these presentations up to the standard that they're required, was amazing this year. So Benoit and Ian, you don't have to clap for this one. This is just for me. Thank you so much, Benoit and Ian. All right, you can clap. That's fine. You might have noticed we went on ISC hiatus a couple weeks ago. We went on the hiatus a little earlier than normal because we took the ISC gameplay capture team and we dedicated them to the work of CitizenCon for the last almost 6 weeks. Every year at CitizenCon, the devs spend their time creating their footage for you, their showcases for you, and many of them still did. But the amount of work it takes them away from the work of actually creating the game. So our ISC gameplay capture team really stepped up this year for the first time in CitizenCon history and helped folks create the videos. Those amazing looks at Nyx, those amazing looks at Castra, the amazing looks at the sandworm and stuff. So I want to call out Will, Dave, Toby, Alex, and our newest member, Thomas. Hi, Thomas. Thank you so much, guys. They had never participated in a CitizenCon before, and I think they were a little surprised at first with the sheer amount of work that goes into doing this, but they stepped up and delivered some amazing stuff, the last of which you're gonna see some in this next presentation. And then our last two groups of people I want to present, I want to share. Are they back there? Wave if you're back there. You guys ready? I can't see anything. All right, I hope. I'm vamping a little bit until Rich Tyra gets into place. I could hide it from you, but I'm not. So the last groups of people I want to thank. Well, let me tell you a story real quick. When I'm back there, and folks are coming up to me, and they're thanking me for this, and thanking me for doing ISC, for doing SEL, for putting this together on the stage today, I'm struck by two things every time I'm thanked. One is that I can't do any of this without you. There is no game project in the world that does a weekly behind-the-scenes docuseries each and every week, and then turns around and does a live talk show the next day after it. And that's only made possible because you guys keep tuning in, you guys keep watching, you guys keep supporting, you guys keep making relatively positive comments about me. I don't think I'm ever going to shave my face again. But it's all right. I just wanted to see what I look like. You know, I'm like, oh, that's what you look like. All right, I agree with the people. Let's bring it back. And then last but not least, there is one person who makes it possible for me to do everything that I've done here. I've been here for 10 years. I've produced 7 Citizen Cons. I've produced 3 Gamescoms, a PAX or 2, and a couple digital stuff, and of course ISC and SCL every single week. And really, after your support, the only reason I get to do this week in and week out and have these big moments like this is because of the same guy who makes it possible for all of us to do our jobs. So I'd like to thank, where's the camera? There you go. I'd like to thank Chris Roberts. Chris, thank you. Thank you for not thinking Sandy was crazy when she hired me. Thank you for saying yes to so many things I want to do, and for not saying no or getting angry when I don't ask. So thank you so much. I do operate a lot on a let's just do it and see if I get in trouble afterwards thing. So is that Chris there? Are you ready? All right. So with that, yes, he's angry now. All right. So without further ado, let's get to our final presentation of the night. The Star is My Destination. Introduced to you by the one and only Chris Roberts.
Hey, well, I hope you had a great day yesterday. And by the way, there's a perfect run through that Rich did immediately after the show. He went back to the office, ran it through, no crashes, no nothing. It's up on YouTube. And by the way, that's a dedication of Rich. He's like, okay, I'm going to get it done properly, and he did it. And it looks great, and it doesn't have any screen tearing, because there was some screen tearing. There was a technical glitch in the setup yesterday. So anyway, watch that. And if you're doing comparisons to the old stuff, compare with that video, not from the stream. But anyway, I hope you guys liked this morning. There was the base building and the crafting, the ships, you'll be able to do it. I mean, for me, the ability to sort of create your own place somewhere in the verse, find the perfect spot for you to make your home or harvest resources, it totally changes the dynamic of what the game will be in terms of exploration and people spreading out, and I think putting roots down in the verse. So I can't wait till we get that in there. I mean, that's one of the things that makes me incredibly excited, because I think it will just add so much to a living, breathing universe. But that is a perfect example of Star Citizen, how it's grown over the last 12 years, because we definitely did not have that on the initial Kickstarter or the pitches that we were doing. And, you know, Star Citizen is a living game. I mean, we're constantly always adding content and features and tech. As you can see, we're constantly upgrading you know, what we're doing on the graphics side, making it better and always improving it. And even after we would consider it a released or a shipped game, not an alpha game, we will still be doing that. So it's just, it will be a living game. We'll never do Star Citizen 2.0. It will always be sort of Star Citizen that will continue to grow. It won't be like, oh, we're going to do Destiny 2 after Destiny 1. It will just be a living, growing product. So far. Well, I don't mean that as a knock at them. I just mean that in today's world, you constantly upgrade and improve things. But the big question really is, at what point would we at CIG, what point would I, what point would the rest of the team consider Star Citizen ready for everybody? Not just you guys out here who are beautiful, wonderful, early adopters, willing to put up with bugs, jankiness, you know, not a great new player experience. We know all those things are things that we want to fix and improve. And we want a game that everyone can just get into at the beginning, understand it, have fun, you know, pulls you into it, and then has a huge amount of depth. So the question is, what is that? And that is what we call Star Citizen 1.0. It's something that we've been talking and looking and designing and thinking a lot about over the past X number of years. And now we thought, you know what we should do, because I think half our sort of initial stuff is from a long time ago that you've seen, and then occasionally we'll talk about things we're doing in, you know, Inside Star Citizens or SE Lives. But we're like, okay, let's tell everyone the marker. This is what it is, Star Citizen 1.0. When we hit this, this is what we consider we're ready to go wide. You know, everybody in the world can get in, play it, whether you're hardcore or casual, have fun, play in the verse, interact, have a great time. And so that is what we're going to tell you today, is what we consider Star Citizen 1.0. That doesn't mean, as I said, that we'll stop at that point. We'll continue to grow and build and add things. So fishing is not on Star Citizen 1.0's list, but I'm pretty sure, I know, but I'm pretty sure it will be not that long after 1.0. But that is the example. We're going to tell you what the marker is. And, you know, to do that, Rich Tyra, who's our senior game director, is going to come out with a few of our other directors, and we'll lead you through what 1.0 will be. So without further ado, Rich Tyra. All right, Rich. Don't crash.
Yeah. Hello, CitizenCon. So my name is Rich Tyra, and I'm the Senior Game Director for Star Citizen and Squadron 42. Now, I've been at Cloud Imperium for many years, and I've read many, many Spectrum and Reddit posts. And one consistent question I always see is, what type of game is Star Citizen? And I've read many, many answers. It's a PvE game. It's a PvP game. What about non-combat? Ultimately, it's all three. 3 types of players, 1 universe. So how do we connect those players to create a cohesive game, and not just a set of features bolted together? And it comes back to that elegant, simple question. What type of game is Star Citizen? Well, today, we're going to find out. Okay, so before we get stuck into Star Citizen 1.0, I think I need to clarify a few things. Firstly, what about 4.0? Where does that fit in? Well, 4.0 is the patch that contains server meshing and pyro. And fundamentally, it's an alpha development patch, which means it's adding further tech, features, and content to our alpha version of the game. Today, though, is beyond 4.0, all the way to 1.0. And the big difference is that 1.0 is the full release of the game. Okay, so what does that mean? How will it be different to a normal patch? Well, firstly, let's look at the 1. The 1 means we're committing to higher base performance and minimal bugs. No longer will we reference that the game is in development. This will be a fully released and polished experience. It means fully rounded gameplay loops, from new player experience to story missions and endgame content. And crucially, it means no more resets between patches. It's a true persistent universe. So if that's the one, what about the .0? Well, it's just as important. It means we're still committed to continued development, with new content and features being planned post 1.0. But those features will no longer be tier 0. We'll be committing to a higher benchmark of quality for each patch, and most importantly, it's a moment in time. If there is a content, feature, or star system that we've mentioned in the past that is not in 1.0, it just means it will come later. 1.0 is more than just a number change. It's the beginning of a new phase of development of the game. Okay, so we know what the 1 is and the .0, but before we move on, I want to address one important point. And for this, we need to go all the way back to the beginning. Here we are, the Kickstarter. As a backer myself, it brings back memories. And it also reminds me we had a lot of stretch goals. And one of those goals was 100 star systems. But, and there is a but, the star systems of old are not the star systems of today. They were based on the privateer and freelancer model. They were unexplorable planets with an isolated and small landing zone and had automated landings. And we all know how that went. To give you an idea, Stanton had 4 points of interest, and the entire 100 systems only had 90 POIs. Compare that to Stanton today, and we have 1,626 points of interest. And that is going to be dwarfed once we start using the Starchitect tool you saw yesterday. So where does that leave us for 1.0? Well, we will not be launching with 100 star systems, because the game we have today was not just the game that was pitched back then. It's more rich, it's more diverse, and fundamentally, you'll be getting a whole lot more, and I mean a lot more. Okay, so now I've defined what 1.0 is, let's get into the cool stuff. Star Citizen, by its very nature, is a sandbox MMO. Today, you as a player have to find the fun. You have to figure out what you can do and how to do it. If you want to be a hauler or salvager, you have to know those professions exist. You have to know what ships support that gameplay. And you have to rely on outside resources for help. As it is now, the game is not set up to help you. So we're going to add a soft framework, a nervous system, that connects all the professions, ships, and content together. And to do this, we're going to add a main story. To help new and existing players, to help discover all the exciting features and content we have, to take them on a journey of discovery of what the game has to offer. This story will become the spine of the universe and help onboard players with understanding how to play the game and understand what's available to them. This story will also introduce each of our guilds and what professions we have to offer. Like the United Resource Workers, our core industrial guild, which supports 2 of our main professions, mining and salvaging. They also support many other features and professions, like repair technician, crafter, and builder. Guilds are hugely important in Star Citizen, and as you know by now, guilds are comprised of many factions. As you work for each of these factions, you will gain guild reputation. You can then use this reputation as a currency to purchase guild-affiliated rewards, like ships, blueprints, and items. and each guild will have a unique inventory of what they offer. Alongside economic growth, guild reputation will become a core progression of the game. And to talk more about guilds and our main story, I'd like to introduce David Haddock onto the stage, our very own narrative director.
Thank you, Rich. Hello, CitizenCon. How's it going? Awesome. So yes, 1.0 is very exciting, and it's going to provide us probably our first real opportunity to finally inject a massive amount of narrative into the game. But we're looking to do that in several of ways. Now, Rich introduced the main story, so let's get into it. What exactly is that? First, it's a narrative experience. This will be a crafted story through the star systems and professions of the Star Citizen universe, taking players on an exciting adventure that will finally kick off the growing tension between Earth and Terra. Yeah. It will be NPC-driven. So while Squadron 42 will always be the place to go for AAA cinematic adventure, we're bringing a lot of the techniques that we learned from that to capture and build a cast of dynamic characters, some of which may be familiar, for both this story and the PU. And the main story is also designed to be sort of like a tour bus structure where you can hop on and hop off at any time you want to. So we're not also requiring you to do it. So if you want to log in day one and just go off and do your thing, you can do that. Or maybe you want to put the story on hold so you can go explore a new facet of gameplay that you just discovered. Go for it. The point is that you can complete it at your own pace. So that's the what. So why do you want to do this? What's the motivation to want to go on this ride? Like Rich said, for new players, it's a great way to ease into sort of the vast lore that we've been developing over 12 years. The gameplay, the locations that the game has to offer, and also give you a sense of upcoming stories that are about to come. But you've been playing Star Citizen for years. You probably know the lore better than me. So what's in it for you? Now, of course, we'll have rewards along the way as you complete missions and whatnot, but we're finally going to offer a big prize for completing the story. Citizenship. So, many of you already know this, but for the uninitiated, in the UEE, there are citizens and there are civilians. Citizens are members of the population who have demonstrated a commitment to bettering the Empire, and as such are given benefits that civilians just don't have. Now, what those differences have been debated in the community over years. 1.0, we're finally going to answer that debate. I won't get into the full list of benefits that we're going to offer, but can reveal that one of them will be around land ownership. Citizens will be able to purchase land anywhere in the UEE and enjoy the security that comes with it. But civilians will have a couple of restrictions as to which systems and which planets they can buy on. So that's the why. So where is this adventure going to take you? Well, 1.0 is going to include 5 star systems. This story is going to weave you through all of them, but where exactly are you going to go? First, we've got Stanton, which needs very little introduction. I'm sure you're all very intimately familiar with these 4 corporate-run worlds. But since I do lore, I figure I could take the next hour and just walk through each one of these. But I'm kidding. We've also got Pyro, Land of the Lawless. A volatile star at the center of the system is the perfect metaphor for the constant struggle between the gangs and survivors trying to hack out an existence here. If you saw Ian's location presentation yesterday, then you know that he reintroduced Nick's system. There's another unclaimed system that's currently home to the People's Alliance, a wannabe independent government formed during the Messer era, but now struggling with the burdens of governance, a growing outlaw presence, and a new threat on their doorstep from Vandal raids. Ian also made another big announcement of our 4th system, Castra. Situated along the former Perry Line, this was a key strategic system to launch an attack if the Cold War between the humans and the Xi'an ever escalated. So that's 4. Do you guys want to know 5? Yeah. We're finally doing it. Considered by many to be the new jewel of the Empire, Terra has been a shining star against the more imperialistic tendencies of Earth, even in the darkest days of the Messer regime. Now, many believe that Terra should be the new center of the UEE. I don't know how you all feel about that. Yeah, a lot of division. But that's our starting five. Each system and each planet will be featuring the massive level of outposts, POIs, stations, biomes, and exploration options that we've been perfecting with Stanton and Pyro, and you've been seeing in some of the other presentations this weekend. But we're adding one more level. We're also going to be adding location stories. Now, these will be short, NPC-driven missions sprinkled across our landing zones and cities that will exist outside of the main story, but will help provide an additional bit of lore and character to the location that they take place in. So, that's our main story. Let's talk more about the guilds that Rich mentioned. First, a quick recap. Guilds act as a governing body for clusters of professions and factions with a reputation and progression system that will offer rewards the more you work for them. And I want to call out two things. One, I'm not going to have time to dive into all of the missions that you're going to see on this board, but just know that every mission type is either in the 1.0 roadmap or already in production. And second, we're also looking to move missions away from the Moby Glass whenever possible. Sure, it will always be an easy way for us to get additional game content in, but we want you talking with people. So to aid that, we're going to be adding characters to represent the factions that you'll be working for that will help sell their personality. Now, some, they'll still interact with you via the written word, but some will call and check in on your performance. And others, you may have to meet in person from time to time. So, let's walk through them. Here we have the first guild that Rich showed, the United Resource Workers. Whether you're eager to earn credits, mining valuable resources from remote corners of the universe, sifting through detritus to try and salvage some valuable components, or even just acting as a technician, you'll find plenty to do with employers like Shubin Interstellar, United Wayfarers Club, and more. Next, you have one of the oldest unions in the UEE, the Interstellar Transport Guild. This will be the go-to place for everybody looking to make their fortune hauling and trading. Some of the factions that many of you already work for now, such as Ling Family Hauling, Redwind, and FTL. And we're going to be adding something special for the daredevils out there, the Imperial Sports Federation. So aside from the usual racetracks that are both legitimate and illegitimate, we're actually going to be leveraging some of our existing mechanics to build new sports and provide an outlet for all you Murray Cup enthusiasts, Cargo Olympians, and competitors to see just who's the best out there. For those who dream of exploring, I'm sure we have a couple here. We had the Academy of Sciences that was brought up yesterday in the social presentation, if you saw that. This is a science guild that will include factions like the Imperial Cartography Center, who will task you with a variety of missions to better understand our universe, such as sending you into a nebula to do deep scans, or finally seeing what's at the bottom of that planetary canyon. We're going to have a new faction called High Point Wilderness Specialists, who will offer missions associated with the various fauna that we're starting to get into the game, from population control missions to harvesting specific resources for research. Now, I don't know if we have some people who'd like to do combat, but our combat guilds were doing something a little different. Now, previous to this, these are all of our profession guilds. But for our combat guilds, they operate a little differently. See, these two are diametrically opposed to each other. So once you pledge allegiance to one, the other marks you as an enemy. On the lawful side, we have the Mercenary Guild. They represent factions like Eckhart Security, the Bounty Hunters Guild, and even some military contractors. So whether you're pulling together a team of specialists to go assault a ground base, hunting down an elusive criminal, or putting together a recon run to drum up some intel, Mercenary Guild's got you covered. On the flip side, we have the Council. Now, this is a shadowy group comprised of representatives from various gangs, syndicates, and outlaws who mandate criminal activity throughout the verse. You'll be able to throw in with rough and tumble gangs like the Headhunters and the Dead Saints, or work your way up to join highline criminal syndicates like the Atonis or the Drop Kings. But remember, the underworld is a dangerous place run by greed and power. So mercenary guild reps might not be the only people you have to worry about, as the syndicates are always looking for loyal soldiers who will hurt their competition and tip the scales of power in their favor. So as you can see, there's going to be a universe of exciting storytelling opportunities for you to undertake in 1.0. But one more thing, we're also going to revitalize our social behaviors to make the populations not only feel more alive and reactive and off chairs, but better reflect the tone and flavor of the areas that they're inhabiting. We want to see the people of Loreville slowly trudging through the streets, overburdened by the ruthless contracts, just as much as we want to see the tourists of Orison gleefully moving from attraction to attraction. And all of this is what's going to make Star Citizen be the experience we set out to make. A diverse universe with a rich tapestry of stories, characters, and experiences for you to live in. To talk more about how all this feeds back into player progression, I'm going to turn it back over to Rich Tyler.
Thanks, Dave. Smashed it. Thanks, Dave. Okay, so we have a main story to connect the universe. We have all the guilds and their associated professions, and we have location stories to give the world depth and life. Crucially, though, we have a new core progression in the game, guild reputation. But what about our other core progression in the game? The economy. So, as we've discussed before, we'll be implementing a Star Sim-powered dynamic economy that will automatically adjust the in-game prices based on player activity. But for credits to actually matter, though, we need to have an economy where credits flow out as well as in. This means transactions such as repairing, refueling, and restocking need to have value. If everything is too cheap and the money coming into the economy is too great, we'll have massive inflation. And this is where taxes and insurance come in. Boo! We'll have two main taxes: inheritance tax as part of Death of a Spaceman, and security tax for your base that will cover the cost of planetary shield tech. Insurance, on the other hand, will be split between medical insurance, which covers your hospital imprints, and probably the most important one of all, ship insurance. Now, as we have Death of a Spaceman, we also need Death of a Spaceship. Losing your ship should be significant. Right now, for example, over 90% of all claims in the verse are for ships that have not been destroyed. And this is where ship insurance and our new warranty mechanic comes in. First up, we'll have 3 tiers of insurance, with level 1 being chassis insurance, level 2, chassis and component insurance, and level 3, chassis, component, and decorations insurance. Now, insurance by itself will only pay out credits based on the wear and age of your ship. Insurance, I think you want to listen to this bit because it's important. Insurance with a warranty, though, will give you back a new ship, plus any other equipment or decorations based on the tier of insurance you had. Okay, so this is the bit you need to listen to. All ships bought on the pledge store will come with a permanent warranty and their appropriate insurance. This means you will always get your ships back if they're attributed to your account. Other ships, on the other hand, will require a transferable warranty, and these are rare. You'll be able to earn transferable warranties in-game, such as by completing the main story, as an example, and apply them to any of the ships you own. But there will be a cooldown for transferring it between ships, so choose wisely. Now, what about claim timers? It's another fun topic. And getting your ship back without a claim. Well, we want claim timers to be proportional to the crafting timers. This means it's more beneficial for you to go back and get your original ship. For this, we're going to be introducing a shuttle ship, just like a courtesy car. You'll be able to claim the shuttle at no extra cost to most locations and then fly it back to your original ship. Once back in your ship, the shuttle will automatically return home. If your ship has been legitimately lost, though, then you'll need to claim it back. And as we'll be increasing claim timers, this will mean some ships will take longer than others, with starter or small ships always being readily available, and larger capital-sized ships taking a long time. So it's always better to try and get your ship back if possible. Okay, so we've talked about our 2 core progressions, but what does that mean to you as a player? Well, firstly, it means we have a framework where we can start creating cyclical gameplay loops. But what are they? Let me show you. Okay, so right now in live, if you have a prospector, you probably enjoy mining. And the reward for mining is credits and the enjoyment of the activity. But in 1.0, you might be mining for a whole different reason. And this is where cyclical gameplay loops come in. Firstly, let's add all the manufacturers and ships in. I'll just give you a moment to take that in, because there's a lot. I actually had to ask them to take the variants out, because it didn't fit on this slide. And let's zoom all the way into the prospector, a stalwart of the mining community. But let's say I really fancy acquiring a military Mark II Hornet. Let's go on a simplified journey of how I could get one. Firstly, I know I won't be able to buy it, as it's a military ship, so I'm going to need to craft it. That means I will need the fabrication hangar blueprint. Luckily, I can earn it by doing mining missions to gain rep with the United Resource Workers, and I already have the perfect ship, my trusty prospector. With blueprint in hand and some excess credits, I can now purchase a small plot of land on Stanton and build my fabrication hangar. Step 1, complete. Now I need to grab the Mark II Hornet blueprint. For this, I need mercenary rep, and more importantly, a combat ship. With that in mind, I will do a few more mining contracts to earn enough credits to purchase a Mustang from the dealership. Now I can start doing combat pilot missions for the Mercenary Guild, so I can unlock the Mark II Hornet blueprint. Okay, step 2 of our simplified loop is complete. I have the Mark II blueprint, but I need the resources to craft it. So I come full circle back to my prospector, but this time I'm mining for resources instead. As you can see, this closes the loop. No longer am I mining just because I like it, and there's nothing wrong with that. But now I am mining for a purpose, and for multiple reasons. For credits, for reputation, for resources, for blueprints, and ultimately as a stepping stone to crafting my own ships to enjoy other professions. And this is just one of many loops. This is the core of Star Citizen 1.0. Player set goals that weave between sandbox gameplay and the soft framework we are adding, that give meaning and progression to our professions and features. It's providing the framework for motivation to play the game. That's the journey, though. What about the destination? So Dave has already discussed citizenship and the main story, so let's collapse that for now. Let's talk about endgame content. The content that is designed for experienced players and keeps them engaged. Basically everyone in this room. So how does that look in 1.0? Firstly, we'll have open world content, including missions, group missions, and server-wide events, like we have today, but tailored to endgame players. While the sandbox element of Star Citizen will allow for large-scale battles, we also want to provide challenging instance content that will take full advantage of not only multi-crew ships, but fleets of ships. And you kind of know how we do that, right? You saw that yesterday. And as you progress through the guilds, you'll be able to accept high-level contracts from government agencies who will offer prototype and military blueprints as rewards. These missions will require the full coordination of multiple players and an assorted fleet of capital, support, and fighter ships. You will finally be able to become the admiral of the fleet, directing your armada from your hologlobe, which, yes, is a feature included in 1.0. We will also be offering more specialized on-foot missions that see you enter the depths of distribution centers and municipal works in small, tight-knit squads that provide an outlet for our more FPS-focused players. On top of all this will sit a dynamic layer powered by StarSim. While StarSim will be the driving force in our dynamic economy, it will also track player and AI activity and dynamically spawn events based on their actions. For example, if it tracks large amounts of resources being moved from one home location to another, it will have a chance to spawn pirates to intercept. All this combined will provide just a portion of the endgame experience, and I'd love to delve deeper, but that's for another day, as we still have a lot to show. So we've discussed non-combat professions and guilds, cyclical gameplay loops, and endgame PvE content. But what about PvP? What about player versus player content? As you know, 1.0 will contain 5 star systems, 3 of these being lawful in Stanton, Castra, and Terra, and 2 of them being unlawful in Pyro and Nyx. So what's the difference? Let's take a look at Stanton. Lawful systems will be a mixture of high, medium, and low security areas. Each of these areas will be monitored by law enforcement agencies. And depending on the location, will dictate the emergency response time, with high-sec areas being the fastest. Initially, this response will be measured, but over time will escalate to overwhelming force. This means if someone is attacked, if they can just hold out for a short duration, help will be on the way. Pirates will be able to disrupt this monitoring by shutting down the nearby comm arrays, but this will be highlighted in your star map, with dynamic missions being generated to bring it back online. But this is the PvP you already know and experience right now, just without security forces. But before we jump into an unlawful system, let's explore what options you have if you pirate a ship. Okay, so first up, let's discuss ownership. All ships and high-value items that you own will automatically be assigned to you. This means if someone steals your ship, you can mark it as stolen, either via an insurance claim or in your Mobi. This will then trigger a dead man switch on the stolen ship, meaning it will cease to function after a period of time. But what options does this leave as a pirate? Well, you can still salvage it. You can tow it back to your fabrication hangar to dismantle it for resources. Or, if you have a high enough rep with the council, our criminal guild, you can get the dead man switch disabled and pay for a new title deed to become its new owner. Also, if you're in a lawful system, you'll need to find a transient jump tunnel, as all major locations and POIs will have custom security that will scan you on arrival. Okay, so with that out of the way, let's look at the unlawful system in Pyro. Unlawful systems have no laws at all, and with that comes opportunity. Pyro, as an example, has an abundance of high-quality resources and is a hotbed of criminal activity, the literal definition of high risk, high reward. With crafting now requiring resources, you're going to want to create bases to mine and extract them. This is where base raiding will become a new form of PvP, and it's founded on a combined arms ethos. Defending players will be able to add defenses such as walls, automated turrets, and most importantly, ground shields, a localized version of the planetary shields used in lawful systems that absorb the most powerful of weaponry. No longer can you just turn up and drop a Moab. One huge difference, though, compared to planetary shields, is that these shields can be disabled. You will have to strategically assess each base and punch your way through its defenses on foot to eventually bring down the shield generator. Once the shield is down, then you have options. You want to raise it to the ground, you can bomb it from the air. If you want to extract all the resources, though, you'll need to infiltrate the base using explosive charges and hacking while fighting off the defenders. Now, both piracy and base raiding is founded on sandbox gameplay. And again, that's the essence of Star Citizen. But we want to add more. Something where you can log on and immediately find the action and fight for a purpose. So first up, let's go on a history lesson. In the early 2600s, there was a fledgling corporation called SEAL that had developed a new system-wide planetary shield technology, the same technology that will provide protection for your bases today. To prove this tech, they wanted to use Nyx and Pyro systems as a testbed. With the promise of high-quality resources, SEAL lured independent miners to man the shield network in exchange for shield protection for their settlements. As a prototype, SEAL couldn't provide total coverage over all the mining settlements, and so they created the SEAL Tokens program, allowing the most industrious factions to purchase shield coverage for their work. The network consisted of multiple linked bases on the ground that then linked to several stations in orbit around each planet that then connected to the nearest relay in the shield network, which eventually linked back to the shield core, which oversaw system-wide distribution of the shield technology. Factions could then earn SEAL tokens for working on any part of the network. They could then use these tokens to buy shield coverage, but with the competition amongst factions being so intense, SEAL was only able to offer shielding to the hardest workers. Unfortunately, due to outlaw interference, SEAL eventually pulled out of Pyro and Nyx and pushed for a more automated solution in more civilized systems. So fast forward to present day, without SEAL's backing, they had to pull out and leave it as it is. And welcome to Station Warfare. With the SEAL network still in place, but lacking resources, orgs can take ownership of these structures to gain access to planetary shield tech, which, as you know, would make their bases invulnerable. Unfortunately, there's a catch. There isn't enough to go around. And as in the good old SEAL days, the system still works via the SEAL token program. To earn tokens, you'll have to assault a location and then deposit resources to power the network. This begins with ground bases and ends at the shield core. Each structure occupied will then accrue SEAL tokens over time, with larger structures earning more, And at the end of each week, you must then use these tokens to purchase shield protection. With shield coverage being limited, though, the system automatically selects the orgs with the highest bid from across all shards. Meaning for that week only, a certain number of orgs will gain access to shield protection. So this is a chance for your org to become the de facto leader of a system. It means you'll be able to log on and immediately find the action and fight for your org. And finally, it's not just sandbox PvP or ganking. You are fighting for a purpose. So once you've won your bid, what then? Well, to talk more about that, I'd like to welcome Ian Leyland, Star Citizen's Creative Director, to the stage. Good luck.
Thank you. All right, hello CitizenCon. Thank you, Rich. Thank you, Dave. So to continue the conversation of large-scale endgame org activities, let's go back to Pyro 3, where the ground bases were being built earlier today. This morning, we saw the small habitat being built by Luke. And then we saw Deck start to expand the base into a commercial enterprise. But eventually, we saw a massive example of an org base. But with everything Rich was talking about, with org system-wide activities, we want to give you guys the ultimate end goal. But also the thing we need to protect. And to do that, let's look up into the sky and see what it is. Let me introduce you to player space stations. Finally, you can build your home amongst the stars. This will be the starting point for your base of operations for system-wide org activities. But why is this an end goal? Well, first of all, to construct your own space station, it's going to require vast quantities of resources and materials. And also will be a large time investment. But how do we start? Well, it all starts with the supply bay. And the supply bay can only be constructed by the pioneer. Once it's created, the supply bay then handles the creation of the station itself. Now, we're in grey box development phase, so the artwork's not final, but let's go on a journey and start building our space base. Awesome. Awesome. So as you saw, the cargo grid of the supply bay consumes resources, and the required resources will be substantial and will need to be topped up over time. So this means orgs will be encouraged to have efficient logistic networks to feed the supply bay. And as Rich outlined with professions, it's ideal if your org is well-rounded in terms of roles. Even the starter player can contribute. The supply bay has automated construction zones, which are used to create the station. And unlike ground bases, many drones are used at once to create the base. Once the station is built, the supply bay then integrates into the station itself. So here we are. We've built our core station module, and it's big. And out of the box, the station comes readily built with some core functionality. Let me talk you through it. Right on the top is the bridge, which is the command deck. This is where all further construction is going to be managed. From here, we can then monitor the status of the entire station. We have access to power and water management. Power and cooling is something you'll need to consider carefully. It also is an area to set permissions for who can enter particular areas, either divided by the ranks of the org itself or open to the public. And there'll be a radar station to track the activity outside the base. And the terminals to access logs of who has visited the station and see what they did. So let's jump back in game and take a stroll through our bridge. Super awesome. The back of the bridge leads to a centralized transit network. This spine physically connects the entire station and will provide access to the various decks. Each level in the station will have a centralized lobby area, and this is your station. You'll be able to use the decorator mode, so you'll have plenty of space to theme it however you want. And speaking of having plenty of space, this space station will have a one-to-one interior layout matching the exterior. No magic elevators. So you can circumnavigate around the entire perimeter, and it's wonderful. Okay, let's jump back in. All right. As you can see, right at the bottom of the central transit system leads to the lower areas. This is where you'll gain access to the engineering deck. So like bigger ships, this is where all the hands-on engineering and maintenance gameplay happens. This will serve as the beating heart of your station. Then we have the hangar deck. And as the name implies, this is where you'll gain access to your hangar network. The base station comes with a large hangar already built, along with 2 docking collars, and also empty slots for another 2 medium hangars when needed. There will be a vast network of internal road systems, meaning you can quickly drive from one hangar to the other. No elevators needed. Okay, let's check back in. All right, so your station hangar will offer some enhanced logistics. For example, there'll be spaces for several freight elevators. And there'll be empty modules for open ship parking for vehicles and ships, vehicles and ground vehicles. And there'll be also exit points where you can simply drive out into your station. Then there'll be also an upper level for the observation deck. From the observation deck, you'll have a control room, and from here, you'll have master control over the freight elevators and the vehicle elevators. This means that even before someone has landed, their new cargo can be up into the hangar and ready to be loaded up. Now, Everything we've spoken about so far is what comes with your station. Let's talk about what you can do to expand it. As I mentioned before, the station comes with a predetermined interior network of corridors and roads. And in this network, you'll find an array of bulkhead connectors. Bulkhead connectors will come in tiers 1 to 3, which drives the size of room you're able to build. In the interior build mode, this is where you start to expand the interior of your station. The rooms will require resource and time to construct, and once built, you can rename each room, which will be reflected in the station's minimap. The interior of your station will have ample areas for you to expand. You can build generic empty rooms, and you can fill with items to your heart's content. You can also build specialist rooms, where the theme and functionality is already set for you, such as mess halls or infirmaries or generator rooms. And of course, there are shops. So similar to the small shops we built around the ground base, this is on a much bigger scale. But that's just the interior. Let's talk about the exterior. On the exterior, we have minor hardpoints. These are attachment points located on the upper and lower surfaces of the station. Using build mode, you can customize your station with a variety of modules which tailor it to specific functionality. Some modules cater towards resource collection, such as gas harvesters, while others are geared towards defense, like shields or turrets. This goes back to bridge operations of power management. A situation may arise where power priority is needed. Then we have major hardpoints. The core station module comes with 2 hardpoint connectors. Major hardpoints are used to connect substantial wing additions to your station. The first example Awesome, thank you. Awesome. The first example is the cargo wing. The cargo wing will dramatically increase your inventory capacity. So this is ideal for orgs who are specializing in hauling. Then we have the refinery wing. So you'll be able to refine resources on a vast scale. As it's in space, it's much more convenient than traveling to a ground base. Now, a player could buy resources from your cargo wing and then refine it directly in the refinery wing. And finally, we have the hangar wing. So, all right. So, the bigger your fleet, the more hangars you'll want. There'll be a variety of hangar sizes as well as docking collars to help organize your fleet's deployment. All major hardpoint wings are connected via struts, and like the rest of the station, the struts are also internally traversable. Okay, so let's recap on the exterior expansion wings. Minor hardpoints give us options on how to collect resources or provide automated defenses for your base. Major hardpoints gives us options on how you can specialize your base. Let's jump back in game and see how our base is getting on. All right. Yes, Pedro has been working with us on this as well, so thank you. Looking cool. Customization is just as important as expansion. Similar to ground bases, you'll be able to earn tints for your station, and you'll be able to apply decals for your org logos. Outside of minor and major hardpoints, your station will come with 2 unique base expansion points. One on the top side behind the bridge, and one on the underside. The top side will be for the crow's nest. Now, all the other modules built so far have very specific functionality, but I'll admit, this is for the org members out there who want the ultimate in personal space. All right. So I'm going to be flying around the verse, and I want personal invitations to see what you've done in those rooms, okay? Super cool. I can't wait to see what you do with it. Now let's talk about the underside. This is going to be for the flight deck, which also comes with an additional 3 major hardpoints. The flight deck is perfect for your rapid reaction forces. It's ideal for fighters, but big enough to fit most ships. It's the perfect home for your station's defensive air wing. And just like the hangars, there'll be an observation deck which can override freight elevators, making rearming quicker and easier during operations. So an org with a tight flight deck crew can be substantially more efficient than others. Now, this one's my favorite. Let's take a look. All right. There's a few little Easter eggs in that video. But why do you need a flight deck for your rapid defenses force? Well, if you've built your super awesome station in a super lawless system, now you're the potential targets for others. Everyone will have their eyes on your resources and wonder what gear you've got in your inventories. And let's say we didn't win the station warfare bit that Rich mentioned. Let's take a look at the inevitable. Okay, so not only is your station a staging area for offensive campaigns, it's also a defensive fortress. The exterior of the station itself can take quite a beating. It's going to be very hard to damage. So the goal of attackers instead will be to punch a hole through the defenses and get inside. The optimal way to do this will be to infiltrate through the flight deck or EVA hatches and work your way up. Once inside, yes, once inside and you've cleared out a hangar, you may also want to consider airlifting in a tank or two to clear some corridors. Raiders will have to hack freight elevators or bulkheads in order to gain access. And of course, bring enough ships with them to start hauling out the loot. Gaining control of the bridge will allow access to storage, which would otherwise be unhackable. So, as a defender, there are a variety of automated defenses you're able to install internally within the station, such as blast doors which seal shut, systems to be breached, and a range of turrets like anti-vehicle or anti-personnel. These will all help slow down the attack and give time for your reinforcements to show up. So let's do a final recap. This is one of the end game goals for dedicated orgs, and will be your base of operations for system-wide activities. The station can be customized both in the interior and the exterior, meaning you can tailor it to your own requirements. And it's your very own home amongst the stars. But wait. But wait. There's one more unique module we can build, and that is the dry dock. This unique slot will be at the back of the station. It has its very own dedicated observation room with crafting stations and has a transit tram which runs along the inside of the arms, leading to the docking collars where your ship will be constructed. So, the only question still remains, what sizes of ship can we build? Let's take a look. I'll just watch the end of the show.
Thanks, Ian. So now we're talking. Multiple stations linking and dry docks to craft your very own capital ships. The ultimate end goal for any org. Okay, so let's take a step back. At the beginning of this presentation, I mentioned we had 3 types of players and 1 universe. And hopefully you can see we have purposeful gameplay catering to each type of player. But that wasn't the only goal. It was to build a game that connected all 3 together cohesively. And this is where you come in. The community, the lifeblood of Star Citizen. Whether you're a PvE player delving for unique crafting blueprints, a non-combat player mining for high-quality resources or building a base with your friends, or a PvP player fighting for your org in station warfare to protect your base. Each one of you supports each other. You need the blueprints to craft, you need the resources to make them, and you need the equipment and protection to be safe. This is what Star Citizen is. It's a universe that caters to all players. Now, I could probably go on for another 10 hours deep diving into each system. But I do Jared out of a job, and he needs future ISCs and SC Lives and CitizenCons. Today was to reaffirm what type of game we are making. And I hope you continue to come with us on this journey as we march towards Star Citizen 1.0. Thank you, CitizenCon, and can we welcome Chris Roberts? No? No?
1 second.
Jared? Okay. So Chris is not ready yet. So we're gonna ad-lib a bit.
I'm here.
Oh, well, LTI is warranty and insurance. That's what you're gonna get.
You have it on my thing on there. Yeah.
Welcome, Chris Roberts.
Yeah, ahead of schedule.
Yeah. I was going
1:30.
I don't know. You don't need this, right?
Well, they're going to scroll it. Well, thanks. Thanks, Rich. Rich, Dave, and Ian, I hope you guys and girls loved what you saw there. It's having a definitive line in the sand is incredibly empowering for the whole team, and I think for all of you guys in the community. As I said, in introducing the presentation, we will never stop growing Star Citizen, even past 1.0. And part of what makes Star Citizen so special is the symbiotic relationship between you guys, the community, and us, the developers. And I know I can be accused of feature creep, but you only need to look at Spectrum, Reddit, and Discord to see countless great ideas and suggestions that come from people playing a live alpha and seeing areas that the game can grow and improve. And often we take these on board because they will make the game better. And in some ways, while you could say Star Citizen is a Chris Roberts game, I would say it's all our game. The developers, the community, building the game, we're all building this dream game together. And I think that's what makes it special. I think that's why you guys and girls have been here for as long as you have and have supported us through thick and thin, because we're doing something together. And I don't think in almost any other game you have the opportunity to be involved at that level and have your voices heard and impact what we do. Because, you know, occasionally we'll do things and you guys are like, no, that sucks. And we're like, yeah, you're right, we'll change it. And also, like I said, we definitely read and look and hear all the stuff that you write. Some of it may not be so nice, but a lot of it is really great, and we take it aboard because we're just trying to build this amazing universe for us all to live in together. So, what defining 1.0 does, though, for us is give us a finish line in terms of feature and content we are committed to delivering for when your life in the verse becomes truly persistent, your gameplay to progress your reputation, the money you earn, the material possessions you collect and earn will persist even as we deliver more content and features. And I think that's incredibly important for really finally being able to fully commit and not just go, okay, well, I'll play for a while until the next patch comes out. And it's also a game for the game, a market for the game to be more stable, well optimized, and incredibly friendly for new players, as well as experienced ones, which I think all you guys are. But that'll only be the start of our journey together, because the vision of Star Citizen is a game that has no sunset, one that will continually grow with new content and features. We'll always make sure we're on the cutting edge of new technology. We'll never be outdated. I know I occasionally see that, whoa, in so many years, you guys will be out of date. But as you can see by our constant presentations, we're always looking to make whatever we can do, whether it's the visuals, the audio, various ways to make the gameplay better. That's something we will always be working on. So we'll always keep the game at the bleeding edge of graphics, sound, physics, and yes, we'll support VR, and we actually have some of that in the background we're doing, how we get stuff. So I hope you've enjoyed this year's CitizenCon. We demoed a small prologue that opens Squadron 42 live, with a few crashes to prove it. As I said, there's a really great full playthrough, no crashes, that Rich did immediately afterward that's up on YouTube. And we've given a date to finally deliver the spiritual successor to Wing Commander that the team and I feel comfortable in hitting. We've defined what Star Citizen 1.0 will be and shown features such as base building and monster hunting that we'll be delivering the next 12 to 18 months. 4.0 and server meshing and pyro is coming at the end of this year. We're already in Evocati on 4.0. I think some people have been streaming some stuff. And in coming weeks, we'll continually stabilize and improve the experience as it moves into PTU and then goes to live. With this, we will have delivered the majority of what we showed last year at CitizenCon, with the remaining features coming early next year. And there are over 1,000 people committed, 1,000 people at CAG committed to bringing you all this and more. We love what we do, and we're inspired by your passion and support. We know that we are truly lucky to have such a strong community that shares the passion and dreams we do. You allow us a privilege that almost no other developer has, the ability to dream and reach for the stars. And I truly mean that, because as a developer, it's very unusual to be able to build a game of the ambition that Star Citizen is and Squadron 42 is, and that's all down to you guys and girls. So thank you very, very much. And then over this past year, an incredibly passionate group of people have worked behind the scenes to bring this weekend's event to life. And I want to take a moment to thank Leah and Ed, Tyler, Jared, Kat, and so many others have poured their hearts into making this weekend special for all of you. And a huge thanks goes out to our presenters and teams supporting them, whether they're here with us today or watching from one of our other studios around the world. In the words of Admiral Bishop, I'm proud to stand with our teams and everyone that put this show together. And all of the CAG staff working on the show floor, your hard work ensures everything runs smooth and keeps the energy alive throughout the event. And finally, a heartfelt thanks to the community members who volunteered their time to run this year's show. None of this would be possible without their dedication and support. I thank all of you very, very much. And you know, many of us in the team are going to, myself included, are going to head down the road to the Factory International for the Enter the Atmosphere event that Atmos is doing. So I hope a fair number of you will manage to make it over there. There'll be a whole night of racing and esports, a bonus developer panel with Yogi Klatt and Richard Towler, which I think are, as always, they're good panels. And with that, Citizen 2954 comes to a close. I hope you enjoyed what you saw, made new friends, reunited with old ones, and marveled at the creativity on display at the community booth, which was pretty awesome to see. And you know, CitizenCon always underlines what makes Star Citizen special. So that's you. You guys here coming together, supporting, watching, giving us, the team, the energy to make this game. So thank you, and we'll see you in the verse.
All right. Wow.
It's over? All right.
Yeah.
I made it. Oh.
Wow.
Swell.
Children have our own space station.
Yeah. You can call it the Flames.
Oh, we getting one of those.
Oh, that's a definite. Holy crap. Okay. That was a big one.
Good stuff in there.
I'm bringing this over. Wow. Okay. Thoughts?
I hope next year they change the location of the teleprompter so they're not just looking down the whole time.
Right.
Yeah, it should be a hovering drone.
That was amazing. New ships.
Yeah.
Got my green jacket. Yep.
The Perseus before the galaxy. It looked like. Excuse me.
Perseus? Okay.
Possibly in that video. I have to look over it again. But
yeah, it was in there.
Did anybody see? I thought I saw a medical terrapin coming.
I thought so too.
Well, they're in that panel of, fogged over ships. It looks like there's a terrapin type.
But what about the Apollo?
I didn't see any part of that.
Nope. I got confused. I was tired.
Wow.
Well, I'm up since yesterday, so.
2 new Hornet variants, it looks like, though.
Yeah, the Ghost and the Pathfinder. I think it's going to be Pathfinder 1. I forget what it was called. It was Command 1.
Okay, so man, that's a lot of information. But those bases,
Especially when they finally showed those bases being linked together,
Yeah, that was
yeah,
cool. I was like, oh man, if they could link those together, that'd be so fucking cool.
Oh
And
yeah.
then voila.
changes in game thoughts for me.
oh,
Oh,
big
yeah,
time,
yeah.
big time, because now we're gonna have dedicated bases to certain groups.
But we could link them all together in one spot. That's amazing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. The miners, the cargo haulers, the shipbuilders, the
Man,
wow.
yeah, wow. I just picture a pentagon of bases tied together.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Super Death Star.
Yes. Oh
They
man.
sure tied us in with that dang Pioneer, though.
Oh
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're actually starting production on it now.
Yeah, a couple weeks.
I need some money.
Wow.
I wonder how long till that will be available in game.
I have no idea.
God.
Well, Red's got one, doesn't he? Didn't he buy one?
Hags does.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, Alex.
Somebody's got one.
Alex.
Yeah, somebody's got one. Alex. Yeah.
Mhm. Oh my God. It's a lot to take in.
And that Star Lancer also has the construction ability too, right?
The building one,
which isn't available yet.
It
right?
isn't available yet, but the BLD
Well,
is
one is flyable already. It's the Max one.
Well, the Max and the TAC. I think the TAC is coming a little later.
Yeah.
But the Max is going to be available next month.
Yep.
Very nice.
Out of all that stuff, all we got was a truck.
What a truck.
What a truck.
But then you got to look at it like this too. We got the Max. We will have the Intrepid. We'll have the Mirai, the Heavy, the Guardian. I mean, and then the Polaris. I mean, that's
Man, it looked good. Didn't that look good?
The
Polaris.
It
the
looked
interior.
a whole lot better.
Oh.
I mean, even the outside looked a whole lot better from what they had before. When they had it sitting at IE last year, they finished it out, polished it up, and the inside looks awesome. I can't wait to walk inside of that thing.
Soon, and they confirmed 4.0 by the end of the year.
This year?
Yes.
Well, boys, it's time to do some mining.
Oh my God!
And some trucking.
Where's our Arastra? Is that in the pics? I didn't see it.
No.
Oh, didn't see it.
I saw the Ironclad though.
Yes. Which is awesome. We'll need it to haul.
And then there's that truck.
They just updated the PTU. What?
Did they? Yeah. Live is jacked or something. It's still at purple.
I just
thing.
I was able to get out of my bed log though. I just hopped in, which is an improvement from yesterday.
Still degraded.
Yeah. Well, it was more than I expected. Maybe. Hey Ty, what's up?
Hey Ty.
Everybody. Oh, nothing. I was just laying around the house. Nothing really important going on. I just thought I'd see what everybody was doing.
Put the tissue box and lotion away.
Did you
Early morning tug?
Did you see the end of CitizenCon?
Oh, the end of what?
CitizenCon's
that?
over.
Oh, dude. You need to go and watch some TV, son.
Hence all the tissues on the floor.
Oh,
No, I could, you know what? It's cheaper than carpet. All right.
That's a lot of stuff. It's a lot of
Yeah, but carpet goes for that deep clean.
D-mop, though.
base
The Wookiee,
building.
the
Ty,
Wookiee wipe.
You need a
base,
designated sock, sir.
the base
I limit
building.
myself to just one.
Well,
Yeah,
the
Okay.
base tied the base building and 1.0, amazing. Just gonna say it.
Yes, there is a
Awesome.
ton of amazing stuff.
It went from at a 1 to 10. It went from like a 5 to like a 12
Mm-hmm.
at the end there.
Wow.
You definitely need to check that out.
I agree. It definitely got better. I'm not giving it a perfect 10 though. We can delve into those reasons at some point if you like.
Who knows when it all comes, but it's exciting.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm so tired. but
Yeah,
I'm
it
happy.
is. Yeah, it is exciting about what's to come. There were some very glaring omissions to me.
Don't pop my bubble.
That's okay. That's why I'm saying
Don't
maybe
pop my
later we can
bubble.
get into it. I'm not popping your bubble. I'm just telling you I have a needle. That's
Right to the head with the needle.
well, all I got to say is from last year's CitizenCon to this one comparison. What do you think? I mean, because last year they told us what we were going to get, and we got quite a majority of it.
Well, there's a big caveat here, right?
Okay, here's the caveat.
I was at CitizenCon last year, so
Yes.
I don't know that any at-home experience could compare to that, right? It's in the air when you're there.
Mm-hmm.
So, I cannot say that I enjoyed this one nearly as much as I did the last one, but I also have to admit that a lot of that is probably because I was at the last one, and so it's not a really fair. I can't give a fair assessment there. I just can't. I'm unable.
Yeah, there's no difference. Nope, there's no comparison.
Yeah,
You're there,
live,
so you're having fun.
Yeah, being there live and compared to watching it is two different animals.
Yeah, I said difference. That was wrong. I'm tired, so.
You're fine, Evan. No worries.
I'm also medicated.
The one, okay, with the ships, that video, I got to look at it very closely because
Silhouette video, you mean?
The silhouette video. Yeah, I got to look at it again. The Apollo. They mentioned that in SC Tracker? That's going to be interesting.
I haven't kept up with the leaks.
Well, I thought it was the interior of the Apollo because as they're walking through and I'm going, well, okay, hang on, is the Apollo an RSI ship?
Yes.
Oh, that was the Polaris, wasn't it?
That was the Polaris.
Well, the Polaris was the end one, yeah.
Oh,
they didn't give a walkthrough
at the end.
They didn't give a walkthrough of the Apollo. It was the gray. You talk about the white box.
Yeah. That one.
That was the Pioneer.
That's the Pioneer.
That was the Pioneer. That was a
No,
consolidated
not that
Pioneer.
one. I've seen that one. Yeah, I know what that one is. No, it was the one with the white, red.
There was an anvil. Okay, an anvil.
Is that what it was? Yeah.
And that was what Tribule and Shaved were talking about. I think that was medical terrapin. And if that comes to fruition, that I like because the Terrapin is a very tanky ship, and it would be a perfect medical ship, medical rescue ship.
Yeah, but
go ahead.
Would you, if you have the Apollo, would you get rid of the Apollo for it?
No.
Or would you have them both? Or what are your thoughts?
I'm gonna keep. Well, if medical Terrapin, or even if it has enough seats for a drop ship, I would put that on the Polaris. That's just my thought, though, because it's hard to say. because you have two. If they have both variants now, and the scanning in the
You could save money by getting rid of the Apollo, you know, if you don't have a need for a dedicated medical ship like that. If you're not like doing medical missions, you could save money, get the Terrapin, and spend money elsewhere. You could have a scout Terrapin.
could upgrade it. Yeah, I like I say, I don't know, but wow, that's that was a lot of information and a lot of eye candy being thrown at us.
I do have a question.
Shoot.
They have the truck for delivering for your base, right? That's on for sale.
Yeah.
What about that thing that was inside of the cutter that they're pulling out that make the bases? Would that be a ship, or would that be a part or a component that you can buy separately in a?
It's probably going to be a component because that's going to have drones and build small bases.
I got the impression that it's kind of like a piece of equipment. It's not a vehicle.
Yeah,
that you're going to buy in game, like a hover trolley, but it's a hover trolley that can build drones or that can throw drones.
Oh, okay,
and build
in
bases.
game, all right.
Yeah, I got the impression you'd be able to buy it in game for UEC. That's not to say they won't sell it on the store, but
Yeah, that's why I was looking. Is it where is that? Gimme.
well, it's not base build. What are you gonna do with it? Push it around your hangar and look at it?
No, I was going to put it in the cutter and take off with it.
And just have it back there, wasting space.
No, drop it on the planet and try to make something.
You can't. It's not in yet. It won't be in.
I know it's not in yet.
You're just gonna push it around and pretend.
Hey, why not?
Well, I did that enough in the hangar when the game first came out.
No, I'm not dissing you for it. I'm not down on you for it. I'm just making sure I understand
Like
what
having
your
a tea
intentions
party.
are. Yeah, right.
Oh
yeah, man. I'll be the person selling fake land deals. And imagine having your base over here. This will only cost you $4,999.
Oh my God. Oh. Now, I missed the part where they said that I had to step away, but they said logos on the bases?
Yeah, and you can earn tints, like different colors for your base as well.
Okay, so that you can have your logos. Good.
Yep. How you earn the tints, they didn't say, but...
Oh, the salvage ship? Yeah. I don't think that's going to drop until after in sometime next year.
Lose. Was that Fire? Did Fire leave?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he's back. Nope. That's not him.
Sub-Zero.
Hey, Zero. Good morning, Zero.
Morning. Doesn't look like your Legionnaire's coming out anytime soon, dude.
No.
Yeah. I just woke up and it's over with. I was like, what the heck? Look, what I missed? Everything.
Come on, man. The early bird gets the sitcom panels.
You missed a lot. Oh, he's here. He's here.
Oh, no.
Who?
He heard it.
Joker?
He's no.
Somebody smacked the wasp nest.
Alex, because somebody saw something about the Pioneer and the P.
Where's Alex?
The P.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, you gotta unmute yourself.
Yeah.
My boy's
okay.
Right?
Oh, I was talking the whole time.
There you are.
I was excited for that. I really like the. There's this one vehicle has a turret on top of it. It's a wheeled vehicle that looks really cool. Don't know what it is. But I saw Mike added me, and I was like, okay, Mike added me. Something's up. So I opened the message, and he said first. I was like, Brad, get out of here. It's too early for that. But it does look really cool in the background. It looks pretty crazy, so I'm excited.
Real quick question: Are you guys going to continue?
Start this morning.
All right.
They started the stream at like 3:30, but the official stage presentation started at 4.
3 hours ahead.
No, they're 6 hours.
Yeah, they're like 6 hours, 5 or 6.
So Eastern Standard Time. It sounds like they must start.
No, BST.
BST.
Oh, holy shit! Yeah, no way.
British Standard. British summertime.
Yeah.
Yeah, for you guys had to get up way early.
I didn't go to sleep.
Me neither. I got
I'm
an
going to
hour of
sleep
sleep
very
since last
soon,
night.
though.
Damn, it makes me feel like I gotta go back and rewatch all the 2 hours I missed.
Well,
It's worth it.
Yeah.
Yep.
I
Yeah.
mean, I woke up and I was running a little bit late, so I missed Jared's intro, but I got the rest of it in there. So
Watch it all the way through the end too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's worth the time
Yeah,
for sure.
there's like a lot of stuff from some of the pictures I saw, and I'm like, what is that? Like one thing looked like a Millennium Falcon. I was like, whoa, what is that?
Well,
Station, and you have your own private apartment up on the crow's nest.
Then I saw this other ship.
Well, I got the
I guess
impression
they
that it
went
doesn't
straight to
have.
concept or to purchase right now.
the
I forget what it's called.
The Star
The
Lancer.
Star, yeah, that thing looks crazy. I like that. I keep telling myself, no, don't spend no more money, and I do.
It's replacing my Zeus CL, I think.
I'm not even
Really?
gonna say that.
Okay, so to be fair, I said that about the C1 for when they put the Zeus out for that the cargo numbers for that. I just said, well, what's the point in having the C1 now when I can have the Zeus? But I don't know.
Well, you know, CIG needs money.
That's true, and I want to buy every ship almost.
But
Yeah, it's gonna be so bad.
I'm gonna
Oh,
say
go ahead.
this for that ship, for the Star Lancer. We've been teased about it. Going pre-order and getting it in less than a month. That's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm sure it's a reworked freelancer, basically.
Oh yeah,
And
they widened it out and made it bigger.
cleaned it up, made it more in line with Odyssey.
How much is it?
250 and
330
330.
or 350. 350. That's what it was. For
225
the
warp on.
for the other one, but the other one was the max version, which is 250.
I guess I'll be a space marshal in no time.
Matt Dillon.
I mean, I'm still shy of concierge status, so.
Same.
Well,
Pull the trigger, Ty.
Come on,
I mean,
do it.
I'll put a bunch more into it around Christmas when my yearly subscription runs out. So I might pick up a little bit of merch. That Zeus desk mat looks pretty good. I might pick that up.
What is that? Hold up, don't tell me. I gotta watch the video. He said something, I don't even know what that is.
It's for
It's physical merchandise. Physical merchandise. It's a disc.
It comes
It's a
with free static. Oh, it is a Zeus. I'm kidding. Sorry.
I like
I'm gonna
that.
get this up really quick, and then I'll log on and join you guys back up. I'll still be in the party. I just gotta boot the computer up.
Oh.
Yeah, well, the game is in degraded state right now. It's been like that for most of the night.
So far, it's working well, though. I'm in
Is
there
it?
now.
Yeah, I'm not even planning on playing today.
I'm going to go to bed. You guys have a great day.
All right.
Have a good day.
Have a good night.
Some rest.
No, it's a good morning to me.
Yeah, good morning.
Time to bed.
Okay. So, any more thoughts? Any more ideas that you guys have? I mean, the end game talk was pretty intensive.
Yeah, I was excited for it and made me change my thoughts on it quite a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh,
Yep.
30K.
I have a list. I'll be honest with you, but that's up to you how much we want to dive into it.
I mean, the storyline and the framework alone are, for me, super impressive.
Mm-hmm. Hey, you have a good one, Blues Machine. Thanks for stopping by and appreciate it, man. Thank you. Okay. Wow. Unfortunately, Zero, they didn't put your ship. It was blacked out. I don't know when that one's going to hit, but
the Legionnaire.
Yeah, they came out with every other ship except for that one. I think they're holding off on that one because of the game loop. That's why they didn't do anything with it.
Yeah, they specifically said that they were waiting on hacking gameplay to put it out, and that is the only mention of hacking gameplay. They didn't even they didn't even give a glossed over overview of a vision for what it would be. Like there's absolutely no news. That's one of the glaring omissions.
The only other mention of hacking was in regards to the space stations and how opposing forces would have to hack their way in.
Okay, yeah, you're right. You did. They did mention it there. So 2 mentions that it, apparently they still plan for it to be a thing, but they have nothing, not even a concept to show us, which is pretty telling.
Well, we do know that that the Legionnaire is going to come to fruition. We just don't know when.
I'd melt it.
Oh my god.
I'm not particularly worried about the ship itself, right? The ship team is one of the well-oiled machines within Star Citizen. That ship team will put out ships on time every time at this point. They are really good at what they do. I'm not worried about the ship itself. It's the gameplay. How is it going to work? Because it's not going to be locked to just the ship. I would hope not. I mean, I would hope that there are ways to hack without a Legionnaire. It's just a Legionnaire would make it better. You know what I mean? That whole specialized equipment ethos that they've been touting this weekend.
Well, okay, that's a good point. I mean, they were there in the past, and we've known that they would make ships without gameplay, but now they're stopping that. They're making it to where it's going to be the ships are going to be have a game loop when they come in now, and that's important.
Yes, and I approve of that policy. I'm just disturbed by the fact that they are talking about 1.0 and laying the whole thing out, but with no mention of hacking gameplay. But that said, Richard Tyre also said that he had he could talk like 10 more hours on it, but there's obviously going to be more ISCs and SCLs over the course of the year. So I'm confident that questions will be answered.
Mm-hmm.
So with the Star Lancer Max, what are you going to be able to do with that thing?
That is a cargo ship.
Yeah, it's a big hauler. I don't know what are the trade-offs between having it and something like, say, a Freelancer? Is it just bigger?
It's larger.
Is it?
Yeah, 220.
Big should be in quotes. It's only 220 something SEUs. Like it's not very big.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not even bigger than the C2.
No.
So, what's the I'm confused. I understand the
Specifically
Freelancer
built
build.
for deep space, right?
Yeah, I understand the Freelancer build. That I get, but I don't understand where the the Starlancer build. I get that. I don't understand the Starlancer Max and where it really fits. Like,
it's a
the C2 carries more cargo and has deep space capability. Got a big quantum fuel tank and living quarters.
In line with the Raylan, maybe as competition.
We don't have the Raylan to compare it to.
Then there's the Cat.
Yeah, then there's the Caterpillar.
Caterpillar has like 500 something SCU.
I mean, other than just, hey, this is a ship in this spot for people who like MISC ships more than Crusader ships. Sure. I mean, I can get on board with that type of thing.
That's important, I think, because people have their favorite brands, right? Like they like the designs of certain ships better and gives people more options to participate in other game loops.
Like, I'm a big fan of the RSI style. I know Shadow loves him some Crusader ships. I also like the Drake style, but
I'll tell you what, if they did the Caterpillar cargo hold like they're just proposed on the Star Lancer, that would make the cat very attractive to people.
Yeah, it wasn't even mentioned. Like, that's another glaring omission. Ship modularity coming up. Like, what is getting worked? Now, maybe there was something in those silhouettes, right? A ship that we know, but maybe the silhouette was so obscure we didn't recognize it. But, like, the Carrack, no mention of its cargo pods or that it's even being worked on.
Yeah.
The Caterpillar's modularity, that needs to be mentioned. I don't know. There's a ton of stuff.
Didn't they call the Star Lancer a modular ship too?
No.
Not that I know
No.
of.
It's got 3 variants. I don't remember anything about
I thought they
modularity.
used the word modularity on it. There's only 3 variances, and they didn't talk about any module swapping, but I thought they used the word modularity on it.
Well, they may have used the word module as in, like, in the context of, like, a section of the ship, but not that it can be swapped out.
I think it's when they were talking about the drones.
Yeah, maybe. That's the problem with the word module, is because it doesn't always mean... If they use the word module, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's in line with, modularity functionality.
Oh, our tech just woke up. What I missed? Oh man,
everything.
You missed a lot. You missed a lot.
Go to YouTube. Go to YouTube and just start watching.
You missed a lot, but what was there is definitely worth the watch. Our tech. I'm just gonna say it. Definitely worth the watch.
We talked about the Max. What do you guys think of the TAC, the Star Lancer TAC? Do you see a purpose to it?
Well, it looks fun for multi-crew, but...
No, I don't. Well, it'll all depend on where the stats are, but that is going to have a hard time because, like, with cargo running, right, you can justify, like, saying, I want a cargo ship that's this big and I want it to be a MISC because I like the MISC style, right? And that's great because that's what you want. But when it comes to combat, if you want to win, the capabilities of your ship and what you're going up against matter. So it is more important for combat where your ship fits and what its strengths and weaknesses are. So only time will tell where that fits in a combat fleet.
What's up, Joker?
It's got a pool table.
I mean, I don't think that's the TAC. I think that's the Max that has or not the Max.
You loud fools woke me up out of my sleep, man. What the hell is the Star Lancer TAC and what's this Star Lancer Max?
New MISC ships.
I see that.
They're on sale now. They'll be released at
What are they? You guys are so loud and shit in my Discord. I forgot to mute all you fuckers. You woke me up out of my sleep. What are they?
Really?
Somebody give me the just now. You guys got to see it all.
Should watch it on YouTube, man. It'd be.
Well, maybe if you weren't so loud, Ty, and woke me up, man. Fucking.
Well, if you mute your if you turn your speakers
I don't know,
down.
Ty. You're always so fucking loud, man. What are they? So what does it do? What does it do?
I'm sorry.
Holy shit.
I didn't leave your shit turned on.
This concept? Oh, it's concept. Oh, damn, eh?
Somebody's cranky when they get up. Holy
right? It's our fault he left that shit on.
He hasn't had that steak yet. Wait, give him a minute. Wait a minute.
No, I was more awake and I gotta go pee.
I'm gonna take a little liberty here and say you're not allowed to log into the voice chat till after you've had your morning coke.
All right.
So what is the Star Lancer TAC? Is it like a huge?
It's a
gunship.
It's a gunship.
Oh damn, man.
And then the Max, the Star Lancer Max, is a cargo ship.
Cargo ship. How big of a cargo?
225.
Oh wow, really? Not that big, eh?
Yeah. So you can pre-order. You can pre-order it. And you will have it next month at IAE.
Oh, that's soon?
Yes.
Yeah.
I didn't know that they had a combat version.
The combat version is the TAC, and that won't be out until after IAE, from what it
It's kind of like
looks
a.
like.
It's
Are
kind of
they
like a.
both that close, eh?
Yeah.
You guys were asking where it could fit.
The TAC's like a big, kind of chunky.
It looks big and chunky.
Yeah, it's like a. What's that ship?
The Odyssey.
Straight Cuddy Steel, something like
Oh
that.
my god.
Similar
Oh
to
my
that.
It's got some
It's got,
guns on that
it's got,
joker.
it, yeah, it's got waist guns.
Oh my god.
It's got some guns.
You guys are asking where it could fit. Suppose the TAC could fit somewhere in in the C2 or the M2 space, right? The combat lander logistics hauler.
Now,
oh, it's going to be in game in Alpha 3.24.3. So they're telling us there's going to be another patch coming.
Well, there's always a patch for IAE.
Yeah.
Always one.
Are they gonna do another QA for some of these ships? Because I want to see more some more QAs as they develop them further.
Well, we've got one in 2 hours. We've got the Inter-Atmosphere event that's following up CitizenCon, right? So there's going to be a panel there with Yogi and some others. I have no idea what it's going to be about or what they're going to talk about. But then, of course, over the course of the next year, we're going to have, Inside Star Citizens, Star Citizen Lives, and hopefully they will be diving in on a lot of the details that were omitted during CitizenCon and throw up some clarifications. Like, I want to know what's the difference between, because he was talking about how if you pledged a ship, you're going to get that, what is it, chassis and warranty insurance or whatever forever.
I didn't even know that was a thing. Okay.
Well, that's what he was explaining in the 1.0 panel, and I'm like, okay, so what's the difference between that and LTI? Right? Is just every pledge ship now have LTI?
No.
Well, it sure sounded like it based on what he
Yeah.
said. I'll have to go back and rewatch it, and I'm sure they'll clarify it later. But that's
If it was bought with,
I want to. Yeah. What is the?
If it was bought with cash, you're never gonna lose it. It doesn't matter what, as long as you bought it for cash.
Yeah,
Even
that's
if
what
it
it
doesn't have-
sounded.
Yeah, even if it doesn't have LTI, if you bought it with cash, it's gonna be yours forever.
Yeah,
Well,
that's what
basically
it
you
sounds
said.
like. That's what it sounds like to me. So that sounds like LTI. You bought it,
Yeah.
So what's the
Well, I
difference
wonder
now?
if
What
it
is the
has to do
LTI
with
token
if it
worth?
Well,
I wonder if it gets destroyed in game and you're playing with it. I wonder if that's just going towards like something in game to get it back faster or something like
Right.
that.
And it
has
could
to
be. It
something
could be.
along those lines. It has to be a perk.
Well,
Right.
there's
There are a lot
one
of
thing.
possibilities.
The one thing that made a big difference about in-game ships, right? That ship could be stolen, and somebody could buy a title to keep that ship.
Right, but
good point.
only if they had high enough rep with
Yeah.
the council, right?
Right.
So in order for someone to even get to that point, to even earn the right, they have to have played and earned that right with time and game. And I hope that particular gate is high up.
It should be.
Right. I hope that particular reward is difficult to earn and takes time. And I mean, I'm cool with it. I've got insurance. I'll get my shit back.
Yeah.
Right.
Some of
You
the
know,
details
I'm cool with
more
that.
curious about is the gun characteristics for some of the new ships.
Well, the TAC has 2 remote dual size 4 turrets, 2 manual size 5 turrets.
And it can carry a Fury.
Yeah, and 2 size.
Oh,
4
it can carry a
turret
Fury in the
weapons.
back of it.
Imagine the Perseus coming in, it's going, yo, and you got like 4 Furies.
I
that come
knew
out
it
of
was going to come up.
Oh.
I knew it was going to come up. The P word.
Okay, so this is my burning question. I want to know, I wonder how fat, the fire rate of that ship is, because I see some stuff that portrays it as it's kind of like a faster firing, think of the size 5s on the A2, and how those don't really shoot fast.
I
Like,
mean,
they do
I
a
get.
lot of alpha. I wonder if it's like a repeating.
It was a gallon gun, wasn't it?
I'll say this about about ship and weapon stats. It's like I understand that people are curious and they want to know, and for very good reason. The problem with that is it's kind of useless to dig to min-max ship stats right now because everything is about to go through once 4.0 and server meshing hits. I'm pretty sure that they're going to start iterating on master modes in combat, and not only that, but crafting and all basically the holistic gameplay so much that whatever they are now isn't going to matter in a month, and that's not going to matter in another month, and that's not going to
I'm
matter
just curious,
a
like,
month
if
after
it's
that.
gonna be like a dual, like, kind of repeating gun, like how it fires. So it's like, say one barrel fires, and right after that you get another one that
No,
fires.
I understand why you're
I'm just curious
curious
on how
that
they want
there's.
to do it.
Yeah, I understand why you're curious. I'm curious too, but there's just there's no information. There's no useful information on that right now.
Agreed. There's like you see stuff, but then it's just like you can't trust it because that's just someone's portrayal or thought of like how it will be. And then you can only have like maybe 2 examples of different images I've seen that are from CIG that give like waves of fire, but that's only suggesting. Those are only concept things.
Yes.
So I don't know. It's just it's a honest food for thought on that shit because that's something I've always wondered. Because from their Q&A from like 4 or 5 years ago, didn't really suggest much. It just said it's just bespoke guns, and that's it.
Shadow, I'd like to pose a question to the group, if I may.
Sure.
Who here owns a Banu merchantman?
Oh, well, he does.
I do.
Not me.
Nobody?
I do. And,
Oh, you do, Shadow? You own a merchantman?
And there was no mention of it at all.
No mention, but there
last
was a lot of mention about decorating and being able to set up items on display and maglock them for trading.
Mm-hmm.
And decorating was specifically mentioned that you can decorate inside ships.
Mm-hmm.
So there is your basic. I mean, I'd really want them to kind of flesh it out and add more of a retail experience in a Banu merchantman. But right there is your basic Banu merchantman gameplay. Right, the basic blocks and foundation was mentioned right there. Any ship you can just set stuff out, maglock it, and mark it for sale, and people walk up and buy it like they would at a.
Okay, so when they were going deep diving into the data biting into all the stuff, they were talking about a salvage ship. Is not one of these ships salvage, or what? The Star Lancer or the other one?
No.
Oh, okay. So how come all that was going? Oh, it's going to have 2 disposable things and this and that.
That is a ship that was shown that is
Okay.
probably going to come out during next year.
Oh, okay. So it's in there, but it's okay.
What ship? I'm not sure which one you're talking about.
They were talking about a medium size.
The Misfortune.
Oh, the Misfortune. Okay.
Was that mentioned in CitizenCon?
It was shown on the slide. They didn't actually mention
it. Okay. It was one of the
silhouettes. Yeah.
Silhouettes. Okay.
Silhouettes. Okay. So maybe IAE it'll come around.
No.
No.
It didn't. It didn't state anything about IAE. It might, but
was it even talked about?
No.
No. Okay.
They just showed it in the silhouette.
Okay.
So we'll probably see. I'm speculating we'll see it in 2025.
I don't think was it even in white box when they showed it last time, or just concept?
They haven't even shown it yet.
It was
okay,
data
so
mined.
it's just it was data.
Data mined.
That's right. It was data mined. No, I wouldn't put absolutely no stock.
That's what everybody was assuming with the new mist ships, that one of them was going to be the medium-sized salvage ship.
Oh no!
In between the Redeemer and the Vulture, that was a mess ship because it was all data mined, and now none of these ships show anything like that. So
yeah, no. Apparently, what's been in production is the Star Lancer series. So I would assume that the Misfortune is not even in production, which is misfortunate.
Oh gee.
Thank you. But anyway, what's up, Baron?
How you doing, Shadow? Hey, it sounds like I'm melting all my ships to get me a Polaris.
Oh Lord!
Did they talk about the Polaris?
That's a nice ship.
How are you gonna crew it?
That's the thing.
That's.
Hey, I'm in an org.
Okay.
You asked a question. I'm gonna answer.
Dude, I can't speak for it. I'm not gonna be on call for your Polaris crew every time I'm in game, or even most of the times.
Hey man,
You're lucky to get me once a month.
We're gonna end up pulling a Polaris out, and the problem is we're all gonna jump on board, all excited and stuff, and we're gonna fly it out the port trusser to refuel before we go for a jump. But the pilot's gonna be so, I don't know, not realizing how fast it's moving, and it's gonna blow up, and then it's gonna be a 1 hour cool down time. So we're gonna need to pull another one.
We get there, the refuel. We're gonna dock. The docking isn't gonna work. The refueling isn't gonna work.
Yeah.
Okay. Give me a second. Hey, Billy's Brew. Saw Starlancer coming with 0.3. Anyone? There's supposed to be the Mirai heavy fighter, the Guardian, and the Crusader Intrepid coming with.
So did they say anything about that Argo little?
It's in
dump
game.
truck thing?
The truck came out, so you
Yeah, I
can
see
buy
that.
it
It's
right
in
now.
game, but they didn't say anything about it.
And did you see the,
Yeah, they
the
mentioned it
new?
at CitizenCon.
Did you see the medium-sized mining ship that they showed? It looks like it's
It's a prospector.
yeah, prospector, medium-sized prospector.
I don't think it was medium size. I just took that to mean that they were reworking the Prospector.
Yeah, I think
I don't think so because everybody's talking about there's a medium-sized mining ship coming out. I think they're upgrading the prospector to a medium-sized prospector.
They might be.
Maybe you're
I
right,
mean,
but I don't know.
It's a possibility.
yeah. I saw the same silhouette as everybody else, and my take on it is that they are redoing the Prospector. I mean, it needs it.
I thought it looked bigger in the center, like they had
Yeah,
a
look, big.
couple extra
It
bags.
had some big guns on it. That's why I'm saying I don't look like the prospect. It looks a little like the prospector, but it looks a little bigger than the prospector. The guns look a little bigger. You know, I gotta go and relook at it, but I swore it had
Yeah,
some
I'll have
bigger
to.
guns on it.
I'll have to rewatch it.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look at the ship panel again.
There's a lot to go back and kind of rewatch.
Yeah,
And
there's something
pause.
that's bugging me. Did anybody hear anything about? So once we placed the base star,
yeah,
are we able to move that?
That's what I want to know. Yeah.
I doubt it.
Because I don't
think they said move it, but I think what they said is you can have multiple bases. So you can have a base on this planet, a base on that planet. You could have just a shack on one planet.
But that's expensive. I want to be able to move it.
Well, there's a.
I don't think since you make multiple bases, I doubt they're going to give you the
disassemble and
option
save
to
the
move it.
materials.
I mean, if you want to move it, build. If you want to move it, build a Bengal carrier, apparently, and then just move that. I mean,
dock it, push it.
Yeah, no, a space station is a space station, right? It is stationary. There is no moving. Otherwise, it's just a ship. It's just a big ship.
Well, I'm just wondering, like what Shave said, if there was a way to disassemble it.
Yeah,
and move it that way to a different quadrant or something.
I could see being able to salvage it, like move everything out of it and then tear it down and salvage it at a loss of material. Like you don't get as much out of it as you put in. Right? I could see that.
You know one thing else I want to know, since we're gonna have guns and protect our bases, turrets and protect our bases and shield generators. They didn't show the shield generators. They didn't talk too much about the big guns that you can put on your base walls. But who are we protecting it from? Just other NPCs or just other players? What are we protecting it from? Are we protecting it from sandworms? Are we protecting it from creatures?
Everything, man.
but
Yep,
they didn't
everything.
emphasize it too much. They should have put more into that to let people know, yeah,
Okay.
this is what you're protecting it from.
Okay. Look at it
I'm gonna get a
like
pet
this.
sandworm.
Look at it like this. When you build a base, you're going to do your best to protect it from every aspect. That's how I see it.
Well, when they showed it last year, they gave us 3 different levels of protection.
Yes, they
You could
did.
be like in an armistice zone, and you don't have to worry about that. Or you could be somewhere where you can get NPCs to protect it, and then you could be like in a lawless zone. Like, well, good luck, man. Like, if you ain't got your org there, man, that's all on you, kind
But
of thing. And if you have resources there that you're mining or whatnot, then you pay a fee. Like, let's say you're on microtech or whatnot, and you pay a fee for the protection, and you pay like
okay, but
different levels of you
common sense tells you when you put a base out on a far-reaching area, you're going to put enough defenses to protect it to the max.
Now, if those defenses are provided by the society, or
certain
only
areas they
partially
were.
provided by the society, or out in the lawless system, right? If you're, you can put up as much or as little protection as you think you need.
Right.
But what you're,
Go ahead.
So what you're protecting from is everything. Now, I don't know what degree animals are going to attack your base. I don't see that being like a thing, because they were talking about how you have to actually work to draw out a sandworm in the first place. I can see NPCs maybe spawning every once in a while and maybe coming after you. Your biggest threat is going to be players.
Oh, they made an Argo
because
pack.
in lawless systems where you don't have any protection except for what you build, your biggest threat is going to be from players always.
Yeah.
So if you can protect from players, you're protected from everything else.
Well, Joker, what you think?
Did they say anything about the Citizen Con Goodies pack?
Yeah, you should check out my ship.
What
Joker.
about it?
Did they say anything about the Goodies pack making stuff that we're supposed to get from there at all?
No.
I mean, they had a booth. They had a booth set up where they were building it.
Yeah, but they were doing something there yesterday, and they didn't get into any great detail. So I was just wondering if they got into any great detail today. What we're supposed to get, like those redacted stuff.
No.
You'll see it in your goodies bag. It might be in your goodies bag now. I don't know.
Probably not.
It might be unredacted.
I would like to see them. Well, I wouldn't say see them.
Yeah,
I'm excited to see what new paints they put out coming up, like the colors and stuff.
We didn't mention nothing about the little goodie bag we purchased.
Yeah.
Well, y'all purchased.
I can get one on eBay.
What do you mean,
challenge
y'all
coin,
purchased?
redacted.
I know you got a couple of them guys there.
There's still 2 items that are redacted. That's why I'm asking if they said anything about those.
Nope.
They didn't say anything. But I mean, that answer will come soon enough.
Any other thoughts about? Oh, okay. There's one ship that we did see, the Starlancer BLD. Now that is a building ship. It's a manufacturer. And they did not even mention the Galaxy. The Galaxy was not mentioned, nor any of the modules.
They didn't mention nothing about it?
No.
A lot of people, I talked with Zach not too long ago. He had mentioned to me, like 2 weeks ago, we were talking about the Galaxy. He was hoping that we do see modules because he's curious to see if there's going to be a combat module, because he also plans to use it for making, like, maze.
A manufacturing module was talked about for that ship, but there was
that would be
nothing.
pretty cool.
But there was nothing about the Galaxy. It's not even shown in the videos, the silhouettes.
What?
But
Guess
they
I'm holding on to my A1 a little longer.
But they showed the P. They showed the P, Alex.
What makes me kind of feel weird about it is I thought I would see the Galaxy before that. Maybe they're hitting some bumps.
It was supposed to be, but they're probably having some issues with the modules.
That's what that suggests to me, because I remember when they were trying to put out the modules for the I forget what the ship was called.
Retaliator.
The Retaliator, there was a few bumps and hiccups with that, especially with after purchase, people had problems. Getting their purchase on there. So they're working through it, but I'm curious to see more so on the Galaxy than the Perseus, because those modules are pretty freaking cool, even though I don't have any modules shipped. I would like to check that out.
Well, I mean, if they showed the Apollo, supposedly, I have to look at that, but the Apollo was mentioned. So if that is coming, that's the next step, and then I think we'll hear some more about the Galaxy. I mean, I don't know. But if they're doing the modules for that ship, and also, did anybody check on the Starlancer? It said it had two tier 2 beds in it.
Tier 3.
Tier 3.
He said 2 tier 3 med beds.
In the TAC or the Max?
The TAC.
Hey, side by side.
Okay.
Yeah. I remember the statement. He was like, you're going out, you're fighting, you're going to send troops. They're probably going to get hurt. So you've got 2 tier 3 med beds.
Which they did state. Yeah, go ahead, Joe. Go ahead.
I'm just gonna say it's, I think, a wonderful add to a ship like that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you've got let's try and put it in its slot a little bit here. You've got your M1, which is your military, your combat hauler, right? You're gonna have the Drake Ironclad, which is a large combat hauler. You've got your ambulances, your Cuddy Red, stuff like that have got your 2 tier 3 med beds. But this seems more of kind of like an all-in-one solution. It's got a large cargo hold, and it's got a large, it can drop troops, and it's got sizable turrets, and it's got med beds. So it might not do any one of those things particularly well, or as well as a specialized ship, but it seems like it might be a good all-rounder. Just an impression.
Well, we shall see what they're going to do. I'm going to look at the TAC real quick. I want to look at the...
What size med bed is on the Polaris? Is it a tier 3 or a tier 1?
I mean, it's human sized. Like they all are.
It's too early for that, Ty.
What?
It's too early for that.
Sorry. I've been up for 5 hours, man.
Let's see. Let me take a look at this.
I've been up for 5 minutes and it's still too early for this.
I'm waiting on the Crucible. That's what
The Crucible, that is, Everett has that ship, and he's waiting for it to come as well.
So $40 for the little 4SCU pickup truck, the John Deere, it should come with green paint.
Okay.
Think it's worth it? Is that thing going to be worth it?
The what?
I don't know about the hauler. I think the build might be worth it.
Yeah, they're not showing the build. They're only showing the hauler right now.
Okay, yeah. If it's not, I wouldn't waste money on the builder unless I knew that there was an actual use for something to haul 4 SCU over the ground as opposed to just putting it in a ship. Like, where can that thing go that my cutter can't? My cutter can haul 4 SCU and get there a lot faster. So why would you use that truck? Now, the build, that's got actual functionality, but if it's not for sale, I would save my money personally.
You can carry 4 SCU, but can you stack maybe 8 in there? Because it shows a 4 SCU block. But if you do the math, 4 SCU SCU blocks and another 4 SCU blocks on top make that 8, and then of course 2 more to make 16. Will they click together or no?
I mean, no, we don't know.
Probably not.
We don't know. What does it say if it's on the site? What does it say its hauling SCU is?
It just says 4 SCU.
Okay, then that's all you got. If you're hauling across the ground and you're trying to stack stuff on top there, you might. I mean, you're basically piling
Gonna
stuff into a
slide off.
truck bed without
Yeah,
a
yeah.
tie down.
You
I
don't
mean, it's a
wanna-
risk. Maybe it'll ride, maybe it won't.
Maybe they need to give us some tie downs, man. Most trucks that I see got tie downs on them.
I mean, I hauled a queen size. I remember hauling a queen size bed in a little Toyota 4-cylinder pickup truck. You know, with my buddy's hand through the back glass, holding onto that mattress. I mean, it was tied down also. I'm not that stupid. It was tied down too, but he was still holding on to it to
make sure,
you know, help.
Keep it from flapping.
Yeah. So, you know, if you want to, if that's the gameplay you're after, more power to you. There's whatever.
You know, sometimes you just gotta jump in the old pickup truck and go into town.
Yeah, right.
Like you have a
Get
skill
your
check
buddies in
and
the
start
back
something
and
to hold
stuff
your
like that.
mattress
Let's go
onto your
get some
spaceship
beers.
when you quantum jump.
Yeah.
That reminds me, I need to go pick up chocolate chips. I made a cheesecake. It's in the fridge. It's perfectly well, it's chilled, and I need to make a chocolate and ganache to cover it. I made a peanut
Do
butter
you, though?
cheesecake with chocolate
Oh.
chips inside
You
and an
ruined it with
Oreo
peanut
cookie
butter?
crust. An Oreo cookie crust. Peanut butter and chocolate, man, that's the bomb. So you can
Not
just
on
get
a
out of here with
cheesecake.
that noise. Oh, it's delicious.
Peanut butter and chocolate is the bomb, only if it comes in a Reese's cup.
Well, it's topped with the whole cheesecake is topped with a chocolate ganache, bottomed with an Oreo cookie crust, and it's garnished with chopped peanut butter cups. All across the top. Oh, well, this is my first attempt at making a cheesecake, so we'll see how fancy it ends up being.
It doesn't make any sense to me.
But
Yeah,
I
me
tasted
neither.
the
Don't
mixture.
do that.
It's I tasted the
can't
mixture.
wait.
It's delicious.
You already know.
It's $45 non-more bond, eh?
I upgraded an Atlas to use that.
I would say the only reason to buy the
I think everybody
Warbond,
should own one of these ships.
if anybody wants to buy that Warbond pickup truck, I mean, the only thing that makes it worth it is probably the LTI token. But based on what Richard Tyre was saying about insurance, I'm not even sure that that's worth it anymore.
Well,
So-
we'll see.
It's got to be worth something.
Yeah, but what exactly? That's the question. What is the difference?
Well, you're delving way deep into something that is not even finalized yet. I mean,
No,
to be fair,
you're right. You're right. I'm not.
Consolidated Outland have anything?
I'm just saying these are questions that presentation produced.
yes.
I gotta watch this stuff. I thought I could see some of it on
okay.
their page.
There is no med bed on the Max. Only on the
It's on
TAC.
the tag. Yeah, it's on the tag.
Not gonna lie, it kind of looks.
Oh, it's a fully modular. Okay, I didn't realize the Star Lancer series has arrived. Fully modular transport chassis built specifically for deep space operations. All right.
Dude, what's the guns on this bad boy?
But see, this is where I still say, okay, you may not have a combat ship, all right, but each ship should have a medical station of some type.
This one's flight ready. That's crazy.
When you say medical station, do you mean a med bed where you can be revived, or
No.
just someplace where you can heal?
Where you can heal.
I'm on board with that. I mean, in the bathroom of the Cuddy,
Being a
there's a
Star
little green
Citizen, why do
box
you
that
do this to
says
me?
emergency supplies, but it doesn't have any
There
function.
he goes. Spending money again.
I want both.
Yeah.
You want both what?
That's $580 for 2 ships, bro. I'd be freaking space marshal in no time.
You know, that's another bit of gameplay.
I got called a
that they
whale the
didn't-
other day when I was trying to introduce someone to the game, and then I convinced them to spend money on it. So I think my mission's accomplished.
The idea. Send you a letter. Thank
I gave
you.
him like a referral code. I think I gave him Shadow's referral code, and I was like, "Yo, let's use this code. Let me know when you want to get in." I was like, "I'll invite you. There's a lot of people that'll help you out."
because he heard a lot of stuff about the game, and was like, well, what were you told? And he told me, he's like, yeah, I heard like people can be whales, and I was like, no. No, I'm like, you could be a no life and get like to the top package, which is like 25 grand, 50 grand.
Shadow,
Yeah.
talking about the medical stuff, that's another thing that they didn't mention is what does the final aspect of medical gameplay look like? Because it
can't
better
wait to
not
get
be
that
what's
shit
in game right now.
Like I said, that's stuff that we have no idea about yet.
Exactly.
And they need to start being a little bit more clear on that aspect as well, because
They mentioned Death of a Spaceman, but haven't laid it out.
I mean, there's a lot of things that they need to talk about. They need to open up about. But like I said, 1.0 is down the road, so we'll see what happens.
It's pretty close. I'm excited.
Wait, what?
No, it's not.
No, it's
close.
not.
It's
No?
not close.
No. No. How long have we been on the road to 4.0?
Oh, gentlemen, I have a theory. So you guys know how the Nova tank has like a Slayer gun? It's called like the Slayer.
Wait, hold on. Before we get into this,
And
I want to know,
I
is
don't
this
remember what size it is. I think it's a size 5. Yeah.
Alex, I
So
got a
that
question,
size
though.
5 one shots like small ships on that Nova tank. That is an Asperia or whatever it's called. Anyways, it's what the Perseus has. It's that type of like weapon. And seeing how that fire rate is on this is the only thing I can use as a comparison. I wonder if it's going to shoot faster in this, but you have 2, so it's like you have a dual turreted weapon, but it shoots faster. If so, and it's size 7, that shit's going to be crazy.
So
because
Zero, yeah, go ahead.
it's like I don't know. I feel like that's like the closest example we have of like seeing what the potential of those shells could be when they impact something on the ground for like explosive power.
I mean, there's
Pretty
just no
interesting,
information, man.
Because we don't have any like ammo type yet in the game. We just have like a basic. You shoot the gun.
Well, that's gonna
You can take the enemy out.
It's something that they haven't.
Right. But I'm just saying,
about
like,
yet.
it's going to be interesting to see when you can switch between the two, and then it's like you have one that's actually meant for high explosive, and it's going to be cool to see that.
Yeah, and it's going to take time to switch it out.
Yep, exactly. Which I think is perfect.
Okay, Zero.
I don't know. That's all. Sorry, go ahead, Zero.
What are your?
Didn't mean to interrupt. I'm sorry.
You're all right, Zero. What are your thoughts on attack?
It's cool. It's got some nice perks, but
Come on.
the size of the cargo.
You're looking at a combat ship, not a cargo ship.
Is it heavy combat or explorer combat?
Explorer.
Okay.
Miss Charmy's gonna love it.
Yeah, it's cool. I'm actually looking at it. I kind of.
Well, Miss Charmy's gonna like the cargo variant.
No, nothing about that Crusader ship that we were all speculating, eh?
The Crusader starter is gonna drop at IAE.
I want my Odyssey, bro.
I want the Nautilus, and
That's a mine layer. Yeah.
The mine
Okay, so you
layer.
guys
I
are
don't
gonna hate
even
me,
know.
I want that.
I want like the Reliant series ships. Those look pretty fun.
Well, I mean, let's look at the stuff that we've got coming to our face right now.
Yeah, I mean, we could
You
go
got
all
paints
we could go all night just talking about things we want.
Yeah, but coming in
That's what we
IAE,
do.
we know that we're going to get the Starlancer Max, the Mirai Heavy Fighter, and the starter and the Polaris.
Mm-hmm.
So the BLD, the Starlancer BLD, is a little bit far off, and that's a building ship besides the Galaxy. Now, in the silhouettes, they showed the Starlancer TAC. I believe that's what that is, because it's not supposed to drop until later.
Mm-hmm.
Galaxy, no mention.
Well,
The the building Star Lancer, no mention. But the Pioneer is being worked on, and the Ironclad.
Did they delve into anything of that on the in today's showing? I haven't. I gotta go watch it, but I'm just asking
On what
if they have.
exactly?
Player space stations, eh? Yeah, that's cool.
They delve into what exactly, Alex? Hello?
The Pioneer is they
went to sleep.
they redid the Pioneer. They did some
Really?
work on. Yes.
Does it look different?
You have to watch the
Okay, that's fair.
ship thing. It still looks like the same on the outside, from concept, but it's changed a bit. But they did go inside the ship and show what it's going to look like.
Oh snap!
Hey,
Dad,
Alex.
we gotta buy one.
You already got one.
Another
Yeah.
one.
Oh,
I know.
Yeah, buy me one, would you?
Me too.
Hey,
I do
Alex.
honestly. I want to make another big ship purchase, but I don't know what to buy. I think I might suck it up and just go for a big boy. Yeah, something
Kraken.
like that.
They showed the Kraken.
Shadow, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Alex, can you hear me?
Yeah.
No, Alex. Can Alex hear me?
The Star Lancer looks kind of cool.
I don't think so.
I don't think so. Somebody ask Alex if he's
I
got
don't
me
know,
muted.
bro. It's a giant space cock.
Really, Alex? Really?
Honestly, I think it kind of looks cool. I think it kind
Alex,
of looks like
Alex,
if you think about it, it's a stretched out A10.
Alex, can you hear Ty?
Can you
I
hear
hear
me
Ty.
talking, Alex?
I didn't hear
Alex,
him.
can you hear me talking? Tell him to check, see if I'm muted for him.
I don't know.
Oh, I see what happened. Okay. I should have clicked on the other side of my screen to block out all that shit. Sorry.
Did you have me muted, you asshole?
It was the other day when I was driving. I kept hearing like background noise, and I thought it was like Ty was at the thing. And I'm like, shit, I can't hear anybody.
Oh my god.
No,
Was
I
that
heard you earlier.
Oh,
when I was on my
speaking of that,
phone.
yesterday I apparently didn't hang up when I set my headset down
No, you're fine, man.
when I was watching the video yesterday. So if I was hot micing everybody, I apologize.
No, it's nothing personal. It was probably from that, and then like I guess it didn't update on this
Yeah.
Discord here, so I didn't mean to talk over you if I was.
No, well, yeah, no, it's fine. Like if like I felt bad yesterday as soon as I realized I disconnected. But I had my headset just sitting in front of me on my computer desk, hot micing with the speakers going.
No, you.
So if anybody muted me, that is perfectly fine. Yeah, you should absolutely have muted me.
I heard you talking shit about me, sir. I wasn't gonna bring it up. You know what I'm saying? It's cool. Though.
I was just well, you should know I was just
What was him?
practicing for what I was going to say to your face.
Stop.
I thought Ty was in here. I haven't heard him chime in.
Opening cans of worms.
I don't know about you guys. I think the Star Lancer is pretty cool. I think it's pretty cool looking.
It's a good looking ship. We'll see what happens.
I see a lot of Odyssey in it. You know what I mean?
I got my green jacket.
Well,
it has a pool table, bro. You come on, guys. It has a pool table.
That's the first thing I mentioned.
So does the carrot go, doesn't it?
Yes.
Pool table can be used for a lot of other things too. So.
Let us not go into
Like
that
holding your
aspect.
beer. That was in one of the videos.
Cool. And I can put boxes on that shit, you know?
He's talking about putting your beer on it like was in the video. I don't know what's going through all your dirty minds.
Anyway.
Nothing's going bad through my mind.
Anyhow. So that and they did show some video of inside ships that were coming, and like Tribunal was saying, and Super and I and Everett were talking about a medical terrapin. What do you think of it?
A who?
A medical
Medical.
terrapin.
Medical terrapin.
I'm not touching that shit.
Well, we know you not gonna touch it. We already know that. You wait. I mean, what is it that turned you off about it?
How long it's been available for purchase and you still can't do nothing with it?
No, a
Yeah, looks like a
medical
turtle.
variant of the terrapin.
I understand. I understand what you're saying.
Well,
You'll buy it because it's tough, and then and as soon as you get it, they're gonna nerf the shit out of it.
Yeah, this one would work though because med beds are in game. I think that's why Shadow's asking you.
Yeah, but its armor may be diminished.
Right, real quick, real soon.
It might
be. I'm not touching that.
That is another thing. Is like we still have no idea how the new Maelstrom armor systems are going to play in game.
That's fair.
There's a lot of things that they did not mention.
Yeah.
Yeah, those armors. Oh, go ahead.
And I will be fair that like there is just too much upcoming stuff between now and 1.0, however many years away that is, to cover in one Citizen Con. So I understand why there's a lot of stuff omitted.
Well,
I'm looking forward to the ISCs this year.
Here's to expand on it a little further. I sit there and purchase a ship for what I purchased it for, what they advertise for. Then they come in and nerf the shit out of it. That's the problem that I'm having.
Because Zero, and this is why this happens. Nothing is balanced correctly yet. But what
they shouldn't sell it.
No, they're going to. They're going to. They're going to.
Understand it.
But
I don't have to buy it.
You don't. But the main thing is, this is where certain ships should not have been sold when they did it, because number one, when I got into the game, the Starfighter came out. Okay? This is the one ship that I was so upset about when I got into the game that they nerfed because a meta decided they didn't want to die on one shot. That ship was supposed to take out capital ships, and they nerfed it because there was nothing to use the ship for combat. Now we're going up against capital ships, and the ship cannot do its job.
Let me pose a question to everybody and chat. How many ships you purchased that you have in your inventory right now that you bought it on this idea and now it's nerfed to its, like, you really don't even use it anymore? I got two of them.
There's a lot of ships like that.
That ain't right.
There's a lot of ships like that.
It is what it is.
I'll put it to you this way, right? The question is that ship going to come into its own by the time the game is 1.0? Like, because that's where it really matters. Like right now, I mean, I understand that it sucks for you, and I sympathize, and I'm not trying to sugarcoat that or make it right in any way. It does suck for you to have something like a Terrapin and no exploration gameplay. I'm not denying that. But if once 1.0 hits, exploration gameplay is in, and the Terrapin is good at it, then that's promise fulfilled. It wasn't fulfilled when you wanted it to be fulfilled, and I'm not trying to cover or make excuses for that. But in the end, hopefully it will be. We'll just have to see.
What about the F8?
What about the F8?
The F8 came out. They gave us the F8. It was a very good ship, and they changed the balance on it because people were saying it was OP.
I don't know. I still think it's strong as shit.
Yeah, it flies
in a
like
good way.
crap, though.
Yeah. Well, it's just, I mean, it's there's so much that's going to be dependent. Like
that kind of dumb because it kind of feels like it's back to the Gladius meta still, and that's kind of lame.
Well, right now it's the Buccaneer meta, according to.
And it doesn't even fit within its ship class of what it's supposed to do.
I just,
Exactly, Gortok, the Ion. The Ion was a beautiful. It was beautiful. They started working with it right, and then
Mm-hmm.
they it got changed, and it's like, why would you touch the ship now? You know.
Yes.
I will say there is a consolation, right? And I'm not saying it makes it 100% right, but it does make it not as bad. And that is when the ships come into their near final gameplay state, you still have the option to melt them for the store credit for what you put in,
That's
right? So
true.
you're going to get, and you can put that money towards a ship that does do what you want it to do. So the money isn't completely lost. I'm not saying that makes up for it all the way, but it is a good salve, I think.
Mm. I mean,
That's fair.
you have the option. You have the option, because I got the Ion, and what they did to it, I upgraded it to something else. Now I have an in-game Ion. I went out and
Yeah,
bought an in-game one.
my Ion's gonna turn into the Mariah
And the
Guardian.
reason why I didn't buy one from the store because of that reason
That part. Now
of
you
what
gotta.
they did to the ship.
That's
I
right.
mean,
Now you gotta hustle around and.
That's why I mean I would buy one. Like I'd rather now just buy a Eclipse or Retaliator.
but you have the option. You always have an option. So
Mm-hmm.
you can upgrade it or you can melt it. It's totally up to you.
I'd like to stress that one of those options is to not buy ships that are still in concept and haven't been balanced. I mean,
That too.
don't buy
Well,
ships for what they are now. Don't do it. I mean,
You can.
okay, I'm not, okay. I'm that's a little bit
that's
strongly worded. I shouldn't. I'm not trying
No,
to tell anybody what to do with their own money,
No,
and
but you're
that's not what I'm
being
not.
trying to do.
but you're being
But you are
totally
right.
honest and fair.
you don't say don't buy it. You say just know that it's open to change at any moment. That's all you can
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
say.
Yeah,
That's
that's
it.
the whole point of what concept is. They tell you you're buying into a concept, and what you see it may not be what it actually is.
Exactly.
Mm-mm. Guaranteed, what we release ain't gonna be the final product.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because they do put on the bottom disclaimer.
Mm-hmm.
They can make that more visible. That's one of my biggest beefs with CIG is they need to make that crap way more visible to people because it's all about play now, buy now. Oh, by the way, it's not quite finished and what you're buying might not be what you think you're buying.
Yes,
Just let you
That
know.
part.
but we
You know.
That's the
but
part I'm talking.
we know that. New players
Right.
don't. And this is
Yeah.
Exactly.
where I have always stated, and I learned this from Mike, that when you get in this game, things will change. And it's best to get it in game before you decide to pledge it.
Ooh, it's got size fives. A month later, oh, they dropped it down to threes. Okay.
Now,
Well,
now I won't excuse CIG for some of the marketing practices they use, but at the same time, there is a responsibility on players. Like, if you're buying a game, any game, and you don't know what you're getting with that game, then that's just poor impulse control. You should every game I buy, I get in and I know what I'm in for, at least gameplay wise. I have an idea. Right, Star Wars Outlaws, I knew what I was in for. I probably shouldn't have bought it for the full price, but I wasn't surprised by the gameplay. I'd done the research, I'd looked at and knew that it was probably going to be a game I wanted to play. If you just look at Star Citizen and see a couple of videos and then click that play now button and throw in your credit card information without actually maybe taking a closer look and seeing what you're buying, that's poor impulse control on the part of the player.
well, like I said, before I even got into the game, I looked at this game for 3 years before I even jumped into it.
I
Yeah,
followed the
that's what I
development
did.
since the Kickstarter and only got in of 2021.
So it's all about your perception, how you want to play it, and once you make that commitment, that's where the disclaimer comes in, and that needs to
Mm-hmm.
be a bit more clear on the website.
Yes, it absolutely does.
Okay.
So that goes back to my original statement. You nerf the shit out of them. Okay, I can understand a little nerfing, but dang.
Okay,
The
but
extremes that they go to, and yes, I'm guilty. I have some impulse buying. Yes, I had a knee jerk. I'm not bad, man. I just know to
but it
tone it down a little bit
Well,
next time.
no, but everybody's gone through it. Everybody's gone through
I
it.
bought the Pioneer on impulse. I was like, oh, it's there. Boom, bought it.
And the person.
How many people bought the Ironclad on impulse?
Not me.
Not both of them. Look,
Bought both of them.
You got both of them.
That's a
Don't me. And I understand that some people are more impulsive than others, and I'm not trying to knock people that are. I am very much not an impulsive person, mostly because I'm poor, and I've learned that lesson the hard way years ago. But even the Ironclad for me was like, oh, that is so tempting. Like that ship looked amazing to me.
I'm gonna
So
say
I
this.
get why people do it. I do.
I'm gonna say this now. When the Ironclad dropped, okay, I could have taken my C2 and done something with that, but I said no. And the one main reason I didn't do it is because it's going to give me a loaner of a caterpillar, which I have a cat in game right now. So
Oh, yeah, that's one thing I like about that. Is like they give you a loaner ship, and honestly, it's kind of cool. You get some flexibility with your
yeah,
ships they give you, so I like that.
but
And what other game is going to give you your full money back in store credit, no matter when you bought something, and then the buyback tokens?
Not
like
many
I
games
said,
do that.
but
None that
the
I know
thing
of.
is, now when the Ironclad comes on sale again, and if it's close to being finished, they're going to put it out at maybe a higher price, and say this is the last time you're going to be able to get this ship in a concept. But your LTI is going to be gone. It's only going to have 6 or 120.
Is it? Like, I question that the LTI is going to be gone now after what Richard Trier said. Like,
We'll
I'm not
see. We
saying
don't
it's,
know.
yeah, we don't know. But that's a big question.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
How much was it when it first came out? The Ironclad.
There was one for
365.
350 or 365, and the assault was 400, I think. I don't
Something like
remember.
that.
I don't remember.
I tried to melt my base one today, but it wouldn't let me for some reason.
So I
You
mean,
guys are all bad influences, okay?
no, no, you're the bad influence because you talk about the P too much. But anyway,
What I told you to make the channel, I would put all kinds of content in there.
Well, anyway, so I mean, we all have done it. We all have put stuff into it, you know. And when they get nerfed, yeah, you're mad because now the Redeemer, everybody bought the Redeemer, and guess what?
Mm.
They took the teeth away, and now people are trying to get rid of it.
Yeah, people don't want it no more, which I don't blame them. You know what I mean?
As long as they
Astropuff
keep-
didn't buy the Redeemer.
Yeah, I'm
As
kind
long
of
as they
glad, isn't
keep
it?
giving me buyback tokens with my LTI ships, I don't care what they do.
Yeah, well,
I'll just melt them all.
I had a Redeemer, right? My first year, I had one, and I upgraded it to a C2. And then a couple years later, what I ended up doing, that IE last year, I melted and I rebought with LTI. So practically every ship I have has LTI on it. So, you know, it's totally up to you how you want to do it. You've got to make your purchases wisely, as much as I can say, because now my MSR has gotten a buff with the shields, and it is active right now. And I was looking at The C2. When I took a look at the C2, it has another generator, shield generator spot, but it's grayed out, so it has to be set up for the M2 or the A2.
I'm not selling my C2 ever.
Oh no, I'm not getting rid of mine. Are you kidding?
Speaking of that,
Sure.
I think that as we get closer to 1.0 over the next several years, and yeah, I'm sure it's going to be several years. Like I think everybody is going to have to take a long, hard look at their fleet and think, what do I want to start with? You know, as part of my fleet, because once 1.0 comes out, once the game is released, I can see them saying, okay, that's it, no more buybacks, you know, no more, you know, melting and upgrades and CCU chaining. Like, finalize your stuff.
That, but yeah, go ahead.
Finalize your stuff. Huh?
I know what I'm
They've already
starting
said
with.
that's the case.
Oh, have they?
When they go full release, there's no more buybacks, there's no more melting. Whatever you have at release is it.
Okay. So yeah, I think everybody's going to have to just take a long,
I
hard
don't-
look at their fleet and decide
I
how
don't like
exactly
your
do I want
negative
to start
attitude,
this
Rainier.
game.
Yeah.
No, but it's true. It's totally true. When it goes gold, there's no going back with what you have.
But by that time, you should have a good understanding of what you're getting into and what you're going to need. So you'll be able to make an educated choice as opposed to when people bought stuff in concept. So that'll be good.
Okay,
All
Barry.
right, I'm just catching up on because I saw it. I woke up late, so I'm still watching the end part. But what did they say about the ships that you already bought in game? Do you have insurance that you can keep rebuying it back? I mean, keep getting it back, or is it something where you have to have that lifetime insurance?
It's unclear.
In-game ships we don't know about yet.
Yeah, it is unclear about how LTI and your pledge ship status is going to work. He made some statements that made it sound like all pledge ships are going to have LTI in some form or another. We don't know what the differences are going to be. So we're waiting for clarification, probably on an ISC or something.
Hey, Red.
Hey, what's happening, people?
That's all right.
Morning.
But we don't know, Baron. We don't know any of the total particulars about how that's going to work. But pledge ships, you will be able to get them back. Once 1.0 is released, you will always have that ship.
You should be, because you spent all that. You spent a real earned money on that ship.
Yes.
Just like all the things that you buy, like armor, should be replaceable. And I didn't hear nothing about that.
That's another thing that didn't get brought up.
Yeah, good thing you guys mentioned that. I'd like to use that stuff.
Well, it kind of did. A little bit did.
It did
okay,
a
so
little bit, but go ahead.
So I'm rolling this stuff over my head. So if you guys just bear with me a second, I think I might have had it sorted out, right? Something I think that we missed, and I missed, and just now remembered that he said was that normal ship insurance for ships that you buy in game is just going to give you a cash payout for the ship. It's not going to give you your ship back unless you have insurance plus warranty. Right, which is something that you still have to pay for and keep up.
Mm-hmm. With in-game currency.
Yeah, and that's a chassis warranty.
Right.
So insurance, you pay for insurance, you get a cash payout. You pay for insurance plus warranty, you get a cash payout and the chassis, but not the components. Then there's a level for components that you get, and a level for components and decorations. Or maybe those two are one. I'd have to watch it again. But there are different levels of insurance. So I'm thinking that maybe LTI would be just a warranty that you don't ever have to pay for. I don't know. That still sounds a lot like what he described as if you pledged.
But see,
Yeah,
You get the chassis.
I see it. I see it as this: if you paid cash, real money for that ship, I don't LTI or not, you should be able to get your ship back.
You will.
Yeah, I
Because you
mean,
purchased it.
You
yeah,
will.
we're all in agreement about how it should work. We're just not clear on how it will work based on what they said today.
In-game
'Cause
ships are gonna.
I'm sure the first person that loses their ship after they paid like somebody paid $1,000 for one of those huge ships, and they lose their ship and they don't have full insurance on it, they're gonna be ripping mad.
No.
And they're gonna make a statement that everyone's gonna hear about, and everybody's gonna go to CIG like, hey, what's going on with this? This
Real,
doesn't sound fair.
real money ships you will get back. They did state that.
Yes.
Money,
That's
ships that you bought with real money, you will get back. Okay? They're not gonna take your ship away.
So what every new patch or something?
What do
Like
you-
the ships with the 6 months
no,
insurance?
we're talking
No,
about we're talking about in 1.0.
yeah, 1.0, we're talking about 1.0. 1.0, there's no more wipes after 1.0 when it comes to your money, all your gear and your stuff that you get in game, but you will lose stuff they say that's in game, like your ships and stuff like that if you don't have insurance. But what I was trying to ask him about was the ships that you bought with real money for the game. They should not touch that.
No, they're
And
not.
gear that you bought, they should not
They're
touch
not
that.
touching any
They're
of that
not
stuff.
touching any of that stuff.
Okay, because that's what I was trying to get a clarification on. You know, like you get those one ships you buy, real money, 6 months insurance. w- Was they was that going to be affected? That's basically
So
what I was saying.
I think there's a little confusion about the actual question, right? So they stated that if you paid money for an item, you will have access to that item. So that includes ships. So it's like you will always have the ship that you paid for. Period. They made that very clear.
Yes.
The question isn't, are we going to have access to the ships we paid for? We are. The question is, well, now what's the purpose of an LTI token? There are a lot of people that have these LTI tokens on their ships, and they have worked hard CCU chaining things and doing all this stuff to build up to, you know. But
Well, I
what
think
advantage
I
is that LTI token now if everybody has basically what it amounts to LTI always being able to get to your ship? What's the advantage of the LTI? And I'm not griping or
I
even
think
really
what
concerned. It's just a question.
I think what they should do is take that LTI token, like they were talking about, it's movable to some ships. Insurance is movable to some ships after you finish the game. They should make that LTI token movable to some ships that's purchased in game, so they won't lose
I don't.
on the fact of they got that LTI token for a ship that they bought, and now everyone's going to be able to keep their ship, don't care what, because they purchased it with real money. So I
Okay.
think that's something to make the people in that bought LTI token feel a lot better.
Okay.
You know, if they're going to do that,
What
that's
if,
what I think they
what
should
if they
do.
did this? And I don't I don't know if this is going to happen. What if if you could purchase LTI insurance with real money and then you can move it to whatever ship you want?
That's a good deal too.
Well, I'd still want to know
The
exactly
particular
what you're buying with the LTI
Exactly.
token. Like I'd want to know what an LTI token gets me.
But we don't know. They haven't gone into it.
Yeah.
We can speculate all we want, but until CIG finalizes it, it's
Get enough LTI tokens,
Yeah.
you get a lightning.
So, hopefully that's something that can be clarified in an ISC fairly soon.
What's up, Scott?
Because
Go ahead. Sorry, Ty.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just saying. I was just acknowledging Scott coming into the chat. Um, who knows, man? But all we know is that the pledge ships, what you paid real money for, you will get back. They're not going to take that away from you.
If anybody cares, no bugs on a whole sea run. My own cargo.
Nice.
What?
I do care.
I think you're lying, sir. That's just not possible.
You got any proof in that?
We never thought we'd see the day.
Picture it didn't happen.
Yeah.
Proof.
I want the raw video footage, sir.
Red?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mirai Fury. The Mirai Heavy Fighter.
Yeah, man.
I missed that one.
The Mirai Heavy Fighter, IE, and the Guardian. And no misfortune ship, which is the salvage ship. It will probably come in 25.
There's another Mirai looking ship in there, right?
I have to look at that video.
There was like almost like a Scorpius 4-wing style thing.
Oh, they actually showed the ship, or they just showed that silhouette thing?
Silhouette of this other thing.
Just a
I mean, I saw what looked like the Fury, the extra large Fury.
Yes, yeah.
Right, the jumbo egg.
That looked cool.
So
the silhouette looked cool, I guess.
The silhouette was probably the coolest thing.
We shall see in the only ship that did not make it this year from the silhouettes of Last Citizen Con is the Legionnaire.
All right,
Well, no,
highlight.
that clarification. That's not the only one that didn't make it this year. That's the only one that's not going to make it in the next 12 months.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's not going to. They're not doing anything with it because there's no gameplay.
Right.
Just want to highlight that Perseus looks fire in the bottom left there. Looks pretty sick.
I knew it was coming.
If that thing was a stripper, it'd have all my money.
Well,
It already has all your money.
I was just about to say that.
Hey man, you like what you like. Everybody's got their taste when they roll up in them
You
places.
didn't even get a dance yet.
Right. or a laugh.
Shit. Man.
Some
I
bouncer showed you a picture of a stripper and said she'll give you a dance for $200, and you bought it.
That's right. Damn straight. Damn skibbity.
With the ring.
So, Red, there is a new ship. It's called the Starlancer Max. It will be out.
Red done got the jacket too.
IAE.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna get that nice silver bullet looking ship. Yeah, that's mine right there. I'm gonna get that one.
Okay, now wait a minute. Before you even get it. He already got it. Okay.
No, I hadn't gotten it yet, but I'm chaining to it. I'm trying to figure some stuff out. What?
Let's try to get to the Odyssey.
Man.
What?
Yeah.
You better catch up, man.
Go check this website. There's two ships. There's one called the Starlancer TAC, which is a combat ship, and the Starlancer Max, which is the cargo ship. Now, the cargo ship will be flyable at IAE. They did not say when the first iteration of base building will come.
They did.
What did they say?
Oh, wait.
They did not.
Hold on.
No,
No, I'm pretty sure during the first base building they
Hang on. Master, you gotta open the mic. There you go. All right.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that they said that the first version of base building would be within the next 12 months.
Well, 12 months. They really didn't specify any date.
Well, I mean, no, they didn't give a specific date. They've finally learned that lesson, I guess.
Okay, is that better, Lurch? So that's what we got coming in IE. So the Guardian, the Intrepid, and the Polaris, and the Starlancer Max.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna have at
Excuse me,
least two of
gentlemen.
those. I think I'm gonna have at least two of those ships.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I've got to go run an errand. I'll be back in a little bit.
All right, man.
Which two you gonna have?
The Max and the Guardian. Oh, make that 3 and the Intrepid.
Oh Lord!
Dang. What just happened?
Now wait a minute. Now wait a minute, Red.
Right.
Wait a minute, Red. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Where am I?
now wait a minute, Red. So here we have the Zeus that just dropped. Okay.
Nope.
The CL just dropped,
Mm.
and they already throwing out another ship that has more cargo than that, right?
Exactly.
And it's going to be flyable within the next month.
And I think with that one, I hope the grid on the Zeus is it's an issue for me, but I'm just maintaining for right now. I need my grids to be able to fit all the box sizes.
But there's one thing about this ship. Did anybody look at the specs? I don't think there's a tractor beam on that ship.
There is not. It says there is not. No integrated tractor beam.
That's okay.
Mm-hmm.
I got a lot of tractoring things I can use,
But I kind of like the tractor beam, to be honest.
I'm all right.
Hey, Shadow.
That thing is so extra sensitive.
Hey, Shadow, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say that the current tractor beam stuff that's on ships right now is so extra sensitive, it drives me crazy.
Yeah.
But this is where now we have the Atlas in game. You can actually go and buy it. So it makes a difference for that ship.
It'll probably fit in there too.
Yeah, I picked one up too. Hey, Shadow. Now we got to get a huge ship, a couple mining ships, and go to Pyro. Since the resources are high there, get some cargo ships. You got to get a whole crew, fill it up, and then ship it back to Stanton and sell it all.
And get shot up, but never make it back.
Hey, that's why we get a full crew. We get fighters, we get freighters, we get mining ships. We go there, we resource everything, and then we go back and sell it all.
They didn't say. Give me 1 second, Scott. They didn't say. They said they were just going to talk about base building at the end of the year last year. They didn't say anything about it within game. Remember, they just said that they were going to talk about base building at the end of CitizenCon last year with Todd Pappy.
What do everybody think about the stealing a ship and making it your own?
That's an in-game ship.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying, what does everybody thinks about it now? I mean, that sounds like that's going to be something that people are going to try to do all the time, try to steal ships. I don't think they said just the in-game ship. It's any ship that you can, let's say, kill someone, you can take their ship and then go, you can list it as stolen, but in the, like Pyro, they can go and get, some sort of chip put on it and then make it their own.
They a pledge ship, one that you bought money for.
Yeah,
No.
They said any ship, didn't they? Because I'm sure it doesn't matter because don't care what you getting your ship back. It's just that they're getting their
Just go
ship.
file the claim as long as you have insurance, even if it's
you
store
get your
bought.
ship back through insurance.
Hold on.
You're not losing your ship, but they're getting a ship.
Okay, go ahead, Radium. Hang on, Barry.
Yeah, I'm just agreeing with what they're saying. You can just file a claim for your store bought ship if it gets stolen.
You can get that ship back. Okay? Your pledge ship, you can file a claim for it and get it back. The in-game ship is where you're going to, it's possibly lost because they can purchase a title for that ship.
But unless you have insurance on it, then you can get it back. So that's why you got to keep your insurance up on your in-game ships.
Yeah, but they've also got to get a lot of reputation to be able to get that title to buy that ship and make it theirs. And that is going to take some time. Okay.
But that's a good in-game thing to do though, because a lot of people I see stealing ships, and as soon as that person get offline, the ship is non-functional. You know.
I have a
It used to
question.
be before it used to vanish, but now it's non-functional. All right, go ahead.
Go ahead, Alex.
What is so if you guys look at like the 827 today from Mike, he posted the picture with all the ships. In the center column, second from the bottom, what ship is that?
Yeah, I can't see it because I've got the Discord up in the main screen. But anyway, coming back to that about ships being stolen and stuff like that. What I'm liking is that you can build a ship and sell them.
Yeah, I like that. That's a good idea.
You can build a ship and sell them. Okay. Now that's fabrication.
Also, too, you can base it off of your the market price for whatever the items are, like that you have to use to build it. Shit's gonna be expensive, so the ships might actually sell more than what you could buy them.
And you could sell a ship that's more powerful than the ship that's purchased.
Yeah,
you could upgrade them to tiers. Yeah, and you could also, let's say, if you have an org and your org members, you want to get everyone to have this certain ship on a certain mission. They can all go out, mine, resource the energy, come back. We build the ships for everyone in the org, and we do that certain mission that we need that ship for. You know, or just sell them, like you said, just sell them.
Hey, Cynthian, how you been, man? If you're speaking, we can't hear you.
I had you muted. What's up, guys? How y'all doing this morning?
All right, how you been, man?
What's up, man?
Long time no hear.
Yeah.
We have kids starting school and bringing home school germs. So we're all getting over this throat stuff.
no.
So, yeah, the
Man.
5-year-old germs are the worst.
You got me cringing over here.
Right, man. So
Okay.
lot to unpack, y'all. Go ahead.
No, your thoughts, because you've been in the game a long time. Cynthia's been in for a long time, so talk to us. Tell us about this Citizen Con. I know you excited, but
wow. Hold on, sweet. No, it's a lot to unpack, guys. It's really cool. The insurance, here's my take. So anything that you purchase with real money is going to be yours regardless. That is real money. That is your ships. The difference is I'm thinking, and they haven't really made this clear as of yet, but we've been talking about this ever since 2012. But, just kind of hypothesizing, but CIG it's taken them 8 years to come out with this. I think the difference in between the different insurance tiers is, yes, if you paid money, you're getting your chassis ship back regardless. Okay. However, there might be a difference in the LTI is the components, the weapons, the extra upgrades that you might have bought in the stores, in the universe or in the verse. That would probably what LTI would be. So if you get your ship back, so if you bought cash, you're just getting the chassis back. Okay, so let's say I lost my 800 or my 890 jump. 890 jump, I get it back. Bone stock, as I bought it brand new. Now, if I had LTI, this is just hypothesizing. This is not in stone, guys, but this is just my take on that. That's what I'm thinking. Since if I had LTI, then I would get my 890 jump back with all its weapons, with all the components and stuff.
And decorations and all that stuff. Yeah.
Yes. That's what I'm.
That makes sense.
Yep. That's what I'm thinking. And they hadn't really made that clear as of yet. Well, they're kind of going through it, but it was kind of a really fast talk. But that would make sense to me. So that because there would be so many lawsuits a mile and a half long if we lost ships that we pay hundreds and hundreds of dollars for and we don't get them back again. So yeah, yep. But yeah, Star Lancer, yeah, I picked both of them up.
Yeah, I love
Pick
how
them
he
both
just
up.
he's like, anyway, it's about both. To you scrub lords, okay?
It's the gateway
Yeah,
drug
yeah.
to the Odyssey.
Right. Oh yes, the Odyssey. Yeah. I know there's a reason why they're doing it, guys. Is because of the fact that all we have up until now is just the Freelancer series and the Prospector. So they need to make the Odyssey. So you need more parts. You need more ideas on how that thing is going to be designed. So coming out with this Star Lancer makes sense. They're going to have more feature sets because you see it. Look at it. The back of the Odyssey and the back of the Star Lancer kind of look very similar, doesn't it?
Yes.
That little nacelle or that the nacelle's number one and the whole look, but the back, that wide Millennium Falcon looking engine. These
So
are things that they're yeah. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, like, I remember hearing back from them. They were saying, like, "Oh, we have 12 ships in development currently." Well, what we see in the picture that was provided, there's 15. There's three
Right.
unaccounted for ships. So, but the thing is, you don't know which ones are which,
Right.
and that's the kind of wild part because they're also like they've been working on like the Peregrine, like some stuff we didn't even know they were working on in the
Right.
background. So they
Right.
could be working on the Odyssey here and there, just like the Merchantman. They ain't doing much right now at that, but wouldn't be surprised they have some higher end people on that in the spare time.
Yeah, and I think that makes sense just because they're trying to get more parts. It's like a building of Legos, playing Legos and
Yeah.
stuff. It's just we need more parts. If I have this big ship in mind that I want to make, I need to buy this Star Wars set. I need to buy this Galaxy set. I need to buy this so I can make what the ship is. So I think that's the reason why they're coming out with the Star Lancers, just because of the fact that it's going to get that much closer to the Odyssey.
Well,
More parts.
to be fair, since the Polaris is now at a point where it's complete, I think
pretty.
because they have those assets, that's why the Perseus is in line.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I was
Exactly.
thinking.
That makes sense. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Because they were talking about originally going from the Polaris to the Galaxy to the Perseus, but since the Perseus has almost the exact same frame as the Polaris, I think that's why.
Yeah, makes sense. Ooh, the Guardian's gorgeous. My
Like
goodness.
Christmas came early.
Right? Pick that bad boy up. What else? The Ironclad, we already got that. But yeah, everything on there was looking good. Oh, I'm definitely getting the Intrepid. That looks sweet. I wish you get a nice, that looks nice.
No, there's no mention of a 4.0 delay or anything about the Polaris. There's no delay that has been stated, Scott.
It's coming. It's gonna be
So
a
what's higher in patch? Is it 1.0 or 4.0?
1.0.
That's huge.
Yes. 1.0 is
1.0 is like
that's the game.
I don't know.
That's
what I was
gold.
gonna say. That's like game to me because when I
Yeah.
hear 4.0, I'm like, even for me at work when there's like a software thing for our weapon
Right.
system that comes through, they're like, oh, we're going to build 8 or something. I'm like, bruh, it's like all new. Get the fuck out of here with that. That's crazy. A lot of problems.
Right. Yeah, 1.0 is the actual game. So no
that's crazy.
resets. Another thing, LTI2 guys, is going to be for your ships that you buy in game. So not cash price. So yes, you will get that ship back. You'll get its components back. You'll get the weapons, stuff like that.
And apparently
So,
decorations and stuff.
yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
so I wonder if the LTI counts for the decorations. So
Yeah.
if you get like a higher insurance, I think that's worth itself in gold just
Right.
for the components. I'm not a person that's like crazy for like, oh my god, I got the decorations, but that is a nice perk of if that's what LTI is providing.
Okay.
It will be.
we're
Oh,
not-
go ahead. Yeah.
It
We're
has
not
to be.
partying at your hangar then.
Yeah.
There's one
Okay.
thing.
Okay.
There's one thing. If they have a LTI purchase for insurance in game, okay, you pay for it in A or UEC or whatever. That should be applicable to in-game ships.
Right.
That's
Yep.
how I see that.
There'll be insurance shops in game. Supposedly, they were talking about this way back in the day.
Well,
But you'll be going to a star station and go into an insurance kiosk and buy certain insurances that you want to keep
yeah,
for your ships.
the
Hmm.
Olympus shop, the
Hmm.
Olympus kiosk.
Yeah.
Scott, player bases ETA. That's in 1.0.
Yes.
Same as base building. No, base building will come before that. That should be. I'm gonna speculate. That's gonna be in the 4.0 branch. I couldn't say when, but 1.0. That's base space stations and stuff like that. That's 1.0. That's what they're talking about. But
He's always on the left hand side, Shay.
Yeah, it just won't line up.
it flipped him over.
It
No,
won't.
he did that.
It won't line up either way.
That whole sea is still broken, isn't it?
It wasn't. I
Really? It was
can't
working?
dock it. Yeah, I did
Oh
it for a
no.
successful run. But now I'm struggling to dock.
Where you at, Shay?
Trust me.
Is your F? I got a question. I see you got your FPS showing NA.
Yeah, I haven't done the update.
I did the update and it's still showing NA. It's not showing me any frame rates or anything. So
I downgraded mine.
Is it working? Good.
Talking about
Yeah,
NVIDIA?
it's working on it. Yeah, it's working. I think it's a bug in that
in the beta.
590. Well, in that not in the beta, but just that
And the drivers.
yeah, this that driver that recent driver is I think it's a bug right now.
I had a
It's
critical
fine.
error with my driver, so I uninstalled NVIDIA.
Yeah, I just went back.
Okay. Anybody got any other thoughts about CitizenCon ships? Insured.
To be done.
Perseus
Insured.
versus Polaris. Polaris. Oof. Oof.
I can't.
I'm
I'm excited.
I'm not really too worried about it.
Yeah. That Polaris is beautiful. I got them both too, but man, it's just like I'm trying to figure out why am I going to
I'm
use
curious
Perseus
to see how
for?
they do the armor for one versus the other.
Yeah.
All I
He'll
can
be smaller.
All I can see is at the end when they were showing the Polaris off. Oh, Lord.
I know, right? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it looked good.
There was some popping going on over here, Shane.
Oh,
oh.
Oh Lord, PG-13.
I cleaned it up.
1980s PG-13.
I cleaned it up.
Triple X here.
I cleaned it up, Zero. Come on, man.
Keyboards. Oh Lord.
I had to
Need
get
some
it.
sandy wipes.
Hey
over
man,
there.
I had to wipe off. I had to wipe off the Toby. Okay?
Oh no.
I'm out.
Oh man.
I need a drink. I think.
Oh man.
I think the auto dock might work, but sometimes it's
That's what I was trying. Yeah.
What did they say? There's no mention of the what was the RSI ship they were talking about? The base
Arash.
builder and stuff.
The
The
Pioneer?
Galaxy.
The Galaxy.
What
Yeah.
happened?
Oh.
No
What's
mention
going on?
whatsoever. No
Right.
mention.
They were really hush
it's like
hush.
your door is closed too. That's what
I think they're having a issue with the modules, and that's why they didn't say
Oh.
anything.
Mm.
Because look at it like this. Originally, when they were talking, they were going to do the Galaxy right
Can you
after
do it
the
again, Shay?
Polaris.
I think it's messed
Right.
up. Yeah.
But
The door should be open.
if there's an issue with the modularity, that's why they put the Perseus up first, and they can use the assets from the Polaris faster.
For the Perseus, yeah. That makes sense. Hmm. And Squadron 42 not until like 2026. My goodness, I thought that was going to at least come out maybe a demo of it this year. Nope.
I was hoping, but
Yeah, me too.
I'm gonna
I
say
thought they'd
this.
at least put it back on the market.
No,
Right.
they're not gonna put it out on the market until they got it something. But at least they showed something. Okay.
Right. They should have had us play that though. That was gorgeous.
I
But,
know. I wanted
man,
to. I wanted
they
them
should say,
to.
here, guys, all backers have the 15-minute demo. Go at it.
Give me a taste of it. Give me a
Right.
taste.
Right. However, I don't know if it was the
Ready,
master
try
modes.
to?
Did you guys notice in the turret section, which looks great, but did the blades just look like they were just kind of, hey guys, hit me, hit me, hit me? You know, they were just really slow. Am I seeing that right, or is it just me?
I have to look
Like
at
the
it again.
like the fighters were just like going real slow.
They
I
did
don't know
seem
why they
kind
were
of slow.
Yeah, I didn't know what was going on. I was like, these things are fast, and they're just like, oh, hold on, you're wanting to shoot me? Okay, here.
But I did love seeing that blade. That blade
But that
looked
was the
good.
prologue, though, right?
Yeah.
That was the prologue.
Yeah.
So they
Maybe
might
it was
have just
training.
dumbed it down because of that. Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. I was gonna say.
That blade looked good flying.
Oh, they all look good.
And then that other ship that came out with the boarding capsules.
Oh yeah, that was pretty cool.
Shadow, you're gonna be on a little high for a bit, baby. Hold on, let me see. I give you.
I gave him 5 months.
Yeah, he gonna be high, baby.
What do you mean high? I'm high right now. No,
I know.
I'm enjoying all that. Okay. And next week the beast is purchased and everything will be good to go.
What's the beast? What's that?
That's my new system. The beast.
Hey, all right.
It ain't.
Getting a
I mean,
4090
I don't know if it's
Ti.
gonna- it might not be like yours, Sin, because you got that super duper baby.
Right.
He gonna
I
get it
need to
close.
upgrade.
He
I
gonna
need to
get
get a 4090. Yeah, close to it. That'd be 90. Yeah, I'm gonna get a 4090 here pretty soon.
Oh, what do you have now? I thought you had a 4090.
No, 3090. 3090 Ti. Yep.
I have a 4070 and it's worth it.
Yeah, 4070 is nice too. Or I might wait for the 5 Series. 5 Series is coming around the corner. That's gonna be
I'll
blowing everything up.
I'll
You might
upgrade like in maybe another 3 years.
Right.
Upgraded from a 2070 to this, and big difference.
That 5 Series is it's gonna be so high when it first
Right.
comes out.
Right.
What are you talking about, Red? You already have the 50
I don't have no.
series.
Oh my god.
Mhm.
I ain't thinking about Joker.
That's what he told me.
Joker, did you help Shane park the ship? Come on, man.
Super.
Because
I
Shane
did.
playing.
Super how's
No, I
it
think he probably
I'm
had
good
to
at-
redo it.
I had to
again.
claim it.
Shadow, are you still sticking with Team Green, or are you going through AMD or Team Red?
Oh, I'm
AMD.
AMD on that one,
Yeah.
Really?
but
Okay.
as far as the listen, Red, Mr.
I mean,
Zero.
Team Blue, Team Blue or Team Red?
No, I'm always AMD.
AMD. Okay.
But my card is going to be NVIDIA.
You're right. Yeah.
That's how I roll.
I'm Team Blue still.
I love my Ryzens.
You hear Zero over there celebrating?
Yeah, man.
He's over there celebrating
Celebrating
about my
Intel
computer,
boys.
about
Fuck
my
outta here.
PC.
He all happy on that. He on the flow.
Yeah, Team Red all the way.
He's like,
We all celebrating you
one
getting a
of
new
them.
laptop, a new PC. Believe me.
Oh, trust
Yeah.
me, I am too.
You shop at a Micro Center, or you just order your part?
Now I called. Shay sent me a link to a place, and I custom built the system, and I saved it, and that's the configuration I'm going with. So I'm going with a 1,000-watt power supply, 64 gig, a 4060 Ti 16 gigabyte right now, and two NVIDIA two terabyte NVMe's. Yeah,
There you go.
M.2s. And then I got another slot where I can add another one, and it's upgradable to 128.
Well, I got kicked from the party.
I just sent you a message so I was gonna re-invite you because I don't see your marker.
No, you sent it to me.
I'm logging.
You sent it to me. Red.
So
You sent it to me.
that's what I got going on, and
That's pretty exciting.
Oh yeah, Wednesday.
I forget what chip. I forget.
Oh hell!
Wednesday, first thing in
Zero.
the morning.
I just. Oh, sorry, Chad. I was just. I was trying to send Shave the message, and I sent it to 0.
We look alike. Don't worry about it.
Oh Lord. I'll be right back.
Shit, I just laughed really loud. I woke up my son.
Dade, I'm still surprised you still have a Johansson, man. I got rid of
Hey, oh, it's a loaner.
Oh, it's a loaner? Or the
I
D
got
or
the-
something, right?
I have
A
the whole D.
Johansson. What's a Johansson?
That's my shade.
Dildo.
Oh man.
Lord.
Johansson, what the
Yeah.
hell?
Oh, I
You don't
got
know
you.
what that is?
You don't
No,
know? You don't remember that? The day we all had it back in the day. Remember that? We all had it, and it
Oh,
just kept
Look at
breaking.
Alex now. Look.
What?
Nah, I get it. I get it.
Johansson, the hell?
Johansson.
That's another way of saying I ain't gonna say it. Oh, think about the movie Airplane.
You
I
strapping?
see a big
I
fat.
don't know what movie that is.
Right.
I see a big fat.
Oh.
What was that old lady? Excuse me, I speak jive.
Oh man, that movie was the best, dude.
That was a good movie. That's way back. Airplane and 2.
They don't make them like that anymore. Like
No, they
Airplane,
don't.
They can't.
Naked Gun. Yeah.
Nope. Yeah,
Oh,
Naked Gun.
very good.
Oh God.
80s, early
Hilarious.
90s. Yeah, those movies are gems for a reason.
Mhm.
That's why I said PG-13. 1980 PG-13 is today's
Right.
rated X.
Yeah, it's
I was
different
like,
times for sure.
Right. This is PG.
Oh.
It was pushing the limits, baby.
Right.
Pushing the limits.
National Lampoon series. Oh,
Oh
God.
man.
Oh, Red, I got you in stereo like we're at the stadium. What's up?
Yeah, he's doing it
Oh,
again.
let me fix it. Shadow.
I ain't saying nothing.
Starting guard,
He
guard,
said,
guard.
Exactly.
I love
right.
it. Shadow says something and then says, I ain't saying nothing.
All right. So, welcome back, Ty. So,
4
Hi,
years out,
everybody.
Red. Mine's 10 out.
anybody got any other thoughts about CitizenCon or what we're seeing in game right now? Ships.
We're getting Terra, guys.
Yes.
Terra. Oh my
Terra.
God. I saw that. I was like, what in the world? Are you serious?
Mhm.
And we're getting 5 systems, which makes perfect sense. 100-star systems, I don't care. What I care about is us old fogies. You know, it's all about the points of interest, the POIs. I mean, Stanton by itself
Yeah.
got many POIs. And so if you're bringing out 5 galaxies that got multiple POIs like that, that's going to be perfect upon 1.0 launch. But Terra, that's going to be
That's
the
where I
amount
wanna
of right.
do some exploring right there.
Wow, just the capital alone is in Castro. That's gonna be great too. But yeah, I'm really excited about that. I was really excited about that to see
Yeah.
that. Very surprised too.
Well, I think what he said put it in perfect perspective, right? He said that this is not the game, at the very beginning, this is not the game that was originally envisioned. Because
Right.
100 systems, he said those 100 systems only had 90 POIs,
Right.
right? But now they've got. Did anybody catch how many POIs he said was in Stanton right now?
Oh, like that, yeah, like 1,065, something like that, and Stanton alone.
Was that just
Yeah.
Stanton or Stanton and Pyro?
And I know I haven't even explored all of them, so yeah.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Either way, that's
Huge.
I'm okay with just 5 systems.
Yeah.
Because when you put it down into POIs, that's what matters.
Yes.
Yeah.
It
I
was
probably
built on a
haven't even
game.
been half of them, to be honest with you. Probably been only to like a small sliver fraction
Right.
of 100 or so.
And at that time, back in 2012, we were actually supposed to be just you'd go to a gate and then you would say, okay, I want to land here. And it'll be an auto land situation. So it'll be guiding you down to your station to unload your cargo or whatever in Area 18. That has vastly changed, which is great. Because that would have been boring as heck. So, yep. Different game than what it was back then.
I think I might have went to the store.
Should be. Oh no, it doesn't necessarily go.
Large hanger.
Yeah. Yep. That's
Okay.
probably right.
Well, I guess we've covered
Okay, you can fly it.
everything. We've covered everything that we've seen today. Any thoughts on yesterday? Any thoughts? Oh, Miss Charmy's here. Welcome.
Oh, she's getting that Starlight.
Starlancer.
I know what's up.
Yep.
we're already watching it. We've been watching it. We're just watching it on TV.
It's already done. We just haven't finished it.
Yeah.
Okay,
this is not upgraded.
Miss
You know that, right?
Charmy. Miss
That's
Charmy,
right.
there's a new Miss ship, the Star Lancer. What do you think?
Star Lancer.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh. Oh.
We
He
haven't
doesn't
gotten
know?
to that
Oh,
yet.
well, you
We're
go ahead
Spoiler
and get
alert,
that done.
Shadow.
Spoiler alert.
Oh, Lord.
we're 2 hours in on it right now, on this second day.
Okay. Have you gotten to the Captains of Industry yet?
We're working on.
We're working on base building right now.
Okay. Once you get past that, Captains of Industry.
Okay.
Make checks out payable to CIG.
Okay. Talking here. Say that now. What now?
Make checks payable.
There'll be
Chris
kiosks
Roberts
in
directly.
game. You can save your credit in game.
Oh, instead of having to
That's
go to
awful.
the website, you can just go purchase the.
Where'd you go?
I don't know.
Need more oxygen?
Oh.
10 extra dollars.
Oh yeah, they. I'm on with you. Oh.
You just want to sit in that chair, don't you?
What's this chair?
That's
Hey, that's
Capitan.
Oh,
But
I don't have to do nothing, right? I can sit here.
I did want to at least come and say hello to you guys.
Well,
Yeah.
Hello.
Hi. Hello.
Howdy.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey.
Rocky says it kind of seems like you're getting a bunch of stuff all at once.
How'd Zero put it the other day? Hey.
What's up?
There's some good stuff showing Miss Charmy, but it's projected into the next year, so.
Yeah, I know.
Several
Some
years.
is still gray box, but some is white box. So.
Well, there's a lot of gray box stuff though. I'm gonna say that.
Got the mission?
I would caution about the gray box because that pertains mostly to the art assets. It doesn't really give an indication on where the system is in being built.
Yeah.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Gray box is still. I mean, it's stuff that's white box is getting close to being ready to be released, but the gray box has got a ways to go, and I know that. But there's a lot there.
There is a lot of material, yeah, and I'm thinking we're going to have most of it, if not all of it, in the next 5 years.
I was surprised that they did not hint or even tease on a new Titan material, military Titan suit.
The Titan suit.
Oh, a combat exoskeleton?
Right. Yeah. Maybe they'll do it in IE.
Yeah.
Maybe.
IE would be a good way for them to do it.
Yeah,
Or
that's
them
what
I
I'm
would do it
thinking
then.
too.
Or
Yeah.
repair mechs. That'd be cool.
Right, because they did the the medical terrapin. Oh, I saw that. Yeah. I knew that was coming. But
Well,
that's cool.
The Titan suit, if they don't show it at IE, they may do it at Invictus.
The Titan Miner. That'd be sweet.
With the jump pack.
Yeah.
Jump boots, something. It's got to be a faster way to traverse.
Agreed.
Or it could just skate along the terrain, just kind of skate with like little tires or wheels or rockets. That'd be sweet.
Well, so that we can hear this, I'm going to hop off of here. I just wanted to come say hello to everybody and let you know we're watching it too, just at our pace.
Okay, no worries.
Here
It's good to.
We miss you over here.
You take
Well,
it.
Yeah, don't take Rocky
After we're
from me
done
now.
with this, we're going to be doing some reconstructing computering stuff.
Yeah, that's what we're working on. It's already tore apart.
Yep. We just got to get it back together now.
Okay.
But we'll catch up with y'all.
All right, Miss Charmy.
Y'all be
Peace and love.
All right, take care.
Take
now.
care.
Bye.
Bye.
Jim, I'm gonna let you know I'm banging around in the kitchen here. I've got a mute button on my headset, but if I forget to hit it and I start hot micing, please let me know.
No worries.
What's for breakfast?
Uh, any other thoughts and comments or anything else that we saw
Little more
this
Perseus.
weekend?
Little more Perseus. No.
Really? Okay.
That Polaris.
That's ready.
Can you think of the paints? Would you even put a paint on the Polaris? I'm not sure. Yeah.
I think you would have to get it from Star Hanger now.
For what?
For the Polaris?
Yeah, a paint. Or
Yeah.
they
I bought my P one from there.
but they may drop one at CitizenCon. We don't know. Or not
Maybe.
CitizenCon, IAE.
IAE.
Mm-hmm.
The thing is, I like how they do with the ships like this. You don't know when they're coming out. They just like, yeah, here they are. Yeah, that's about it. And then you just don't know when they're gonna drop, which I like.
Well,
yeah, I was surprised nothing went flyable except for that Argo. It's like, why would you want to buy that? I mean, you can. What's the smallest ship you has? Like what, 4 SCU?
Yeah.
Cutter or something? Yeah, that's like.
Yeah.
Well,
put it all on this Argo and drive it across. I could just fly in a cutter and there. Weird.
the
But I can
one
see
thing that I did not see this CitizenCon, besides the TAC concept, was any other concepts.
You're epic.
Someone asked me what for breakfast. I've already eaten breakfast. What I'm doing now is I'm putting together that that peanut butter cheesecake.
Ooh.
But there were no other concepts besides the Starlancer TAC.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing else.
Yeah, I was expecting maybe at least one ship. I mean, because they haven't released ship since the 400i in CitizenCon. Because CitizenCon was it 3 years ago, where they said, first time the pirate that was flying in the pirate said, oh, by the way, what's his name, the ISC guy,
Jared
Huckabee.
Jared Huckabee. He goes, okay, by the way, it's flyable now. Go ahead, you guys get on the website. Go ahead and pick it up. Wait, they haven't done that since then. That was kind of cool. They introduced a ship, and then they said, yep, the paint and the Meridian paint and the 400i is there right now on the site.
Wait, didn't they do that last year?
They
at
did
20...
that. They did that
yeah,
last
in
year.
What did they?
2023? The
What did
Cutter
they
Scout.
release? Oh, okay. The Cutter Scout. Okay.
I like that little.
Was it the Scout and the Rambler? No, the Rambler came later. But yeah,
Yeah,
the Cutter
Rambler
Scout.
came later. That's right. So it was a Scout. Never mind. Okay.
Yeah,
I think about a big full feature ship too.
but no other concepts besides the TAC. So we'll probably see some more concepts at IAE. I'm guessing. I'm guessing.
It'd be neat to see complete concepts.
Well, come
right?
on, Shave. Now, yeah.
But they probably are spending right now. They're probably spending more than they're taking in, to be honest.
Oh yeah.
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 So I'm okay with concepts. I'm just saying, like, let's catch up a little bit.
Yeah. Let's catch up on what's out there.
Mm-hmm.
How do you get rid of this auto dock thing?
Right?
You can manually land it.
Yo, the gridded
No.
service. That's all I can say. I don't know.
I mean, how do you take it off?
It just shouldn't be there right now.
Oh, okay, I thought it was like, I'm like,
So we can just ram the station and start over. Try that.
I can't turn.
I know. I couldn't either. So.
You guys are both in Johansson's?
Yeah.
I'm not. I don't. I mean, we're riding the same one.
Oh, right.
Really, Shave?
That sounds wrong.
Yes.
Man.
I was waiting for that.
Sounds wrong.
Yes.
You make this really.
Yep.
That sounds
It's
wrong.
out there. It is out there. It is wrong.
What you guys got to do is you got to coordinate.
Man,
Coordinate.
that was the worst.
That's
Shave.
like you're out. You're out.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Somebody.
How you turn this stuff off? Let me see.
You.
Try
it.
Well, anyway,
Okay.
I'm gonna call it. I think we talked enough.
Yeah.
We
Toby's
saw,
had enough on his.
really,
day.
Shave. I was gonna say, didn't have to go there, man.
Nice
need
and
more
smooth.
footage.
Nice and
We need,
smooth.
we need
No,
more footage, Shadow.
no.
They both riding in your Honda.
He needs
You
more
you do not want footage, I'm sure.
Yeah, we struggling big time.
Oh Lord! Anything you say after this just ain't gonna come out right. I'm just
It's
saying.
gonna come out right.
But it was I was happy with CitizenCon. There were some things that we still have a lot of questions about. They need
Hey, we
to
just gotta leave this thing here.
already. They need to explain some
Yeah.
more. But
It's time.
as far
Okay.
as information wise, I think we got overloaded.
I think we try again once the servers are fixed.
We got overloaded and we still want more. Right? What does this
Exactly.
Right?
mean?
Right.
Somebody's got problems. It's not us.
But I think it was good. I enjoyed it, and I enjoyed sharing it with you on
Oh.
this one. It was good. I'd like to thank everybody for coming to hang out and talk about some things afterwards and get some ideas of what we want to see, what we are going to see. And
Hold on, real quick, Shadow. Can I say one
shoot,
thing?
shoot,
I want to thank you, Shadow.
for what?
I just wanted to forget it for just doing what you do, bro. Hey, I
Oh
was
yeah.
asleep. I couldn't have
Oh
done
yeah.
it.
I'll second
I'm
that
still
because
asleep.
you put in some time and
You sure did. You up that
patience
early.
more than I would say most of us have.
I
So
Oh yeah, we
appreciate
know
it.
we ain't got no patience.
I'm just gonna
No.
I'm just gonna say one word. What after what I saw this weekend, gimme.
Johansson?
Oh,
No,
Johansson.
gimme, gimme.
He saw the Johansson. He's like, gimme. Give me some more.
But anyway, I
Uh,
appreciate it. So everybody, it's a Sunday. There's no Snowbirds meeting room. I'm chilling till next week.
Right.
And I'm gonna get in game and play a little bit and check out some stuff. I gotta head on over. I'm gonna go see Mr. Shadow real quick. But anyway, I hope you all enjoyed it. It was a fun Citizen Con, and I will see you all tomorrow later in the evening tomorrow. But Wednesday I will be doing the purchase of the Beast, and when I get it, I will be doing the unboxing. So everybody have a wonderful, wonderful Sunday, and see you tomorrow.
Hey,
Take
Shadow.
care. Yes, sir.
You're not watching the Interatmosphere?
No, man. I'm gonna rest my eyeballs for a minute. But anyway, I will talk to you all. Have a good one. See you all tomorrow. Take care.
Good one, guys.
Bye, Shadow.
Bye.
all right, later, man.
Man, I'm gonna hang out and watch it. It starts in 10
Shadow
minutes.
Spectre 11 hailing.
eat your cheesecake.
Thank you for the
fucker.
likes and the
What is
views.
this thing you're talking about? What-
Remember to
Gosh.
tickle that notification bell so you won't miss our next videos.
I'm gonna watch this.
Thanks
guys,
again.
and feel free to join.
Shadow Spectre 11 signing off.